Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, where we have just gone over the halfway mark for this 12-hour race, and well, it is a bit of a domination at the moment from the Modina Motorsports crew, the number 16. They didn't quite get away cleanly from pole position, running behind the Duo by SimRC car for the first early stage, the first stint of the race, but they have been in control ever since. Joining me in the commentary box now is Lorenzo Bonder and Justin Prince. Justin, how are you today? Welcome to this broadcast.
Thank you very much for having me once again. It's been an interesting race, been following along with this all day so far. It's been a lot of intriguing storylines, to say the very least, but overall, the day's been going well. It seems to be going very well if you're a fan of Modina Motorsports, who's been dominating up at the front of the field much of the day so far, it seems.
They certainly have, Justin. Yeah, the first 2 hours taken by Jamie Fluke of the Apex Racing team, and then handing over to a fellow Scot of mine, Quick Kevin Ellis Jr. And now we've got Benny Simonson in the car, but still on the lead lap are Duo by SimRC, Red Camel Esports as well, and also Simza. So there's still plenty of protagonists there should these guys trip up in their Audi R8 GT3. And now, under the cover of darkness here at Sebring, it's going to be where the drivers will have to engage that little bit of extra concentration. And it's just over, so we're only halfway through. So this is where Sebring starts to bare its teeth. And of course, remember, we have 4 classes taking part all at once, so plenty of potential pitfalls for the leader, so far from sealed up yet.
Yeah, everything's still not decided up into this race. Of course, there are some gaps already built up in between the leaders. For example, 911 Cup, basically Modina Motorsport have about 22 seconds. Aside from the GT3 and GT3 Cup cars, the GT4 has basically a lead lap, one whole lap over Tibet Racing. Of course, there are pit strategies that differ. Duvo in the TCR category has basically 2 laps, nearly. It's 1 lap already confirmed to T3 Esports Alpha. So in the low tier or low power categories, everything is already set in stone for the possible race winners. But again, nothing can be called until the fat lady starts.
No, definitely not. Particularly in the 911 Cup class, we've got a very close battle. Just 21 seconds separating Kevin Hilgenhovel in the 988 car, the Modina Motorsport blue machine, and the Duo by SimRC Cup car of Stefan Herman. So all to play for in this particular category. 21 seconds to the good are Modina Motorsport right now, but especially in this 911 Cup, anything can happen. In GT4, it's Duo by SimRC doing a great job, leading by a lap, which is not a gap we're used to seeing in GT4, Justin.
Yeah, it's been quite dominant. I was surprised to see the interval when first checking exactly on that, where normally you see it a little bit more tighter, where you may have some separation, yes, depending on some of the fields, maybe 10, 20 seconds, but not so much to the point where you technically have all the cars inside your top 3 on separate laps compared to your overall race leader. It's just been that type of a year, though, when you think to that whole camp for Duo by SimRC and in SimRC's full camp in general, because they have speed, they've been factors in endurance races, and now, just right on cue, they're pitting.
So when they come, then of course now the with the Porsche and the BMW as well in the GT4 category, they can run about 90 minutes on a stint. So we expect that, yep, as we see the jacks go up, the drivers will take a brand new set of boots each time they come into pit lane, and a driver change for the leader, the 476 car. That is now Marcel Fassbender getting on board that machine. I wonder if it's any relation to Michael Fassbender, who of course is making his early steps into racing with Porsche.
say. It would be interesting to see there is like a cousin like parenthood, you know. But it's a common, I was gonna say it's a common German name of sorts. So unfortunately, there is a trim chance. Oh, and Viper Nizza once again getting caught by issues. The Viper Nizza's iRacing 63, which is actually the number 21 car, spinning around Tower Bend.
And I don't think I've ever seen a longer name in my entire life. Tengu Dian Le Tenku Mahalil.
18.
18. Don't forget the 18 at the end. I suspect the 18 is an iRacing account number, but yes, that is a long name. Tengu Dian Le Tenku Mahalil. Wow, that's impressive as we ride on board the shoulder cam, if you like, on that Audi R8 GT3 LMS. A machine that has won all of the big endurance events, particularly in the 24 hours. It's always there in 24-hour races at the Nürburgring, at Spa, and at Daytona as well. And that car running 12th in class at this current moment is the number 24 car, 14th overall. So we've got our two leaders in the 991 Cup class there in 10th and 11th overall, so they're actually just in amongst the GT3 runners now. They're running very strong.
I have to say, for them to have the 18 there, usually that indicates there are 17 other people at least with that same name. How in the world are there 17 other people with that name? I'm not quite sure. But when it comes to the speed overall around this track, the Audi has been one of the most consistent cars in 2020 across the service because it has that right mixture of speed but also cornering ability, which draws so many people in to be able to stick your way through the corners and carry speed throughout said corners. There's a reason it's become more and more popular throughout 2020, not just in the series, but in general. In trouble behind them.
So have they got through clean? No, not really. Who was involved there? That's the 11th place Ferrari. The second place car, the duo by SimRC Audi, might have been involved there, getting around a TCR car. So let's get a look on the replay then, what happened there. So the Malaysian car gets past cleanly, no problem. And the second place TCR runner shuts the door. Oh, and gets tapped, gets turned around by the second place car, the duo by SimRC Audi R8. Oh dear, that is not good news for that car. They cannot afford any mistakes, and it was just one of those gaps that just closed in front of them. Not a massive amount to do. What a shame. Lorenzo, how do you read that one?
It's a tough one, you know. You really want to try to get yourself over quickly around a slower car, especially a TCR one, because it's very easy to get held up into Bishop and then go into Tower Turn. Not Bishop, but just after Cunningham and leading yourself to Tower Turn. So it's kind of quite complicated. I understand what the driver out of Cedric Bowling tried to do, but wasn't clean. Barely had any overlap. And surely he would have had the opportunity during the corner exit if he just waited a few more tenths of a second.
Yeah, it's a strange one there, but I'm over a minute and 12 seconds down on the leader right now, so that was the last thing that they needed. Now, where is the red Camel Esports car of Rick Broikers, but 17 seconds back in third place, so that is interesting. So the duo by SimRC car will need to look behind as well as forward to see where that car is. And I have to say, Justin, I love the LED number boards on the GT3 machines. Really helpful for telling you which car is there, and also the luminous number boards on the side of the car as well. That's a nice touch.
Yeah, and especially one of the first times I've personally seen that lighting board specifically customized to also include special logos, such as right there. The way it just is settled on in is near picture perfect, so to speak, and to be able to fit the exact logos. But for the driver currently wheeling this machine, it's been a heck of a year. You have to keep in mind someone with a lot of real-world experience in TCRs. Just an impressive drive so far when you look at this Dutch-based driver. The young 22-year-old currently doing a heck of a job in bringing up a little bit of grass for good effort too through the corners here. But this is just one of the tricky spots when it comes to Sebring, right? In some of these sections, there's not a lot of runoff room, and in some cases, when you have a lot of cars around you, you may potentially end up going wide or getting close to going wide and lose some tons of time. Right now, it's just a matter of taking advantage of this clean space and then getting track position as this race goes on to close back into the 76.
Yeah, indeed. Rick Broikers, a young man, and he's actually the 2019 Spa 24-hour TCR class winner, so got really good endurance racing experience. But I guess this is the funny thing is of course the TCR would have been likely the slowest class in that race, and now he's in the GT3 where you're coming through the field rather than the other way around. So a new challenge for this young man, but lapping very strongly. Tell you what, Rick Broikers on the last lap 2/10 quicker than the leading car.
That's one of the things, right, where if you have talent, it can cross over to the sim side and vice versa from sim world to the real world. Yes, there can be differences on how the car may feel. You don't have that necessarily major feel of being able to actually feel every bump underneath you and every presence of the track as you rumble against a rumble strip, so to speak, unless you got a direct setup. But one of the main things with that also is if you're able to then in turn be able to memorize your marks, be able to get seat time, which may not be available in some other cases. That's where drivers who are especially up and coming drivers, or even some of the young big names, are going to end up training a ton. And this is going to be, as seen especially in the North American side recently, one of the major training grounds. There's a reason more and more connections are being made from sim to the real world and vice versa these days, especially in 2020. Just looking like it's a natural progression over where there's the talent to be able to wield this car around the track, and it's certainly seen him have it pay dividends for him so far.
Definitely so, yeah, absolutely. I think we're incredibly blessed with the amount of, the realism of the simulators that you can now have in your own home, and that, of course, it's iRacing are constantly developing the service and the technology, and the hardware is getting better all the time, as we see Philip Burrell and the Viper Nizza Racing car, the number 21, I'll just say, I'll not try and tempt the name in that car again, but yeah, just 0.6 of a second between these guys after 6.25 hours of racing. Ferrari versus Audi, and whoa, big moment there on the exit there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I think Mahalio just decided to play a little bit of a rally cross on the exit turn number 5 as G just goes into the braking zone on the hairpin. Still trying to keep himself within touch, and I highly doubt Philip is going to be able to lose that position. But Tanko he's pushing the car. He's going over the edge of the track to try to go for that position. I think there's a little bit of tire strategies here as well that allows Tanko to come closer and creep himself away to clinch that P11 spot out of the Ferrari from Philip Bayo.
Now, Justin, you're ever the journalist. Yeah. You've been doing some digging. You've got a bit of background on this this man in this car.
Yeah, like to be on the short side, of course, today essentially part of the Lotus Cars Malaysia program, head of Modina Motorsports, also a professional drift car driver and professional racing driver. Keep in mind, there's a lot of experience for many of the drivers in the field. For those who follow this series, at least half the field has real-world racing experience. Specifically for him, on top of competing in Formula Drift, has competed in various D1 Grand Prix All-Star World Championship events, competed in the FIA GT, Zahai Supercar 500 back in 2005, and several other events. And again, this is where, say you're someone who doesn't have that opportunity to race too much in 2020. We talked about the opportunity to go to a virtual sim. This is exactly the opportunity to do so. And this driver especially has been getting a lot more and more time in 2019 especially. Competed in several different events such as the Malaysia Championship Series, Suzuka in the Super Swift car, and of course at Japan for the 1,000 kilometer race for Honda's Malaysia racing team. So tons of experience for this driver.
Huge amount indeed, and well, let's see what he can do behind the wheel of this Audi R8 GT3, if he can pull this car up into the top 10. Currently 12th in class right now, 14th overall, and really putting on some pressure on this this Ferrari in front as they head through the quick. So we're through the 1 mile Fangio chicane, down into Cunningham. Oh, he was very late in the brakes there, and then heads down towards Turner, through Collier and down towards Tower Turn. I love this section. On the brakes hard, into the David Haynes groove here, and then back on the power again.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, the Modina Motorsports Team Racing Blue 911 Cup car, the leader of the category, just decided to come down into pit lane for their pit service. Alexander Deyako coming into the car like usual, as clockwork, putting the tires in that Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, and Stefan Herman still remaining for a few more laps.
We're still right on board then with Tenku down through, and he gets a huge slipstream on the Ferrari in front, and through he goes. Hard on the brakes through Sunset, flickers the lights. I think that's maybe a thank you, possibly. And round he goes then, moves up into 11th spot in class, and behind they've got the Red Camel Esports Audi, which is currently in 3rd place, making the way through. And of course, Justin, unlike for those who are maybe watching or maybe more familiar with Formula 1, although the driver will be shown a blue flag, there is no legal mandate for them to make way for the car coming through.
Not specifically, it is from series to series, usually up to discretion, but essentially, it's the job of the faster car, in essence, to be able to then find space to pass by the traffic, whether it's in same class traffic or interclass traffic. The main difficult part, though, is having the patience to be able to do it properly. Sometimes drivers make that mistake where I've got to get by, and think, I'd rather send it in very aggressively and risk an incident rather than lose a couple seconds and not lose the car. And that's where we see drivers end up, in turn, going backwards. Right now, you have to keep in mind as well, you have to think of the vice versa. If you're one of those drivers who needs to gain time, you run into gangles of traffic such as this. If you're Red Camel Esports, you're kind of frustrated because the gap is closing, and there goes the Malaysia's Prince of Drift into the wall.
I wondered how long you were going to wait for that one, Justin. That's a good one, though. That's a good tidbit, that one. But, big incident there for the 63 car. So let's get another look at this incident. Got big traffic ahead, of course, the Red Camel Esports. Look at the amount of distance the Red Camel Esports car giving the GT4 machine there. A little bit of flickering, not always helpful. And, whoa, loses it into just on the brakes. And that, Lorenzo, that is a little bit of a typical Audi R8 GT3 little incident there. When the car starts to move, you've got to be on top of it because it's got a lot of weight in the centre of the car. And when that pivots, it's quite a big force of nature to get it to stop.
Yeah, it is also a car that doesn't handle bouncing very well. Even the suspension can be quite as firm as you can possibly place it. Any change of direction is you have to be very fine-tuned with your car. You can see now the car of the Viper Niza coming into the pit lane. But yeah, typical Audi incident coming to tower turn. Not surprised.
So they've managed to get the car back to pit lane. It had a little bit of a nudge to the wall there. Now, will Malaysia's Prince of Drift get out the car? Doesn't look like it. And then as soon as I say that, he does. So, who will get in that car now? The Viper Niza iRacing 63 machine, even though it has a number 21 on the side. Ruben Wong will get aboard that car now. So that's a little bit easier for us to say quickly, Justin.
A little bit, yes, but Was gonna say that was a decent save until he drove it into the armed coat barrier. But as a group, I think again, smart move to take up the driver now, because there's a chance that driver is rattled, because of course you're gonna be frustrated about another mistake. There were a couple close calls already, but keep in mind that was all while that red Camel Esports car we were talking about was trying to gain a ton of time still, and was, as mentioned, losing it because of the gaggle of cars. 20 seconds, make it 19 seconds is that gap, all while still Benny Simonson just driving a nice calm race, still 1 minute and 9 seconds ahead. And the thing is, still during turning lap times within only a half a second difference to P2.
So we have the Modina Motorsports car of Benny Simonson leading away right now by just over a minute. That gap has just come back ever so slightly. Cedric Bolin now on board the Google by SimRC GT3 Audi. Rick Broiker's just 19 seconds further back. So still plenty going on there in GT3 Cup in the 991 Cup class. We're just waiting on a pit stop now from the number 976 machine, and that should shuffle that out and bring that quite close together.
It should, and the gap should be right around the 11 to 15 seconds, as they were kind of marking themselves in between before the Modina Motorsport car went into the pits. You can see now the race leader just decided to take a little bit of a sand into their right side tires. It is quite common for you to overshoot that turn 1 exit. It's not highly surprising, but it still keeps that 911 GT3 Cup battle really honest between both teams. We're just we're more than halfway through this race, and they're still going at it with a very marginal deficit.
Oh, steady! Oh, wow, that was close. Sorry to cut over, Lorenzo. My apologies for that. That was okay. Wow, that was close.
Yeah.
Let's get a look then on the replay, and oh my word, you can imagine a lot of the Modina Motorsport crew who aren't in the car will be watching either our broadcast or just following along on the sim, and that could have been completely transformative in the wrong way for their chances. And that was more just, well, great reactions there from Benny Simonson, because without that presence of mind, that could have been their race in big trouble.
How in the world did he avoid him? I'm not quite sure, because just taking the normal time and then bam, there's a car right there. And one of the main things is it's very dark there, so there's not really too much of a sign outside the signal of there's a car slow on the left side, probably through your spotter channel, for anything going on. Keep in mind, that car which just had the issue in Douglas who is an LMP3 experienced driver from the Asian Le Mans series, seems to be really struggling with that respective race car for Viper as the iRacing, where it's plowing, it seems, coming off the corner and really struggling to even rotate. So that also may be coming into play with some of the center traffic that may have to deal with it potentially soon.
Yeah, it's going to be a constant danger, I think, throughout the race. There's all, I mean, the difference in lap times. If we look at the GT3 field, the kind of quickest lap time for the slower end of the GT3 sort of a 2:04, 2:03, and then it's a 2:0 for the fastest guys. So it is quite a difference in the kind of level. But it's not. Thing is, it's not the lap time that's the problem, is it, Justin? It's the number of mistakes which can really cause the issue for the other drivers.
And here's the thing too, if you have mistakes build up more and more and more, and in turn get more and more damage. One, your teammates are going to have to deal with it, obviously. But the second main point is that does accumulate to where eventually it gets to where you can only get a little bit of it fixed each time. It affects the handling of the car compared to how you may have had it in testing where it was a very undamaged race car. So it in turn is one where you're basically having to fight the car all the way until the very end if you get significant amount of damage. That was the case, I think, with that car we've seen before. Compare that to Simonson, just a nice clean car. for a driver with tons of real-world experience for this program, whether it's been on the esports side competing in various different championships, including the Porsche Carrera Cup's Asian Virtual Edition, whether it's been competing at various other tracks, or whether it's been competing in the Asian Le Mans series. And experience like that can help you be able to say, okay, I've got to be aware of this car about to come to my left side of the racetrack. Even though it's dark, I've got to be able to get this move done quick. If I panic, I'm smacking into that car.
Whew, that onboard really gave a good impression of just how close that was. And of course, Benny Simonson there, he had to get right onto all the tyre marbles as well, so did well to hang on to the car as well. And you know, you are going to have little moments like that in an endurance race, especially over a 12-hour one like this. And yeah, that's going to raise the heart rate of the whole Modina Motorsports team. But they get through cleanly. Now we're unfortunately it's come to the point where we have to say goodbye to our own Mr. Endurance, Lorenzo Bonder. Lorenzo, you unfortunately have to leave us now, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately, gonna have to bid adieu to both of you. It's gonna be just fine. Dylan coming up shortly to enlighten your minds and brighten your day. So it's been a pleasure. It's been a very fun first 6 hours of racing. I can't wait to see what happens on the other side and what will become of this GT3 and especially the 911 Cup battle between Muna and also Duvo by CMRC 911 Cup.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic indeed. Well, Lorenzo, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, thank you, and see you. Paz y amor. Fue.
There we go. I wish I could sign off as cool as that, Justin.
Indeed here, but by the way, pit stops are underway for some of the Porsches now in their respective cars here. Just the various different strategies again are coming into play that were discussed here, where you're going to see these various offsets. We've seen it a little bit now. It's just a matter though of how you try and play it out. Some of the drivers, of course, they practice this for hours upon hours upon hours to make sure they know exactly of how much gas do I need to be able to get to per lap in the early part of the race during the daytime, able to be good to go during the nighttime. Depending on the car class. That specific class, of course, you take tires simultaneously, so you're going to take the rubber. But in most air classes, in some cases where you don't have the simultaneous pit stops for fuel in the tires, drivers, as talked a little bit about during the first half of the broadcast, listen in a little bit, Peter, will elect to go for the double or triple stint because the tire wear can be that minimal, especially with the track being one of its core points it will be. The main thing is that's going to factor in on that, though, is normally when it gets to around this time, depending on what track we're at, it can get towards the iRacing minimum track temp of 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Right now it's 78 degrees Fahrenheit. That's actually more on the higher up end for nighttime racing. That's partly because we're in Florida. That's also partly because, again, it's still going to take another few hours, I think, for this to fully get to where it's going to be completely dark. The main difference as well, of course, is with the day iRacing of November the 7th in Sim. Guess what? The sun sets much more earlier, like in real life, compared to, say, the iRacing day in May, where it'd be up until 8 o'clock.
Yeah, it's a different challenge, isn't it, with this much longer darkness hours. And of course, this is, yeah, like you say, Justin, this is what we're going to see next week in the 12 Hours of Sebring to conclude the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. Now, it's of course that little incident we saw there with the Modina Motorsports car, Benny Simonson, a lot of real world GT racing experience, and of course the younger brother of the late great Alan Simonson, who we lost at Le Mans about 7 years ago in an Aston Martin, and he's doing an amazing job today, lapping very, very quick in that machine, and most important of all, had the presence of mind to avoid that incident. Justin.
Absolutely. It's just been that type of a day, though, and it's one of the main aspects too when you think about some of the organizations where in a lot of different cases, you don't, in the past really, have too many opportunities to race like this. It's side by side between the sim racing pros and the real world drivers. Those connections have become more and more commonplace, as we've seen, Peter, this year especially. And one of them, and that in turn can be big. It's been talked about in various different series. I was talking about this with a couple drivers a few months ago on the dirt side of iRacing, for example, where those connections can help your real-world career if you hit the track. Some of these drivers who may be more known for the sim racing experience do have real-world racing experience where they're trying to build connections for those opportunities. All these opportunities are huge, and all this traffic continues to just be played near perfectly by Simonson here to be able to cut through cleanly. Just has to make sure there's no other moments here from some of these other cars who are a little bit squirrely at times around this racetrack. Outside of this grouping, there's a little bit of a buffer here and there. It's not as traffic filled on top of things compared to, say, a 50-car field with some of the incidents earlier on.
Sorry, Justin, that was a huge moment there. I thought he was going spearing for the wall there. I do apologise. The Benny Simonson there, our overall leader, coming out of Le Mans curve, that was, maybe we can get a look at that again, the on board possibly. I think that would have been busy on board there. How do you see this?
You know what? I think this is part of the darkness here is Simonson's coming off the rumble strips here, and there's no runoff here on iRacing for this. I think doesn't realize, oh hey, there's no pavement here, a bit of runoff here. I'm on full grass. Any more of a snap or any other type of driver, Peter, that car smashing into the wall coming off Le Mans. Just take a look at that steering wheel. Barely even moves it a touch outside of a left flick there to keep it stabilized.
Of course, if you're thinking that's a computer-generated image, that steering input is entirely direct to what he had on board, and I think that just shows you when he's exiting the corner there, Justin, he's got the wheel so straightened up, and that's why he's getting such a good exit. And then when he hits the grass, he's able, like you say, to make a pretty small steering input and save what would have been a massive moment elsewhere. I think you made the great point about how the sim racing world and the real world racing that line is getting ever closer together. It's getting ever more blurred between the two, and there is a perfect example of it.
Absolutely, and it gets more and more realistic each and every day when you think about it, right? I'm not just saying that. There's a lot of real-world drivers assisting with the growth of iRacing. There's a lot of investment that's coming this year especially, but also just the continued elevation and evolution and evolving of sim racing in general. It's going to be big in the long run here. The main thing is, though, for Simonson, notice this entire lap has lost a ton of time with some of this traffic. Already 2 seconds lost this lap because he's reached the traffic right on corner exits here. And at Sebring, while you can get some good dives, saying to Sunset Bend, if you again reach this traffic in Sector 2, it's going to be a long, long time before you can find a gap to be able to make the move cleanly.
Absolutely, it will. And I think that for this Modina Motorsport car, the leader, they've got just over a minute of lead from Duo by Sim RC. And I think with that kind of, in the modern context of, you know, the really close endurance racing that we have nowadays, with 5 hours and 25 to go, a minute is quite a lot of a gap, Justin. And I guess in traffic, there's no need for them. They're in that luxury position now where they don't have to take chances in traffic. They can, if they have to wait, if they have to sacrifice a second here or there, they've got that luxury that they can do that.
Absolutely. And it gets to the point, right, of if you push too hard, that's where you get yourself into an incident. If it was, say, a 10-second cushion even, Peter, I think the urgency to pass by would be much more higher. Mm-hmm. But here's the vice versa part. Eventually, Cedric Bowen is going to have to deal with the same traffic. And how he gets through the cars is going to be paramount to being able to close up this gap. Especially since when they're in clean space, they're near identical in lap times at the moment, within a tenth or so. the traffic is the current main difference marker when it comes to the changing intervals every few laps, on top of, mind you, that 4-lap difference in the stints.
Yeah, that's an excellent point indeed, and yeah, I think that's the thing, is that the complete difference is Benny Simonson in the number 16 Modina Motorsports car, the leader. He can, on a 50-50, he doesn't have to take the chance. Or for Cedric Bolin in the second place duo by Sim RC car, on a 50-50, he probably does have to make the chance if they want to go and win this race on the track.
People may be thinking, we're approaching 5 hours to go. Here's the thing though, Peter. You'll eventually have to close in that time to be able to then have a shot at fighting for a lead. You can't just simply say, I'm going to gain 3 minutes in the span of 1 hour. It's not realistic. It takes an accumulation of building up that momentum throughout an entire race to be able to pounce. Keep in mind as well, you're seeing here on screen the interval between P4 and P5 for one of the classes T3 Esports. They're trying to hold on in front of Race Union for now. This gap is also slowly but surely evaporating as well, mind you, in your GT3, with your Audis rather, right now. Just slowly but surely, the time difference is evaporating when Race Union's been in clean space. T3 Esports, they have the advantage of pulling the gap back because they're back in their clean space, and they can run in the 202 flats when they are in this amount of open space to be able to get the corner exits optimally ran off and not having to check up off the corner as well for the traffic.
This is a really interesting, we mentioned the kind of half and half split that we have between the sim racing world and the real racing world in this particular competition. And in the fourth place car, the 71 T3 Esports Beta, Jens Homan, that car is very much a sim racer's car, and they compete in the digital NLS, the digital Nürburgring series. Now, Florian Boden, on the other hand, at the wheel of the Race Union car. Florian Boden is the 2019 VLN, which is now known as NLS, Cup X Series champion. So, and had 5 wins at the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the real world last year. So isn't that fascinating, Justin? You've got these two cars, one with sim racers from the virtual Nürburgring, and a guy from the real world Nürburgring experience, and both of them pretty evenly matched, just separated by 12 seconds after, well, 6 hours and 40 minutes of racing. It's a fascinating, it's almost like you could make a TV game show out of this particular race.
A little bit where match the sim driver with the rear world driver and their similarities. I have to say, Race Union has been growing a lot of their sim racing presence though in 2020, with their brand getting out there for various different races. I've seen their name pop up in some of those Nürburgring events in the past. As a matter of fact, I believe they were one of the drivers involved with one of the Moore Motorsport events, where they held a race at that track, I believe it was, back about a month or so ago. So there's a lot of experience coming in for that, to where they are trying to follow the path of what's happening in 2020 and for the growth for 2021 onward. By the way, SIMSA Esports' Timo Toika, looking like that car a little while ago had a bit of problems here for nearly 5 minutes in the pits. That car was nearby one of its teammates and was one of your top cars in its class before it pulled off.
Yeah, it's been a difficult day for that car. Timo Toika had a couple of issues early on, and more issues now in a pit stop of that length of time. Maybe in a 24-hour race you can recover from that, but not in a 12-hour race. So that's a real shame, as Timo Toika is an absolute hot shoe at the wheel of those GT4 machines. He's got quite unusually, he's equally as good on an oval as he is on the road course. He's got a similar iRacing for both, and yeah, this is not what they need. They need him out in that car lapping at his blistering pace. But that's a bit of a pity for the SIMSA team, and they're currently only 6th in GT3 as well. So not so useful for not such a good day for them. But Not sure quite where they've had that issue. Their car does have damage, but they've obviously gone off somewhere.
I think maybe the main factor in all of that is they were approaching maybe at least some parts of their stint. The main problem is, though, where I think this may have been where the team said, you know what, we have to think about this big picture here, is they were a second a lap slow in clean space. That car was not good in straight line speed when I was just checking back in the tape. They were running 2-minute 14-second lap times on the road. The drivers who are leading the class are in the 2:13.8s. That's not a good sign for you to be even able to recover from that, because there's a chance other cars could claw them back in if there was something else to happen with that car. And I think the main process may have been, may as well try and get the damage repaired, see if we can regroup and discuss things. After all, Tim Grevin, throughout that entire run, had been trying to wheel that machine for a good amount of time to keep it going. By the way, the 451 of Tibbet Racing just now is now potentially in a bit of a problem spot where they are in the grass.
Thomas Pendergrass is in the grass right now at the wheel of that 451 BMW for Tibbet Racing. So it's all happening in GT4 all of a sudden, Justin. So we'll try and get a look at that. That's the second place car in class, and that gives, well, that gives Marcel Fassbender in the 476 yet more of an advantage. It already was a pretty sizable gap anyway, but not good news for Tibbet Racing. Let's see then what happens to Thomas Pendergrass. There's a TCR car here ahead. Now, they're pretty similar around the corners, these cars. It's in a straight line where the... Oh, dear.
Something broke on that. Something broke on his computer there, because not only did that car go cutting straight left, you've seen it go straight off into the grass in terms of it. I don't think he saw where he was on the track at that point. So something on that end happened to, by the time he was able to get his boundaries going, he realized, oh, hey, I nearly hit the tire barrier. Any later on that car even coming back into visuals for where it was and getting steering, that is a P2 run out the window.
Yeah, that's a pity. That's a real pity if that's a technical failure, which, as you say, Justin, it could very well be. That's such a shame for those guys. The leading BMW as well. It's on balance not necessarily the preferred car in the GT4 category. It's got good straight line speed, but in the corners not so good. And it, for whatever reason, it really hurts the tyres. Of course, it's a twin turbocharged motor, so delivers the power quite aggressively in comparison to the more linear delivery of the naturally aspirated Porsche Cayman that it races against. But obviously not got too much damage. He's been able to carry on. He's not come into pit lane, so that's good news, I suppose. But coming over the line, that 451 car over 2 minutes behind the number 476 duo car of Marcel Fassbender, and 2 minutes behind the Tibbet Racing BMW is the Modina Motorsport car. So GT4, it's all down to, for Duo, for the 476 machine, that GT4 leader, they've just got to stroke it home from here. But I say stroke it home over the next 5 hours and 16 minutes. More than plenty time for things to unfold.
Better not jinx it, put it that way. But to get
I'm not trying, I promise.
But to get back towards the discussion point with the different cars for that particular class, one of the main things, especially with the BMW, is it's good for tracks like, say, Spa, because of that straight line speed, because it's a track that can draft. But the thing that can frustrate the drivers can be that corner speed, because when you get to those drafting circuits, it's seen it to where that car on those types of circuits, especially for this type of series, is one of the quicker cars for a short run. But as the tires go off, the BMW will in turn go backwards and be a few seconds slower a lap at a track like Spa. At a track though like Sebring, you essentially have to take your licks and just continue to press on forward. It comes down in part to your rear wheel connections, but also, again, the preference on how you build your car, the preference to the manufacturer. And we're seeing some of that play in now with this BMW. Mind you, plus 14 from its original starting position, give or take from earlier on, or at least just a couple hours ago. 25th overall was its qualifying position on the grid.
Well, that's certainly a big achievement in itself, and they are still, in terms of track position, they are still the second place car, and they've got a good gap back to the third place car. So despite that little mishap, they're still in they're next in line if anything happens to the leader. So we're going to take a very short race spot fan immersion break right now. Why don't we ride on board with the 451 BMW? You can hear this flat six Munich missile grumble and roar its way around Sebring International Raceway. Thomas Pendergrass is your chauffeur, and myself and Justin Prince will be back very shortly. Enjoy your ride on board the BMW.
Something I want to go back and talk about is you were around from back in the days of Iris and the creation of iRacing, the creation of the concept of the product and the growth from then to now.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, where I understand from my colleague Justin Prince, who's kept an eye on the feed while I went and made myself a cup of tea with some honey here in the commentary box to keep my voice going. Justin, I'll start from the top. What on earth has gone on in the last 6 or 7 minutes?
Well, to explain what just happened with this car in particular, you're following with the fan immersion. It was mentioned before how, remember, they went straight left into the grass with that tech issue before and nearly smacked to the wall. Well, Pendergrass had it again. A few minutes ago in that hairpin, you were falling on board when that same issue where he had no idea what was going on and looked like it lost control of what his car had in terms of control, ended up causing contact and collisions from behind. You see that car going to be coming up right about there. You just see. He pops back up right next to the car. He has no idea what's happening, ends up getting hit around, and that causes problems for this group. This is something where I don't know if it's specifically something tech, internet-wise. It might be something with his tech-wise in particular that's throwing things off. They changed drivers. Then your class leader here in the 988, Modina Motorsports, spun their car around at a full 360. Were able to keep it off of any contact though. They only lost about 5-10 seconds, so a little bit of a crazy time. And oh, by the way, pit stops are underway for some of the Audis.
Goodness me. Well, that's. I'm glad your kettle or your coffee machine is faster than mine, Justin. Or you've got one at your desk. That's. Thanks for keeping an eye on that. As Florian Bodden, the ringmeister of this race, he's in to pit lane, filling up with some fuel. 120-litre fuel tanks in these GT3 machines, about twice the size of one on a normal road car. Certainly here in Europe, that's for sure. So no tyres for Florian Bodden, so he's going out for a double stint on those slightly older tyres now, as we see that the BMW, the 451 Tibbet Racing, still going around, so that's good. And brilliant. Well, we've now got a real race on in the Cup class, particularly, Justin, where we've got that kind of, we've got the only 15 seconds of a gap now. Momentarily, of course, Cedric Bolin in the Duo Sim RC car is in the race lead, but of course owes us a pit stop.
Yeah, and the 5-lap difference on the cycle is also going to play a factor towards the end of the race for sure. But as long as Alexander Jajako doesn't do what he did in the hairpin before, I think as a group they may be okay, because the pace has been fairly consistent between the two of them, near identical on them whenever there's been minimal mistakes in the 204s. It's just going to be those mistakes, if you let them compound and add up and add up and add up and add up, that just is going to open the floodgates for Dubo by SimRC to close right back up in their cup car. Just seems in this section, this has been one of the bugaboos of the night, where because it's so dark around that section of the racetrack, there are drivers starting to really miss their braking marks, and some of the fatigue is really starting to settle on in. We've seen it from multiple different classes, drivers struggling there tonight.
I'll tell you what, I'm impressed, Justin, you managed to get a Destiny's Child reference into a broadcast.
Wait, that's a Destiny's Child reference?
But Bugaboo? Bugaboo was one of their songs, wasn't it?
Was it? I'll be honest, I haven't heard their songs.
I'll send you the link, Justin. I will save you the horror of me singing it as well. I think that would be particularly disturbing for you. And we have another hour in the booth together, so I shan't. Now, Justin, it seems like a very long time ago since we first commentated together on the International Sim Racing Challenge, where we saw the Porsche Club of America go up against the Porsche Club of Great Britain and the Porsche Club of Canada as well. It's a lot of water has gone under the bridge in the sim racing world in that last few months.
Yeah, lots of big organizations have come up to the plate and increased their investment. We've seen multiple different series really take off, especially, and really the growth of esports in general. And really, course, 2020 a big part of that, with 2020 being 2020, to say it very lightly. But the main thing is it's staying there. The investments are staying because many people, it was more towards a niche side of things on the iRacing side before, where it was before around 100,000, 150,000 members. It spiked up massively this year. And it's exploded in popularity and growth, where people realizing this is fun, I want to join in on this too. And everyone in turn, including the real world drivers, are following suit. I've heard this from a few real world drivers. They enjoy racing on here, and some real world broadcasters even really enjoy calling these races and have fun having this type of action. Specifically, some of the announcers I've heard from MRN have had that feeling. The Motorsports Racing Network, the Motor Racing Network specifically, that is stock car racing. It's just been that type of a year where it's been, I think, a turning point for racing when it comes to its popularity in the esports scene and earning its place overall as one of the biggest things, especially since it broke broadcast records a couple times over for several different races on this simulator this year on broadcast television in the US.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And for me, I think it's got a long-lasting legacy as well, Justin, because the Creventic series, which we're Creventic, the organising body of the Real World 12H series, and of course now have the sim racing equivalent as well. And there's obviously the racing is at a very high level, but a lot of drivers who take part in it, it is their hobby, if you like. Although they are competing at a high level of motor racing, it is still a hobby. A lot of the teams involved, they'll have day-to-day businesses as well, which they do during the week and then race at the weekend. Yep. And club motorsport is obviously something that is absolutely essential to. Well, I mean, we don't honestly have enough time to explain how important club motorsport is in every country in the world where we have motor racing. And I think, in my opinion, that sim racing opens up club motorsport to a completely new audience that couldn't have even dreamt of going motor racing. Now, whether that be a financial barrier or a location, if you say you might live miles away from a track, or you've nowhere to keep a race car, there's lots of things that can get in the way. But the iRacing platform is so sophisticated, and you can race against people all over the world in real time. To me, it's extraordinary, and I think in the global ecosystem of motor racing, it's not something to replace real world motor racing, definitely not, but a huge additional category that we're so lucky to have.
It doesn't replace the sounds and the smells and the feel you get when you race a real-world car if you have the opportunity as more pit stops underway, or some of the sim racing-based organizations like SERIES Esports. But at the same time, the ability to be able to jump into the sim allows you to be able to race whenever you want, whenever you can't do it in the real world. It's not quite as simple in the real world. Say, I'm going to jump into my Audi race car and drive in the streets for about 2 hours. That gets you arrested for one, and two, that is not as easy to access in a lot of cases. But in the virtual world, you can do it at any circuit you may choose, whether it's testing, whether it's official racing, whether it's hosted events, whether it's events in series such as this. There's many opportunities to be able to race against other drivers, and in some cases, some of your own real-world rivals who you may not realize, maybe on the sim until you see, oh hey, I didn't realize she had an iRacing account. I'm going to try and beat you.
I kid you not, and this is something that, if you told me this to the child in me, which is still very much prevalent, as you can tell. I raced in a Lotus 79 race, just a race open to anyone. You click the button and you're on. And I kid you not, Fernando Alonso was in that same race. I didn't beat him, not even close. But, and a couple of days before that, raced with Rubens Barrichello. raced with Jeroen Bleekemolen and Daniel Morad, you know, big guys that you really admire and you look at on the television watching in real world racing, and you can race alongside them. We are very lucky, and of course, Justin, you're involved in a lot of other sports as well. I mean, that's like, you know, throwing a touchdown pass in a big college football game or something like that. We're very fortunate to have this type of technology that's so unique to racing. There's no equivalent of it for shall we say stick and ball sports.
Indeed, and unless you rise up to the ranks, you have those abilities and opportunities to compete when you're still rising up. But personally, I've had those same types of experience at times too. To be frank up front, more of my experience is on the oval side when it comes to racing on the surface. However, some of the names raced against: Dale Earnhardt Jr., Denny Hamlin, who, mind you, outside of iRacing, was one of the biggest up-and-comers in sim racing a long time ago. Been competed against drivers like Tommy Joe Martin. Have seen investment from drivers like Bobby Dale Earnhardt in sim racing organizations. Landon Huffman investing. Anthony Alfredo, who's been able to start his own organizations. Drivers love to race, and they've been having a lot of fun with it, especially some of the drivers in that up-and-coming range where you're going to potentially see a lot of those names that you race against on the surface potentially in about 5 to 10 years in the real world, competing at some of the highest levels, because they have that experience and have that talent to get there.
Indeed, there's one name that comes to mind for me, Justin, is a young man called Elvis Rankin, who races every week in the Rikmatech series, and
yes.
he's you know the gentleman I'm talking about, and Elvis races door to door with guys, you know, grown adults, and works in the team and works on setup, and he bear in mind Elvis is 13 years old, and he refers to the guys as some of his really good friends, and quite honestly, you know, for any kid of that age to have that experience of dealing with grown-up guys, and also, I mean, and he wins most weeks as well, and he races in the real world in Lucas Formula cars. In fact, he had a test here at Sebring not that long ago, and he exactly the point you make, Justin. Can't wait for the day 5 to 10 years from now when we see him in a real world racing car on the television and doing very well.
I was going to say, I've seen that talent as well, because he does compete in some MX-5 series, the Mazda MX-5 specifically, where he races with the best of the best on that side, for an organization called Orion Race Team, and some of that setup building. He is someone who I picked up on as someone who can bring home the car clean, as well as be able to out-strategize the field. I've seen him out-strategize drivers and jump people in the pits by 2 seconds, where in the past, that usually didn't happen. He's done stuff we have not seen in the past, specifically when it comes to ranking. But with these drivers in the field today, some of these names and some of these competitors are having picturesque perfect races where they've just settled into the rhythm. And when you go into the endurance side of things, compared to, say, the sprint format of, say, those MX-5s referred to, you have that ability to be able to settle on into a rhythm where you can just focus on the marks. It's not like, say, a 15-20 minute race, or say a 12-minute race, where you have no time to diddle-daddle and no time to essentially be patient in a lot of the cases. Here, you have a lot of chances to out-strategize drivers to close back up a gap if you get the traffic.
Absolutely, yeah. We're just looking at, I think I might have an issue with my timing screen, Justin, because there's the number 76 Duo by SimRC car is now they seem to be a pit stop ahead of Modina Motorsports. Now, Modina Motorsports had a huge lead, and now they're in second. What has happened to them?
Okay, I'm curious on this one now too, because you're right. It's a 3-lap difference. Remember when they just about out strategizing some people? I'm wondering if they may have figured things out, because we did have Jamie Fluke jump in the car a lap ago, keep in mind. But even then, we've seen in some cases it not usually go the other direction. I'm surprised here too. We've seen Cedric Bowen hold on. They figured something out pace-wise to be able to pull this advantage here, or at least have tried something tire strategy-wise for this to make sense here.
I think it's a tyre strategy, yes, because I think the Modina Motorsports car has now done 2 driver changes in the time that Cedric Bowen has been in this leading number 76 car, the duo car. So I think that they have just, while Modena Motorsport have been doing that, they've been basically just doing splash and goes, no tyres, no nothing, just spend as little time in the lane as possible, keep the car rolling, and that's got them back into the lead. But now, you know, they're going to have to pay that invoice at some point, Justin, and I wonder, this is going to be fascinating to see across this stint. So it wasn't the timing screen glitch. They've both got about 25 laps-ish, that kind of region to go. So plenty of time behind the wheel now to see. And Jamie Fluke on fresh tyres, World Championship driver, stand back.
And here's the thing too. Bowen was outrunning that car in terms of the lap pace. Was just double checking the times over the past 10 laps. They're upwards of 2 seconds quicker, Bowen was at times, compared to the 16. So that also explains how they closed up that gap so much in the pit stop time. If you close up that much once you come out of the lane 2, you're going to be blistering quick. Now the thing is, though, for the time to pay back, Luke is one of those drivers who can pull it back and run back into those 2-minute flats. He's done exactly that at the stripe of the 2-minute and 9/10 of a second lap just now. It's not going to be an easy drive now for the 76 to try and plot this around, because this may be the play, I think, in part, especially if this lines up towards the end of the race, that could potentially see them try and win the race.
Well, it's certainly an ace that they've played. Do they have any more? And, well, that's brilliant to see, because it looked like the Modena Motorsport Audi was just clearing off into the distance, into the night of here in Florida at Sebring. But the duo guys really turning the screw and throwing in a little bit of a curveball there to the guys at Modena Motorsports. Now let's see if Jamie Fluke can answer. We know that Jamie is very adaptable. He obviously races in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup and up the front of that particular series as well. And he very, very quick in a Lotus 49 as well, would you believe, Justin, of all the things to be quick in. But now in this Audi GT3 car, he's got a bit of a gap to basically climb, but he's got some critically got some fresh tyres to lay down some good laps.
But on top of it too, there's that experience with the sim. You can see exactly where he knows where to pinpoint the differences as well. One of the main differences, there was a little bit more of a wider corner exit coming out of Le Mans in turn 16 specifically before, when they had their last driver in the race car. That time, Fluke, quick flick on the rumble strips, quickly back out, much more later on to where he hits the rumble strips compared to Benny Simonson. So how this track seems to drive, at least to him, compared to what may drive to Simonson from his real-world experience, may be playing in here. Now, for him to be able to start closing, a 2:01.1 this time, 1.5 seconds gain last time by.
Yeah, he's quick, and he was a 2:0.9 the time before that, so definitely on the charge now is Jamie Fluke. 25 seconds the gap now. But it's not, obviously you can see the comparison there, 9/10, 7/10, 1.5 seconds. You know, it's still it's still a fair amount. That's going to take the majority of the stint, I think, Justin, to, of course, if you average it at a second per lap, that's then the stint over, so that will bring them, they should, at this progression, they likely will be coming into pit lane around pretty much absolutely neck and neck.
Highly likely, actually, absolutely. Especially with the lapse times and the stints. I think really Fluke as well, though, is just getting by these cars quickly. Some of the cases, Simonson was waiting for at least a couple extra corners for, say, you reach such as that TCR. Fluke, he just drives right on by them like it's nothing, just finds the hole, immediately takes it.
Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable, doesn't he? Of course, Jamie Fluke, winner of the iRacing Petit Le Mans race in 2019, and well, if there's any track in any race in the whole world, is the car off on the left-hand side there. Who is that? At Le Mans Curve, sitting still. I don't know who that was. I don't even know what class of car that was. We went past so quick aboard Jamie Fluke's Audi. But yes, of course, if there's going to be any race where traffic management is important to win, it's Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta.
100%. A lot of people love both Sebring and Road Atlanta because they're two very unique tracks. But I believe the car that we've seen was Mats Olsen. This is Lestrup Racing Team, currently 20th overall, 15th in their class, already with wing damage, where I think they went all the way nearly to the outside walls, in fact. Did a full 360 trying to straighten up that race car. I don't know how in the world they got there, but I believe I may be able to get a decent look at it to see, because it was weird to see them that far out. If they made that big a mistake, I think we'll see it right here specifically. This would be in turn 15 and 16 in Le Mans, specifically that where they'll shoot just hard left.
Just loses it on the flick back, and actually lucky there's a good runoff there, and yeah, just the car didn't want to rotate for him, and round it went, or rotated in the wrong direction. Now, Justin, that before you came to join us, that car has been on its roof not once but twice.
How is it still running?
Good quality, German build quality, obviously.
Well, that's definitely part of it, but here's the thing too, almost looked like his steering got stuck on something. As well, when it's been on your roof a couple times, you may have suspension damage that can factor in, so maybe that part too, especially that left front fender crushed in. Look at the bright side. The engine's still revving. Just continue to try and wheel it on home. You may get a couple more positions depending on if things get crazy. That is the last car running, I believe, on the racetrack at the moment.
Yep, and I love that. The spirit of endurance. Never ever give up. Just keep turning the wheels, keep going, and you never ever know what can happen ahead. And we see so many examples of that, where teams refuse to throw in the towel and they just keep on going. We saw that at the Rolex 24 Hour at Daytona this year, when the brand new Corvette C8R has had its debut, the number 3 car and the number 4 car. The number 3 car had a good debut, just missed out on the podium in 4th spot in what was a fiercely contested race all the way through. The two factory Porsches battling away with the eventually race-winning 25 BMW. But the number 4 car wasn't so lucky just now. Of course, had a lot of technical issues in the early stages and was in the pits for multiple hours. But once the problem was solved, they sent the car back out and they got a huge amount of track time, as you would in a 24-hour race. And the races that followed, well, Corvette have been the dominant force in IMSA. And I personally believe that track time, that extended track time that was effectively an extended test for that car, has won that team that championship, because that sort of track time it doesn't grow on trees.
No, it doesn't. You have to take several hours or several hundred laps of practice per driver to get the experience. But pit lane is busy. That experience also comes in when you have to play these pit stops as well as your specific rotations, because you don't put in those laps. Guess what? What happens if you have to do an audible? What happens if you don't save that extra lap in the early stages of the race? Well, how am I going to get this bounce back? What's going to happen if a driver ends up having a problem? Who's going to jump in the race car, be on standby if someone has something pop up schedule-wise? You have to have all that prepared. You don't have that prepared, it's a whole lot of trouble for your organization, and it can lose you that respective time on the circuit. I've seen it come into play a couple times where a backup driver wasn't ready when there was an issue technical-wise. They lost a lap as a result. Others, they get within 5 seconds, they only lose 30 seconds overall on the racetrack. That preparation can cost you minutes of time overall, where if it's early, you can do exactly what you mentioned, get the track position back. If it's around this point, you panic. And if you panic, you make mistakes.
You certainly do. And as we see our number 988 911 of Milner Motorsport dropping to second place after that stop, but we will see the duo by Sim RC car, the Luxembourg machine, the number 976, come in from the lead very, very soon. That car has done 25 laps on its stint, so not too long before we'll see that car on the lane. And we'll see how this battle continues in the 911 Cup class. A car where you can see, look at that, look how busy Kevin Hilgenhoven is on the steering wheel here, coming through Tower Bend. Big bump on the inside here, he manages the on throttle oversteer beautifully there, coming out of Tower Bend around towards Olivier Hendebien Bend, and yeah, keeping that car nice and tidy. And that's the kind of trick with the 911 Cup car, is to keep it in a straight line. It really wants to slide and slither all over the place, but to go toe to toe, really having to push hard in one of these things, it's a real challenge for the driver.
Yeah, and there's a reason too, though. It's one of the more popular cars and why there's championships in it, not just because investment wise, but we're talking handling wise, we're talking racecraft wise. It puts on great racing. You can run side by side in these cars in some circuits even. But if you don't find the exact little nuances of the setup to be able to fine tune it, tweak it, be able to have that rotation set up proper, 4 corners such as right here, you're going to be losing tons of time. And we're seeing organizations like Milner have put in a ton of preparation, with them being so quick here tonight. It's in multiple different classes. They've been in the conversation in sometimes from parts of the day. But you also have to get credit to that duo, to the SimRC's group, the duo done by SimRC drivers. Because to have not just one, not two, but 3 drivers in contention for the race lead for classes is something spectacular.
It is. It's certainly a lot of like you say, a lot of logistics behind the scene. Even for the sim racing world, it's there is a lot to arrange for these types of event. 12 hours. You've got your driver programs, your schedule of what driver's going in the car when, and who's spotting, and all the rest of it. And that's the level of preparation you need. That's exactly the right word.
Yep.
And Duo by SimRC, they have the opportunity to. They have the opportunity to win. In fact, they have the opportunity to win all 4 classes here, Justin.
Almost forgot about the TCR entry. Felix letting that quiet tonight over T3 Esports Alpha. But to get towards that point, when you have that big of an organization too, it can be hard to keep everyone together, because there are some organizations on iRacing who are upwards of 30, 40, 50, 60 people deep. Not just drivers, but setup builders, PR, marketing, drivers who are in various different disciplines, drivers who are maybe testing setups as their main focal point and usually don't run any official race, or even in some cases a series in general. They are just setup tuners. All that can be difficult as an organization to make sure you handle without losing your mind if you're a team manager. It's, how do I put this politely? For some, it can be like herding cats. Trying to keep all the cats together in one box to make sure they don't, go everywhere at once. Where you have a cat that jumps on top of the race car. You have a car that wants to jump up on top of the headlights. You have cats that want attention in the middle of the pit lane. You have a cat you have 6 cats that are wanting attention in the pit box. That's a lot of hands you have to manage. Let's put it that way.
It is racing. I wouldn't want to be the PR person in charge of racing drivers every day. They have an attention span. They're very energetic people and a certain attention span. So I can imagine that is a challenge indeed. Well, what a story that could be if Duo by SimRC could win all 4 classes here: TCR, GT4, 911 Cup, and GT3, and of course for the outright win. They would be dancing in the streets of Luxembourg tonight if that's the case. So 4.5 hours to go here at Sebring International Raceway, the home of American sports car racing, has been since 1950, and of course the 1952 Sebring 12 Hour started off an uninterrupted run of some really special motor racing events. And many people do say, Justin, that winning the 12 hours or completing or winning the 12 hours of Sebring is actually harder than the 24 hours of Le Mans. And actually Creventic, the organiser of this event, next year have arranged a 24 hours of Sebring event. Now that is going to be a brutal test for both the machine but also the drivers as well.
Yeah, that event moving the round for 24-hour series over from the Circuit of the Americas, I think it's going to be a big-time event for the drivers because there was that intermission period for noise ordinances, to be quite frank, at the Circuit of the Americas, but as well, this is one of the more legendary tracks in all of motorsports. It's one of the more underrated ones, I think, in some cases, because the track is so unique in its characteristics, whether it's the run through Sunset Bend and the speed you carry into the final corner, whether it's those tight hairpins, or whether it's just the feel of the atmosphere around here at this racetrack. There's a reason so many fans like coming to the circuit when they are fans of endurance racing and road course racing, because it puts on great racing each time it holds an event here. It's one of those types of tracks you want to compete at as a driver and want to win at as well.
Absolutely. I think another great excuse for a good old Sebring party as well, Justin.
I think so too, absolutely. And I mean, there's a reason the infield here is very packed in terms of the virtual haulers, right? But yeah, it's one where there's a lot of open seating around this racetrack normally. You can roam around in a lot of different cases in normal circumstances. You can spectate from various different sections of the course. You have that mix of not just asphalt but concrete, which can be difficult for grip levels, mind you, for a track such as this. There's so many different unique characteristics that you normally wouldn't see at other circuits, even in the United States, mind you, especially since it's essentially a former U.S. Army Air Base, where it brings this unique characteristic layout almost like, and don't take it as offense for the comparison, almost to like a layout almost like you may see for Silverstone, but in the U.S.
Absolutely, yeah. It's I tell you what, give me Sebring any day of the week. It's got far more character, in my opinion. I think the guys at the various owners over the years of Sebring have retained its character a lot more, I would say. So, I mean, obviously they appeal to two different audiences. I think Silverstone, obviously, it has to be, you know, squeaky clean and shiny for Formula One, but Sebring don't have that worry. And yeah, it is an amazing facility here at Sebring in its own beautiful way. And the thing I love about it as well, Justin, is that how important the fans have been to the circuit throughout its life. And I'm sure that's why Creventic have made such an effort to bring a 24-hour race here, is that, you know, even in 1974, when there was no Sebring 12-hour in the middle of the energy crisis, 5,000 fans still came for the party anyway. And even at the very first race at the circuit, all the way back in 1950, the winners of that race, Ralph Deschamps and Fritz Kostner, they actually borrowed a spectator's car for the race and won the race in it It was actually a Crossley hot shot, and then gave it back to the spectator after the race. Imagine that nowadays, just going and picking a Corvette out the car park and say, I need to borrow this, I'll give you it back later.
I mean, I've heard of people borrowing tires from the parking lot. I haven't heard of full-on cars normally, outside of maybe the story of the Daytona 500 with Cale Yarborough having to use a car from a Hardee's at the time because the original car got in a crash during qualifying. But in all seriousness, it's just that type of charm that comes into play at a circuit like this, because it's a charming racetrack to be at, where you also hear a lot of good stories in regards to people and their experiences here. Some of the people on iRacing, some of the real world experiences started here. Like Taylor Burris I've worked with in the past, for example. One of the first races he called in real world was at this facility for some of the events that were a part of the 12 Hours of Sebring race weekends.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a festival of sports car racing, and we will have it next week. Now, Justin, this is prediction time. Who is your call? Who do you think is going to win the 12 Hours of Sebring next week?
That is a very difficult question to answer, actually, because I can't really put a name on anybody, to be honest. Off the top of my head, to be quite frank, Peter.
I think it's gonna be the number 10. I think it's gonna be the winner of the Petite Le Mans, the winner of the Rolex 24 Hour at Daytona. It's gonna be the Wayne Taylor Racing number 10 Cadillac. I think it's their last race with the Dallara Cadillac before they move to the Acura DPI next season. Interestingly, they have a driver in Ringer van der Zande who has often been the fastest man on outright pace, particularly in his driver lineup. But he has been released from his contract at the end of the year. He will not return with the team. And I'm not sure if Ryan Briscoe, his co-driver, will be doing so as well. So you've got two drivers there of exceptional credentials who I'm sure will have a point to prove, and also jobs to retain for jobs to find for next season, and no better way to do that than by winning the race. And also their co-driver, Scott Dixon, who, to say he's running on a bit of a crest of a wave right now might be the understatement of the day.
Yeah, the Newark Crown IndyCar champion, in fact, which is very well deserved with not just the talent he had, but just the performance and consistency with the crazy season and the changing conditions. But I'm curious as well, though, with the car that's going to have a lot of IndyCar drivers expected in it for Team Penske. When you look towards the IMSA's point standings, the Drivers' Championship is tight with that specific number 7 Acura, where you have drivers like Alexander Rossi, Juan Pablo Montoya, Simon Paget, among those drivers that are lined up for that car. And when I think back to one of the races earlier this year that took place here at Sebring, that car was somewhat competitive. If they can turn up the notch for the 12-hour race, it might be a very entertaining race to see them go back and forth. As one car goes back into the tires.
Philip Burrell, I think he might have just held that one there, just coming around towards Hindenburg number 21, and just a very small mistake, quite big consequences, but luckily no bodywork damage, so no harm done there. But yeah, that's definitely the danger car, Justin, the number 7 Penske car. Of course, Ricky Taylor and Helio Castroneves, the regular season drivers for that car, have had some really bad luck at the start of the race. They were taken out by the 55 Mazda at Daytona early on in the race, and then they had a couple of engine problems. Very, very unusual to see a Penske car of any sort have mechanical issues, but they have just gone on an absolute win streak through the middle part of the season, and it sets up a tantalizing battle in the championship. In GTLM, obviously, it's all settled now. The Corvette number 3 of Jordan Taylor and Antonio Garcia, they have had an extraordinary season in that new car, haven't they?
I think so, absolutely. And it's just been that type of a competitive year, right? Where you have cars transitioning towards the future classes. You have teams thinking about the future on where they're going to race as well. And for some, it could be their one last main chance to be able to compete for a good run. It's just a year where you're going to have a lot of the drivers rise up to the top, but it's also not going to be quite as simple as, okay, we're going to do X, Y, Z, because X, Y, and Z could change at any moment.
It could indeed. It just could do that. And of course, like we say, we've got the GTD category where it's a very close battle between Lexus, Acura and Porsche. Pat Long for Porsche with Ryan Hardwick. They've just sort of plodded away and kept themselves in the battle. Speaking of the battle, Jamie Fluke has not really eroded that gap like we thought he might have, Justin. Is still sitting at 24 seconds, so he's only taken, look at that, he's just taking little nibbles, little tiny chunks out of that gap. And this is bearing in mind that Cedric Bolin is on much older tyres. You've got to take your hat off to that man in the 76 car.
What did I say before, right? You're not going to gain all of it back in the span of an hour. It's those little chunks that are the main difference. The thing is, it's the matter, though, of when these cars come in and pit again, what happens then? Because we may see the strategies flip-flop. We also, at the same time, may see the drivers, in turn, be right on equal, and that's where I think the panic may start to settle in, potentially, for some of these groupings. It's still the nighttime, which is going to be the main key. It's likely going to be dark at the checker flag, even darker than this. The track temps are going to get even cooler to open up the tire strats even more so for these cars. But eventually there is going to be that point where the tires have to give, where you'll eventually have to take at least 1 or 2 more sets, likely say 4-hour or 2-hour marks, to try and end off this race.
Yeah, that's going to be I think the tyres, as you mentioned, Justin, I think the tyres are going to be the absolute key to this race. Whether you double stint them, do you even triple stint them? Is it worth it? Do you just throw tyres at it every time? It's a lot of unanswered questions that we're still to see how it's going to play out. And as you rightly mentioned, as we go further into the depths of the night, the track temperature continues to drop all the time, and that only makes making those tyres stretch that bit easier.
And to touch upon one of the conversations I heard when preparing for this part of the broadcast, think back to the TCR comments where you had like just the rear tires or the front tires being taken in some cases by cars. Some of these machines, they can last a long time on the tires with minimal fall off depending on the class. For some of the others though, there is that cliffing point where you'll end up losing a full second or so. The main thing is, many drivers haven't been able to not necessarily build up too many of gaps with these various different strategies I've noticed. Some of the cars, the difference in the pit cycles for tires and no tires only 16 seconds. At some other tracks, it can be upwards, depending on the type of car, 20, 30 seconds. So it's a gamble that you can actually, as long as you don't cliff a ton off the time, be able to realistically do. But take a look at this. Tibbet Racing's been reeled right on in for P2, BMW versus Porsche.
So now we're going to see a bit of a dogfight here. Michael Finkbonner has closed down that gap. Now Simon Tibbet in the GT4 BMW has had, that car has had a few little technical problems. So let's see if those persist as we see, the T3 Esports Beta Audi splitting them up a little bit of slide there from the BMW. Now this is, oh dear me, I was about to say this is BMW country, but only if you get a good exit out of Le Mans. It's a drag race down the Oldman Straight then between the BMW M4 and the Porsche Cayman. The Porsche has just got ahead there. You can see the silhouette coming through. BMW of Simon Tibbet tries to look up the inside, but this is now back into Porsche country in the corners, and the Modina Motorsport car takes the second spot in GT4.
Now you can see right there, just got a little bit tight trying to carry the momentum off the corner, and just because of that lost amount of speed coming off the corner with that disadvantage in said corners, that allows the Porsche just to be able to completely jump up right there. That BMW is just struggling right now in handling, and that's that cliffing point referred to at tracks like Spa that's coming in now for Sebring. The more you turn laps on the car, the worse it's going to get as the run progresses, as the tires burn up. It's for the Porsche, meanwhile, you'll lose some time in the short run, but then gain it back in tons of time on the long run, rather.
Absolutely. It's really fascinating, isn't it? And this is the great thing about having this multi-class layout with 4 different classes taking part in this event. They all make their lap time up in different ways, and even within those classes we have different cars. Of course, the Porsche Cayman and the BMW M4 both in the same class. Also in the GT3 we have some Ferraris and we have some Audis. It's been very much dominated by Audi in GT3. First to 7th place from the Ingolstadt built machines, with the first of the Ferraris, the Ferry Monsters Esports car, in 7th place. Sorry, my apologies. Yes, in 7th place. So the first 6 cars are Audis. So in 7th, Lorenzo van Riet at the wheel of that car. And Justin, we were referring to it as first in the Ferrari Challenge class. I
mean, it's been a very good car and very clean race car with some decent drivers behind the wheel. Lorenzo van Riet, backed him a couple times, have seen him do well in various different races. They've had Robin Monster do very well in that race car. They've been consistent, all dead even in terms of lap times from what I can tell. The main thing is, though, part of that is just how some of the BOP may be for how it is on iRacing. There was very minimal BOP adjustments, mind you, for the series event today, outside of one adjustment to the fuel mileage to one of the BMWs, because that BMW in particular could go longer on the gas by a lap. But you have to keep in mind, the Ferrari used to be one of the most popular GT3s for a good 2 years nearly on iRacing. But times do change and preferences do change. They have Atlas Racing Team and their respective Ferraris trying to close on in. They're, however, several laps down. You also have the Viper cars who are still in their Audis that they have to try and hold on to, as long as they don't have major incidents, they'll hold on. It's just an Audi-dominated race today. Just fits the track characteristics, just fits how iRacing trends go towards today.
Yep, it's definitely the car of choice as it stands. Like you say, Justin, last week we had a 24-hour race at Spa, and it was the BMW Z4, the car which I always referred to as a slot car. It's such a stable machine, brilliant handling machine, and of course no BMWs in the field today. I don't know if they're within the choice of cars you can have for this particular championship, but the BMW Z4, it's at Spa, it was by far the preferred choice in GT3.
To answer your question, no drivers do have that as an entry on their listings for this season, outside of one Mercedes who did enter for the series in Team Barrage Esports for the main organization's campaigns, for its main points races. But to answer the question, really, a lot of it comes down to the rear world connections, but a lot can be battled upon when you're, say, in the respective cars, where you're going to have to find every ounce of speed to be able to keep up. It's not impossible. We've seen underrated cars perform before. Take the 24 Hours of Spa for this year for the iRacing service. Guess who was the dominant car of that race? A McLaren, surprisingly enough. A car which had not been updated until this year for at least 3 years. Those types of different tweaks can happen at any moment that immediately puts you right back into the discussion, if not put you in the more preferred car at that point. Now, the main thing overall, I think the reason that we can go with the Audis being quicker is, overall, it's more so stronger, I think, in the corners today. The Ferraris are more so good in terms of the straight line speed. Just that balance of being able to carry more momentum in the corners just seems to be having that massive difference to be able to separate this, despite the fact that the lap times are only within maybe half a second between the top Ferrari and the top Audi. Those half a second lap times add up exponentially as the race goes on.
They really do. Yeah, absolutely. Now, interestingly, the second place car, the Modina Motorsports car, Jamie Fluke, that car has, we've cycled through, and it has one more pit stop to its name, so it's made an additional pit stop at some point along the way as well. So I wonder that's got to be part of the strategical game. Those two cars have got a little bit out of kilter on strategy. I suppose that makes it a little bit easier for us to follow, Justin, for those, given that it's it's very Audi dominated at the front. At least we know that we've not got to throw in the extra variable of the differences in the cars, whereas as referring to fuel mileage and tyre usage, etc.
Thing is, though, any simple moment can put these cars back in a discussion point, especially since they're still trying to keep their strategy together. They're running their own race is the main thing I'm trying to say here. It's not over, to say the least, on them sticking P7, they stay in P7. No. It gets back to the attrition point. Trouble happens at any point of the race, they can end up getting lucky. Should note, though, that some of the Ferraris are getting towards their hit window laps, I believe. In fact, these upcoming times by, including this one we see here, they're approaching 28 laps. Atlas Racing Team with Mirshawn Natashik did come down this past lap. Or Atlantis, I should rather say.
Yep, Atlantis Racing Team, the championship leader in the pits. The very jazzy pink gloves there as well, and the blue lighting, the mood lighting there aboard the Ferrari. Out of pit lane they go. Miroslav Stalic on board that machine.
For whatever reason, I just keep reading that name as Atlas. But it's one organization with this driver in particular, which runs in MX-5s, which runs in various different types of series, that's been trying to raise itself to a high profile to where you don't mix it up, like if you're myself. They've actually had a pretty solid day, though, when you put things all considered. They did get the blinky lights, however, because that car just so happened to nearly come out right across the nose of that Porsche Cup car.
And that's the Team Lorient car. That's from the Porsche Lorient in France, a dealer team, racing team. And they're currently fourth in class. But a couple of incidents throughout the day, which have made their day a little bit more difficult, but still lapping away quite happily in that machine. So for Atlantis Racing Team, they've got a bit of work to do. They are running a little bit behind time, just 2 laps behind the leader right now, so they could do with gaining a couple of places before the end of the race. But they've got 4 hours to do that, and I'm sure, as long as I have sideburns on my face, Justin, I'm sure that this order is going to shuffle quite a bit over the next 4 hours.
Wait, you have sideburns on your face?
I do.
Since when?
Oh, always. Have you never seen my sideburns, Austin? Justin, sorry.
They didn't look like sideburns to me when I looked at pictures of you.
Ah, well, I do. They're full on at the moment. They're pretty wild as well. They're lockdown sideburns at the moment. They're kind of halfway between Jackie Stewart and Emerson Fittipaldi. I'm very proud of them.
I'm not gonna lie, probably have the same type of appearance right now. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
We've been in our captivity for the for most of the year. Well, and of course, now in you're in Ontario, aren't you, Justin? Is where you are? Does it get pretty chilly through the winter time?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It can get very cold, but Where I'm at specifically in terms of the country, it's actually part of the most southern point of the country. It doesn't get as bad compared to, say, Toronto, which gets pummeled by snow each year. So it can get chilly there. It hasn't been getting chilly, though, surprisingly, though, still with this track. It still stayed at 77 track temperature. There's a chance it doesn't even cool down lower than even 74 degrees at this rate by the checker flag, which may throw a couple variables into this race to where some drivers may not expect it to be this bombing for so long, even though it's Florida.
Yeah, that's still pretty impressive for it still to have that high a track temperature at this stage. I was you'll like this one, Justin. I was commentating at my local track here in Scotland over the last few weeks on various racing, both motorcycles and rallycross, and also some sidecar racing as well, which is very cool. And there was one day where the highest the track temperature got was 6 degrees Celsius.
Wait, 6?
6.
That sounds like there was no grip at all on the racetrack.
You'd be surprised. I mean, the one thing is that that's kind of normal. So we're sort of ready for it. The track was wet, but it did dry up. I think we might have just about got into the 7s, but but then we can see it as high as 30 as well. So it's but that's of course in the middle of the summer. But the commentary box, of course, is surrounded by windows, of course, so you can see the action on the track. And it turns in the summer, it turns into more of a greenhouse, actually. So actually, when the track temperature's like that, not so nice for the riders on the motorcycles, but a little bit more comfortable for us in the commentary box.
Mm-hmm. I do have family, I should note, in Florida where the cooler temperatures you'll see, say, in Canada, they call that a very, very cool winter day. Like, it can get hot as sometimes 81 degrees Fahrenheit can be a hot time temperature from where I'm at locally. That's a very cool temp without the humidity factored in. Humidity's actually not as bad as it can get in real life, especially during the summertime in this state. But here's the interesting thing, though. T3 Esports Beta may be in a state of, deflation. They're about to lose a lap.
Yep, that is not good news at all. So here is the leading car, the 76 duo by SimRC, Cedric Bolin. And I tell you what, Justin, this stint from Cedric has been, it's what we could describe as a mega stint in both in length but also in time gained. This has been a pivotal point of the race for this car.
He's done a masterclass in this machine, and I think drivers have to take note of this for next year especially. He may be someone they have to think about at the pro level if he goes that route as well for the sim side. He's outperformed a lot of great drivers, mind you, including Jamie Fluke, in my opinion, where it's been a little bit time gained here and there still for Fluke in this run where he's been picking it up in the cleaner traffic. But Cedric has nailed this from the get-go, ever since he took over the car from Hayden Burns at lap 175. He's already nearly 70-plus laps in, and he's making it look very easy on a very bold strategy call here where he's been one of the fastest cars on the racetrack consistently in cleaner space, when in most cases, even faster in some cases than Fluke.
Well, while he's on the charge, why don't we ride on board with the number 76, the leading car overall, the duo by SimRC of Audi of Cedric Bolin. Let's go on board of this amazing 5.2 litre V10 monster. The same engine it shares with the Lamborghini Huracan, no less. So let's see. Your Cedric Bolin will take you on a couple of laps of the Sebring International Raceway, and once we come back out of that onboard shot, we will introduce our very own Dylan Coyle and also David Haynes as well. We'll be right back with audio for you soon, but listen to this sweet music of this Audi V10. Enjoy.
Although we welcome everyone to enjoy these racing events, safety is paramount. Please note the safety zones. Let one of our officials know if you have any questions or concerns. Thank you.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, where we are getting into the business end of this motor race, but into the final third now. And who is going to take this overall win? Is it going to be Modina Motorsports, or is it going to be Duo by Sim RC? It's too close to call at the moment. And joining me, I can reintroduce my fellow ice cream loving buddy over in the land down under, David Haynes, and also the second most famous man from Philadelphia, Dylan Coyle. Dylan, how are you?
I'm doing very well. I'd like to know who the most famous man in Philadelphia is, however.
Well,
Rocky.
The man that makes the cheese.
I love it. Rocky is our most famous athlete, and he is a fictional character. But yes, hello. I am happy to join you guys or take over. And I know that David and I... Oh, David, are you ready for an absolute banger of the next couple hours?
Was born ready. I'm excited to be alongside you, excited to cover the remainder of this race. And, well, we're watching the leader on pit lane. There was just a driver swap there, I believe. Cedric Boland out. No? Well, Jamie Fluke in, I think, there.
Yes, that is Fluke currently in the car coming out of pit lane in that Audi. Yeah, so we've had a lot of
Fluke
racing.
Stayed in.
Oh, okay. Well, we seen that happen, but yes, we've got some great racing left for you all watching. And Peter, Justin, what were the highlights for you as you've been covering the last 3 or so hours?
Well, I think it's been manifold, really. I mean, I think that the strategical battle, it looked like Modina Motorsports were running away with it in the 16 car, and then the Duo guys have just played the strategical game really well, and they're now in the lead. We've seen a great battle emerging between Milner Motorsport and Duo by Sim RC in the 911 Cup class. But the big story is Duo by Sim RC are in a position where they could win all 4 classes. So as I bid you guys goodbye, keep an eye on that one, because that could be pretty historic.
That would be extremely impressive, and obviously with this being the final race in the 12H series. Obviously, we had races earlier. One at Barcelona, the opener was at Spa. All of them 12 hours in length, following the same point allocation that happens in the 24H series, which is if a class has under 6 cars, first gets 18 points. If it's 6 to 10, you get 19. If it's over 10, it's 20 points, and obviously the differences are there. Currently coming into this race, the GT3 class leader, Atlantis Racing Team GT3, and the Porsche 991, the leader Duo by Sim RC. Pretty clear right there, and GT4 class, again, another small group of cars. It's Duo, obviously, by Sim RC. And in the TCR class, the touring cars, Duo by Sim RC again. So, what does that sound like? A Duo is pretty much dominating everything except for the GT3 class in the standings.
Yeah, and that's super close right now. We saw pit stop for Modina Motorsports. Jamie Fluke stayed in. They took fuel. They took tyres. He's got a bit of traffic to deal with too as he puts the power down out of the hairpin. He's got to get around another GT3 car as well as a little bit of other traffic, but it's only 19 seconds now between Duvo by Sim RC GT3 and Modina Motorsports. I think both of them cycled back onto the same strategy, wherein they've got to stop around about the top of the hour between now and the end.
Now, will you be part of... David, I'm interested, just breaking the fourth wall for a moment. When it comes to the commentary booth, will you be... how long will you be here? Because I'll only be here for 2 hours, while Justin, I believe, has another broadcast to attend to. It's a bit shuffled around today.
I'm not sure. We're a bit of a hot seat, of course, in the race spot coverage here for the virtual 24-hour series. It was a pretty steady lineup of us for the first 6 hours, but I think I've got at least another hour left in me after being here for the first 6 hours of the broadcast. And we'll see exactly how we go from there. But certainly, I think the driver lineups out on track are a little more... somehow, a little more set in stone than maybe even the commentary lineup is.
Yeah, you are absolutely right about that. But we are happy to bring you all of this coverage. Obviously, the third and final of these 3 events. And whenever you go to Sebring, you have some of the best racing with the best scenery, the best atmosphere. When in the actual Florida sun, with if there's fans ever allowed at races again, and in the world, you're going to see some awesome coverage from that kind of atmosphere-based things. A great sunset, as you say, David. And Sebring is seriously one of the best backdrops for a finale over any series. I'm glad it's happening here.
And I'll tell you what, I'll let everyone in on a little secret. We've got some fireworks booked for when the leader crosses the checkered flag. Those will go up over the circuit. That's a feature that iRacing added to a handful of circuits where you can finish under darkness on the ovals and on Sebring and Daytona Road Course. And the winner gets a little fireworks display.
The fireworks are gorgeous in the nighttime whenever you're seeing some fireworks. I'm always questioning why some people, some organizations like to show fireworks during the daytime. Sometimes I've seen that. I don't understand it. You can't see it.
Well, yes. Well, it's fireworks during the daytime really does not make any sense. But there are some other races like Daytona and I think Spa 24 Hours, though I didn't really catch a lot of the coverage of that this year, where they have some sort of partway fireworks. During the night, but before the end of the race. Not sure about that one, but definitely at the end of the race here, because the Spa, the 12 hours we're doing here of Spa, it's one of those races an endurance race that does finish at night. Of course, most 24-hour races start in the day, race through the night, and then finish in the day again. The Bathurst 12-hour, because everything has to be backwards and upside down, down under, starts at night,
of course,
and then finishes during the day, which is a little bizarre, but as a fan, difficult for the trackside spectators, but actually really great to set your alarm for 4:50 a.m. in the morning or something, pack up the barbecue, set it up beside the track, and be cooking up breakfast as the race starts, and then you get to enjoy a whole day of the racing action. So yeah, different times of day for different races, different reasons and times for firework displays, but I think for 12 hours at Sebring it makes a lot of sense. We had the first half of this race during the day and into the afternoon. Now we're racing in the dark to a finish around about 10-11 p.m. local time in session, and that is a great time to have some fireworks and celebrate some winners across 4 classes.
Well, there's nothing we love to do more in America than have something end at night where the celebrations can continue to the time that the Bathurst races will be starting in the wee hours of the morning. But what we can do now with 3 hours 45 minutes left is go a little bit of a rundown in who is where. You got Duo by SimRC. Obviously, they are the leaders pretty much almost everywhere right now, but Hayden Burns and Cedric Bellin are in the 76 car there, and they're leading by 18 and a half or so seconds over your favorite Jamie Fluke.
Did I ever say my favourite Jamie Fluke? No, my favourite in that car is definitely Australian from Australia, Hayden Burns.
Yeah, but who's your favorite Jamie Fluke? There's only one Jamie Fluke. We were supposed to take that was a poor handoff. I'll be honest, right there. There's a fumble. I don't know what it's called in rugby, but definitely something right there.
It's not quite a hospital pass.
Aussie
that's a that's a technical term. You hand the ball off to someone who's immediately about to get clobbered.
Yes. A hospital pass. It's definitely
nothing wrong with Jamie Fluke. We spoke with him in the first half of the broadcast. He was very generous with his time. Seemed like a very great guy. No one's ever going to say that Jamie Fluke isn't a quick driver either, with more than 8,000 iRating and a iRacing Pro license black stripe to his name as a World Championship competitor as well. And I do believe in several disciplines. I think he also raced in the iRacing Grand Prix series in previous years as well. So all sorts of disciplines, all sorts of cars. He's a very talented and speedy competitor, as well as being generous enough with his time with us on the broadcast.
Oh, of course, and it's always nice to have someone who is friendly with us, because we know that the commentators, it always...
bit of miscommunication there in the traffic there. Tried to go one side of the 991 class car. They went the other way, and flash of the headlights, Jamie Fluke. Not entirely happy. Was that the... well, there's only 4 cars to pick from in that class, so I'm a 25% chance of being correct here, but I'm pretty sure that was the Porsche Lorient car. It's the one that's the mainly white livery. The class leading car is the one right in front here from Modina Motorsports in blue and black with the H&R Springs scheme.
Yeah, that's the Porsche Lorient car that obviously was involved in that fun little incident right there. But everyone lives to tell the tale. It's a dangerous track there's a lot of places where you can make moves, but the lead up to that move can end up in a catastrophe almost the entire way through. But Fluke is through, has some more traffic to get by the Ferry Monster Esport gray car. That will be a fun car to get by. Ooh! We're talking about that. It's Fluke is flying, but he's also putting himself in major difficulty. I wonder if he's a little frustrated with the Porsche Lorient car, and maybe is taking his frustration a little bit out on the rubber.
Well, it really cost him quite a bit of time on that previous lap, where your leader did a 2-minute 1.4. Jamie Fluke managed a 2-minute 3.6 because of the time he lost in the traffic. He couldn't carry speed on the way to Tower through the sequence of corners that lead into there.
Yeah, and right now he has a good amount of free, clear air, and I think he'll be pretty much okay for a little bit here.
Of the lap times though, third place in class, Red Camel Esports, Luke Broiker's currently the fastest car out there, because he managed a 2:01.2 that lap just gone. Now he managed a 2:01.8, but third place Red Camel Esports aren't doing so bad for themselves either, and they are one of just the 3 cars on the lead lap. So that is an effort from Red Camel Esports with no safety car intervention, nothing else like that, just pure flat out racing for hours and hours and hours on end. Red Camel Esports, one of just 3 cars that have stayed on the lead lap.
Yeah, and Red Camel Esports, now they're a team that not necessarily the fastest throughout this entire 3 races. I actually don't know. I don't believe they were in any of the races so far in the GT3 series. So might be their first appearance here. It appears that it is. So great job with Red Camel. You know, in a 3-race championship, David, there's not too many times that you can see teams really fighting for a championship, because it's more about the individual races themselves, if that makes any sense.
Right, you can't afford to have a bad race in a championship that's just 3 races. There just simply isn't time to make up for it. You know, you're averaging a very small amount of numbers. Every result has got to count, has got to add. But as far as be it a one-off appearance, or you just view this race on its own under a microscope, this is a good performance from the 98. Earlier on in the race, there was a lot of other teams that looked like they could have been the 3rd team on the podium. It never really looked like the win was between anyone but Duvo by SimRC and Modina Motorsports. It really looked like it was, a duel of just those 2 for the win. But then there was a handful of other teams that were in contention for 3rd place. And Red Camel, I think, just been a little more consistent, have done some interesting things with their strategy, where one stop it really looked like they maybe only took 2 tyres. Either they only took 2 tyres or they did a triple stint. Whatever it was, they've been kind enough to their also being pretty quick, and that is, those things together has seen them solidly into 3rd place, when it could have been T3 Esports, it could have been Race Union, it could have been Simza. but they've all fallen back or fallen to the wayside as this race has gone on, and Red Camel Esports have shown that they've got the speed.
So we keep moving down the order out of the podium. I do want to talk about T3 Esports Beta. Now this is an interesting battle because T3 Esports Beta in the 71 vehicle down 3 points in that 3-race championship to the Atlantis Racing team GT3. That team, the GT3 variant instead of just Atlantis Racing team, so we're talking about the number 30 car in GT3, they're currently in 8th place, with T3 Esports Beta in 4th. Per the rules, with there being over 10 cars in this class, basically the 24H series gives for 4th 16 points, and for 8th 11 points. So that's a 5-point gain. That is a swing that goes into T3 Esports Beta, their favor, and will put them up by the end of this race 2 points and the champions of the GT3 class. So that is something to keep in mind, keep on the lookout as we go through the final 3.5 or so hours to see kind of where that ends up. Right now, T3 Esports Beta, the first car a lap down. The Atlantis Racing Team GT3 is the last car 2 laps down, and they have a nice barrier between them and their sister team in the 27 car of 2 laps. Atlantis Racing Team, they're going to have to gain some positions, obviously, or hope that some issues go to T3 Esports Beta. And David, looking at the intervals between everybody, the interval between Race Union 12H in 5th spot, the 87 car, and the 71 of T3 Esports Beta, that's currently sat at 26 seconds, and that's 6th place car. It's Simza Esports GT3, the 66, currently battling with the Race Union car 6 seconds apart. And the Atlantis Racing Team GT3 has a 53-second disadvantage to 7th. So right now, as things stand, and obviously there's still a lot of time left, David, but T3 Esports Beta would win this 3-race championship on 2 points.
That's definitely something to keep them motivated as they race through the night here at Sebring. Like I mentioned, sort of between 3rd and 10th, it was just all so close in the opening hour or 2 of this race, and you know, it's still no room for a mistake from T3 or Race Union or Simza, as those 3 between 4th, 5th and 6th are only, you know, a couple corners apart there, everyone on new tyres at this point in the race as well. So we'll flick down to 5th place, talk about Race Union 12 Hour, Marvin Otterback and Florian Bowden. Only 2 drivers we've seen so far from this car. Makes them one of the thinner driver lineups, but neither driver has embarrassed themselves, so maybe it's better to have, you know, 2 solid, reliable, dependable drivers than to, you know, spread yourself too thin or to try and pin your hopes on just one hero driver.
Right, and if we're looking at where that team finished in previous races, now it does not seem like they raced at Barcelona. They did partake in the 12H 12-hour race at Spa. They finished 9th, so a very nice run for Race Union in 12H right now in the 87 car. Like we said, they are quite a way back from T3 Esports Beta for that 4th. However,
what's going on there?
Esports, a lot of blinking.
Someone's gone around. Yeah, a lot of flashing headlights. I didn't quite catch that. I wasn't paying attention. Is that
the 9? Yep, it's 991. Lorient. So that car is leading to a bit of difficulties for everybody right now. Watch the replay.
Well, I won't cast judgment too early because we've pulled up a replay. It's the onboard from Lorient. I can't see anything other than they went in too deep, got on the marbles and tried to carry a bit too much speed. By the time they were braking and turning into the corner, the GT3 was fully alongside, in fact ahead, so...
I wonder why he was flashing though, because there was no contact. And in fact, I mean, if we really want to go tit for tat here. I mean, you don't want to be battling alongside a car in a higher class, but everything's good. No damage, just went off track, lost a couple seconds there. But as we come back to the Race Union 12H car, so 5th place would be a season best, and I keep saying season. We've got to come up with a better word for that, David, because it's 3 races. You know, I wouldn't call it a season. How about we just call it a championship? You think that's
right?
Better?
To be a season, you've got to have at least 8 episodes.
Oh, of course, or 8 to be a series. And do they call it series in Australia? Because I know in England and the UK they obviously do.
I don't know. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters greatly. You could just say, you know, in virtual 24-hour series competition this year, or there's all kinds of ways you can go about it.
As our producer and man who does everything on the earth that he possibly can do when it comes to the Race Spot team, Hugo Louise, he says, the showdown? I like that. I really love that term. What do you think, David? David.
I mean, this is the clincher. You could call it the...
Well, I'm talking about the entire
showdown.
Series. It's the showdown. It's the 24H showdown. We're not authorized to officially name it, but I think that's the unofficial name we'll go through for at least the next little bit. But as we keep going down the order, SERIES Esports GT3, just we're talking about them, 6 seconds behind Race Union 12H, and they're going around that final portion, final turn on the circuit. Before they go back onto the finish line. That sunset bend, I'll tell you what, it's one of the most challenging turns, if not the most challenging turn on the track, just because it's so wide. The radius of the turn, I guess there's multiple parts of the turn. It can change any given second. I mean, you basically have to change the rotation of the wheel to the right 3 separate times. It's that difficult, especially that last tight part of the bend before you get back onto the start-finish straight. But things are looking pretty good for SERIES Esports if they're trying to catch up to Race Union 12H. And David, I must say, SERIES Esports, they're a team that we obviously see throughout all of the endurance racing specter in iRacing, and they're not disappointing at all in this race. However, you'd almost expect to see them a little higher up than 6th.
And they've definitely run higher up than 6th in this race earlier, but I just feel like maybe it was their pace on the second stint of the tyres that didn't work how they would have hoped, or their fuel saving was very aggressive early as well, because they were trying to make sure that they weren't exposed to needing a splash and dash of fuel at the end. That is still a risk for Red Camel, for T3 Esports, and for Race Union, and definitely for Ferry Monster in 7th behind as well. So we'll see in 3 and some hours time if that's a long game where SERIES have made the right strategy call. But to your point as well, SERIES are, of course, incredibly prolific across all sorts of iRacing competition, so this should be right in their wheelhouse. And in saying that, maybe 6th is not quite where we would have otherwise expected to have seen them. But
yeah, they
you
had
know,
a top
it's a busy
5,
weekend for everyone as well.
finish. Yeah, right. They had a 5th finish at Barcelona in the 12-hour race there, so this would be a showdown low, even though it's only one position, and it's not like it's a bad position either. You just almost expect to see SERIES with the quality of that team to be competing a little bit more when it comes to the end of each race. But 6th place in this series, it's pretty solid nonetheless. I know one thing, David, if I was behind the wheel of that car, we would not make it out of the 6th lap. I love whenever I invoke your name, you're just gone.
Sorry. I think what it's best to do is just move on to 7th place then. where Ferry Monster Esports exists. Hub Etterman driving at the moment in this 3-car lineup with team namesake Robin Monster and Lorenzo Van Riet. And this is what I love for the Ferraris, is this is our highest running Ferrari at the moment, but also just the awesome lights that they've got. A purple interior, it's yellow above the door, that can be custom set for the different teams, whatever colour they want. Do they want purple, do they want red, do they want blue, yellow for the light strip. Is it the case that the GT3 only has lights above the door and the GTE has lights on the mirrors as well? I thought both of the Ferraris also had lights on the mirrors, but I'm not seeing it for this GT3 car.
Yeah, I don't think from my perspective and what we're getting right there in the live shots, I don't see any lights on the Ferrari, but that's okay. It's still a spectacular looking car. If we're talking about an all-around car, like a one in a GT3 setting, obviously you want to go with the Ferrari. And yeah, so Ferry Monster Esport Red, they have a very successful TCR team in the touring car class. However, that's not necessarily the same in the GT3 class. Now, they did go into one race. They entered into the 12-hour Spa race. 195 laps down, completed 106 laps, and although they were not the bottom GT3 team, there were quite a few below them. They did disconnect, didn't get any points, obviously, from that. So this is their second appearance, and this position they're currently in 7th. It's pretty solid.
Well, yes, it's a good result. They are almost a minute ahead of 8th place at the moment, so I'd say that's a relatively solid grasp on the position as well.
Yeah, 100%. And I wonder, I'm interested once we go through the order, once we get to the touring cars, once we get to GT4, the Porsche Cup cars, just interested to see how all of them perform. So, you know, obviously we see so many different types of endurance racing in different classes, different types of racing when it comes to sports cars, but there's not often a mixture of these four classes on track at any one time. Obviously, with the addition of the LMP2 cars now, we have an LMP2 class. We have the GT3, sometimes GTE as well, and that's always that's like your normal bowl, your normal dish of spaghetti and meatballs, you know. But if you want to add a little bit of Parmesan cheese, you add some TCR cars, some Cup class cars, and just it changes the dynamic of going through traffic, because unlike an LMP2 versus a GT car, you're coming up to traffic at incredible speeds with the hybrids, with the prototypes. You're not exactly doing that even to the TCR cars here. That's just kind of how it goes. That's kind of how it works here with the 24H E-Series, and really enjoying seeing all of that competition. I'll tell you what, though, Ferry Monster Esport Red has a lot of traffic right in front. It looks like Jamie Fluke is going through some of the traffic as well. He's a couple laps in front of Etterman in the Ferry Monster Esport Red car, but Etterman's making his way through his sister team in the Ferry Monster Esports Gray. Look at that. So no battling there, but everything is looking pretty smooth. You do get a very nice view of Jamie Fluke trying to get by the I believe the GT4 class car in the Modina Motorsports Sim Racing Blue. Currently P2 in that class.
I think that's your 991 class leader. That's got a really tall rear wing on it. It's but a narrower track and no fender flares. That's certainly a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, and as we get closer, you'll definitely see that that's the case as well. One of the things I noticed earlier in the broadcast is the different shade of blue on the 991 class car versus the GT4 for Modina Motorsports there. It's a darker colour for their leading 991 class car.
You know, it always
No, not leading. Second class.
yes, Duo obviously is in the lead of that.
Until Duvo have to pit in like 1 or 2 laps.
Exactly.
Forgive me.
No, I will not forgive you. I do expect you, though, to help out when it comes to keeping track of pit strategies. That's something I always fail to do when I am not looking in the pits and following along with that strategy. You know what frustrates me, though, David? The fact that it's the Porsche 911 Cup, but it's a 991 car. It's just so frustrating when you're trying to say it, and it's 911 Cup. That works so perfectly. But with a 991, it doesn't roll off the tongue as well. But you know what does roll off the tongue very well? Atlantis. And that's who we're following along with right now, Atlantis Racing Team GT3. Remember, they currently would be losing the championship from which they started out the race, the 12 hours, in the lead of 3 points up over T3 Esports Beta. However, with the position they're in, they'd only be gaining 11 points compared to T3 Esports Beta's 16, excuse me. Meaning that it's a 5-point swing, 2 points down Atlantis Racing Team GT3 would be in. So they got to get on their horse very quickly, get moving here.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the Audi teams here at Sebring just absolutely locked out the front 3 rows of the grid, I think it was. Ferraris have, not been bad in race pace-wise, but for one that pace, it seems like you've absolutely wanted to be in an Audi. At least at Sebring today, it seems like that was the stronger car, which really shouldn't be the case in a balance of performance class, but it does just kind of work like that sometimes. The cars can be equal inverted commas, and one track or another might just favour the minute little characteristics of a particular car.
Yeah, isn't that how it always works, though? That's why balance of performance is always, this is a little bit dangerous. You have 3 classes of cars, looks like all trying to make their way by, and that could have been a 3 wide. A little bit of confusion there is going down into, I believe, Sunset Bend, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, will be quite simple. But I digress. Yeah, so balance of performance. It can be such an odd thing for a lot of GT3 leagues in the world of motorsport, because one car might get an extra ballast put into the car the next race if they perform well, which then hurts their chances the next race. It's always you gotta juggle it around. I don't envy the ones in charge of those organizations that have to make those decisions, but like you were saying, some cars might have some minute differences that put them ahead. Now, going back to this team, Atlantis Racing Team GT3, in the number 30 car, they have 2 podiums. At Barcelona, they finished at the 3rd spot of the podium, and in Spa, they finished 2 laps down in 2nd, just in front of T3 Esports Beta. So they've actually finished in front of Esports Beta by 1 position, both races so far. This is a scenario Atlantis Racing Team does not want to find themselves in, because obviously it's not a championship winning one, and as you see that glow of the side windows on that Ferrari go by, it's not a good performance based off the team's earlier 2, David.
Yeah, you want to be making progress forwards. That's sort of always your goal. If they'd started, if you inverted the results and you started with an 8th place and then improved from there, you feel a lot better about that than getting exactly the same results but in the opposite order. So I don't think they're going to quite look at themselves and go, what went wrong? Because there hasn't been any huge incidents that I recall for this car. They just haven't had the same pace as a lot of the Audi teams, regrettably. Not for a shortage of talent as well either, because right now driving it's Jakob Whittaker, who's about 5,000 I rating. I've previously raced against Arcadius Neumann, and I don't think I ever beat him in any championship or race as well. So he stacks up tidily along with the rest of them as well. It just
your team. Tell us your team again.
No.
I did not.
Broadcast is not about me.
David, it's always about you when you're in the commentary booth. I make it about you because you're a special guy. You're a special guy, David. I can't lie.
Thank you. Next car in class in 9th place, the Sister Atlantis Racing Team, number 27, Miroslav Nastalchik.
That's
at the moment.
That's impressive.
Oliviak and Markovits as his teammates.
That's impressive. Very, very nice with the pronunciation there, David. But yes,
I've had a couple hours head start on you.
You've had a little head start on me. But yes, the 27 car right here. A further 2 laps off the pace of the sister Atlantis racing car. And yeah, so this team, it's going to be a boring race for the remainder of it for them. 2 laps off the pace of 8th place and 4 laps ahead of the next car in class. And what's been going on with this team? Has it just been, again, the pace we're talking about here, David?
I think so. This one might have had a little more damage. Again, now that it's dark at Sebring, damage to, for example, the side of the car in front of the rear wheels, around the wheel arches or on the nose is harder to spot. If the headlights get knocked or tail lights get knocked out of place, then that's an easy spot. But dark as it is now, I can't quite tell if there is the damage. I thought there might have been, at least on the nose of this car. You can see from the number board behind the left wheel a little bit of damage there, and while that probably doesn't affect him through the corners, it's the kind of thing that just takes 1, 2, 3 kilometers an hour away from your top speed, makes it harder for you to pass traffic, makes it harder for you to battle in your own class. And then what might be critical in the final couple hours of this race is it takes away from your fuel economy as well. So there's a few teams that are ahead of the fuel game, ahead of the strategy, and there's a few that are maybe either resigned to their fate or desperately trying to avoid needing a splash and dash in the closing 10 or 15 minutes of this race.
Yeah, and if we're looking back at what this team has done in previous races, 6th at Barcelona and an 11th place at Spa. So this is definitely a kind of a middling performance for them, but they got 9th place as long as there's no mistakes, because you can't gain 4 laps on pace in 3 hours unless you're an incredibly talented driver and you find 10ths every lap. But yeah, so that is the 9th place team in GT3 class. And if we go a few overall positions down, we find in overall position number 12 the Viper Niza E-Racing 56 team, right in front of the other sister Viper team well, it says Viper Niza E-Racing 63, but their car is 21. We'll get to them in a bit. But yeah, both Vipers currently in 10th and 11th in class, and in 12th and 13th overall, David. How have they been performing? Is it just, again, I don't think pace gets them here. I think some damage repairs, as you see that rear wing has had a lot of damage that won't be repaired for the remainder of this race. Not sure if it's going to help, though, when it comes to the lessening of drag, which could happen with a lessened rear wing.
You don't need a particularly great understanding of aerodynamics to understand that the airfoil shape should probably be a little more consistent across the plane of the rear wing, and also you don't need a photographic memory to know that that's not how it started the race either. Of the 3 Viper Niza E-Racing cars, though, there's some bragging rights for the 56, because they are about a lap and a little bit ahead of their sister 63/17, and then also quite a handful more from the 65-17, which is retired now, it seems, at this point in the race, or has been on pit lane for about 20 minutes. Whether we see them again is a little mystery. So we were joking earlier when the Audis looked like they were running away with the race that we were going to, declare a Ferrari Cup for the best placed Ferrari. Now, we have no authority to do that. It's a little tongue-in-cheek, but you can say to yourself, well, there were several other teams in Ferraris. We beat all of them. We lost to some of the Audis. We can't be too disappointed with our effort. I think a similar thing can be said here when you've got 3 Viper Niza iRacing cars is, the 56 is currently leading the Viper Niza iRacing Cup against 2 other cars. It's an unofficial title.
We can say that. I think there's a trophy, maybe of tinfoil, that goes into that. But we see the Viper Niza iRacing 63-21 team. David, this has got to be so confusing for people who are hearing us talk about the 21 car, but they see iRacing 63. Thankfully, they're both on the screen at once. But yeah, so they are currently losing, and they have a podium spot, as all 3 of them do, in that Viper Niza iRacing Cup.
Not a great time to be.
Oh no! Yeah. Okay, well, you know what? Sometimes we have a broadcast curse. Don't back up, please. Thank you. Okay, well, we'll watch a replay there, but we watched it live. It's one of those funny things you get when you're watching live.
Well, it's dark at Sebring. They hopped a little bit too much of the curb, didn't they? It has to be said that spotting your apex and point is one of the things that becomes a lot more challenging in the dark, and the timing was a little off there. The GT3 car is low to the ground and doesn't like driving across the grass and the curb like that, and it's been at quite low speed, as we just saw. Driving at the moment is Gilbert Ang, and there are several Angs for Viper Niza iRacing. The car in front is Dominic Ang at the moment, and if I got a bit closer with the TCR car, there's been a few others whose names don't immediately come to me there, but that is your car currently 11th in class, currently 13th overall, and if they merged it with the sister car, the front end from the other car and the rear wing from this one, be all clean.
David, you should be the engineer for that team. I'm sure that you would have a lot of unique ways, unique solutions to these problems that teams are having out here. As you see the blinkers coming on, letting some of the slower class drivers know, hey, in the GT4 Marcel Fassbender, that, hey, even though you're in the lead of this class, you're a much slower car than me. Get out of the way when I come down the start-finish straight. And one more team in the GT3 class that is currently active and running. We'll go down the list of the inactive ones in a bit. But DMC by HP SR Blue, 12 laps down, did not qualify in the race. One of the only cars not to do that. The one of 2, actually, the only one of the GT3 class to start here to not have a qualifying time. Not sure if that was just a time that was just eliminated. I'm not sure if you saw qualifying and what happened with that, but currently 14th overall and 14th overall and 12th in the GT3 class. And it's not pace at this point. It's probably earlier damage that has been repaired. But yeah, David, what happened to this team?
Well, I'll start at the start. We didn't broadcast qualifying from today's race, but it was conducted in the way that qualifying is normally conducted for both the virtual 24-hour series and the 24-hour series esports, where it's broken up into, it's about an hour 5-minute session broken up by classes, and the classes go out with about 10-15 minutes each in reverse order. So it was TCR session first, and then their checkered flag came out, and GT4 cars had a time at all of them, other than the 991 class, and then GT3 after that. So GT3 qualifying was, right before race start. And it wasn't, a 2-lap qualifying or, a 1-lap shootout or anything. It was a 10 or 15 minute or so open session. So I can't tell you exactly why DMC by HPSR Blue wouldn't have had a qualifying time. But in the race, I don't think they've done anything to embarrass themselves. There's just been, a bit of damage on the car and all that together. So they're 12th in class, they're running.
That's all you can ask sometimes.
Yeah, and there's no huge damage on this car, honestly, on any corner. It's just that each corner has its own unique little twist on the Ferrari 488 GT3. Again, and this seems to be one of the points of the damage model or something that a few of the Ferraris have is around the front wheel wells. You can see that's pushed in a little bit and behind the front wheels. And very, very well known in the field of aerodynamics is that an exposed wheel causes a lot of drag and turbulence. You don't go faster from having the two front wheels a little exposed to the open airflow. So that probably hasn't helped their fuel economy, probably hasn't helped their front downforce. And they might be missing the rear glass over the engine compartment, or in the night at that particular angle we were looking, it might have been no reflections or something.
Yeah, I'm looking too. I'm not sure. I think it's a reflection-based thing. Looking at all the cameras I have on my side here, it looks like it's just a camera-based thing, and they are fine. So that's all the active runners in the GT3 class. For the inactive runners, the Viper Niza E-Racing 65 team, but number 17. Because that, again, Viper, what are you doing here? But nonetheless, that team is out of the race, currently 70 laps down. BRS Satellite Racing, 67 car, 138 laps down. 78 Lestrip Racing team, as we see a good battle here. We'll get to that in one moment with my words. But Lestrip Racing team, 78, 140 laps down. RSR by Abruzzi, 169 laps down. Modina Motorsports 2 is 225 laps down last overall. So we see this fantastic battle right here between Race Union 12H and SERIES Esports GT3, and we were talking about them a little earlier. It looks like Simza has caught up to the back of Race Union, but you have to figure, David, pit stops are going to be coming soon.
I mean, the GT3 cars kind of work a little bit like clockwork, and that's not just an ad from, Audi Sport and Ferrari Customer Racing, but to say that the pit stops and fuel windows really are so close to the 60 minutes that they kind of fall around about the top of the hour every single time. So as I look at Race Union and Simza, Race Union pitted 27 laps ago, Simza 24 laps ago, so probably the first of these two to come onto the lane will be Race Union, but they're going to, as they have to work their way around their teammate car in the Race Union Cup 12 hour, they'll get that sort of new tyre undercut for a couple laps potentially, but they want to be wary with 3 hours to go about pitting too early before the round number top of the hours to go, because if they run out of fuel with 1 or 2 laps to go or get forced into a splash and dash, that is going to be oh so painful when you can tell that they're so close in a battle against someone like Simza here.
I mean, you can pretty much go near an hour, and I think they'll be fine. They just, again, like you said, have to plan it out. I mean, you're close to having to go full tank all the way here, but how many laps do you feel like both of these teams will have to go? It's like you just mentioned, Race Union, they are currently on a 27-lap stint with SERIES Esports GT3 on a 24-lap stint. How much more can they go?
I haven't been completely jotting down the notebook here.
I depended on you. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
There was a little bit of problems with the traffic through the race
dicey.
union. They sorted out against the Lipet car eventually, but certainly no one's doing 30 laps to a stint. To see them do 28 or 29 be a bit of a stretch from race union. I would say 50-50 chance race union pit at the end of this lap. I'm going to say 80% chance.
It looks like it. They are. They're diving down into pit lane at the end of a 27-lap stint. So completing 28 laps there, give or take, that is at least what the Audis can do. And the race union is another Audi, or Simza, that is another Audi. So we're talking about the Ferrari Cup. You were just mentioning. It is crazy that the top 6 in the GT3 class are all the Audis, and everyone else is in that Ferrari in the GT3 class. That's just how it kind of seems to work out here in terms of that one car. But if you're the top Ferrari team, I know you were mentioning it as a bit of a tongue-in-cheek joke, but it's still a big thing. If you can be the leading Ferrari, and actually the leading Ferrari, it looks like they're within 16 seconds of each other. Atlantis Racing Team GT3 and Ferry Monster Esport Red. So that's something to look out for. And I'm actually trying to just check.
Ferry pitted 4 laps ago. Atlantis owed a pit stop still.
Right.
But then that means Ferry Monster Esports in the number 20 are definitely going to fall short of the top of the hour and need a splash and dash. That is touch and go, definitely, between the 30 and the 20 for the coveted, highly prized, definitely a real category Ferrari Cup.
We made it. I mean, hey, everything is real if you believe it, and I believe that it is factual that the Ferrari Cup exists in the confines of this race at Sebring as we're nearing the top of the hour. 3 hours left in this race, really close with the traffic. The race union 12H 87 car gets through it on the outside. Man, it is so easy to lose your race because you'd almost hope that there's a slight barrier there, because if you go in the grass, you're sliding and you're almost absolutely ravaged there. Not much you can do.
No issue of cold tyres for the 87 here, though, because it was fuel only at that pit stop. There's, especially now in the night, if someone came out of a pit stop on some brand new cold tyres, I wouldn't be surprised if it was an issue. Track temperature at the moment, 25 degrees Celsius. We started the race in the afternoon. Now it's close to winter in Florida. Mild winters, but winter is still winter.
Don't you mean 77 degrees Fahrenheit?
Let me look quickly down the order of the series and the teams and the drivers, and I think they all want to hear it in Celsius, which is what I measure it in. It was about 32, 33 degrees Celsius track temperature at the start of the race, now down to around about 25.
I mean, that's obviously a huge drop-off. It's the more you're into motorsport, the more you see a lot more Celsius, or you understand Celsius ratings everywhere, instead of just being a lowly American in the imperial system. But we're watching a replay. I think this is going to be for the 988 car, the leader of the Porsche Cup class, and a spin into the gravel, into the grass. No damage, and carries back on. I'm always terrified whenever you see a car just come right back onto the track like that. It's so scary.
Yeah, and that's important because that was the 991 class leader. Yes, it was. I was looking in the wrong place. I was looking at the GT4 class, not the 991 class. But that brings it down to about 9 seconds between Modina Motorsports and Duvo by SimRC Cup, who've been closing in that lead a little bit. And it's just not hurt when a little mistake happens for the 988 like that. It just closes in the gap a little bit more. As I say that, GT4 is a spin for Modena as well. Every Modena car is. Things are going bump in the night, but this is the Cayman GT4 that we had replay on, looking at onboard, Dirk Oxis. This is towards Tower Bend, which is my absolute favourite.
Poor cones.
Well, that is giving too much room to a Ferrari and going across the grass.
I would love to see that from the Ferrari's point of view as well, because it really looked, as we might see here, because this looked like they almost got tagged. I don't see any bit of movement, so very lucky there for that Ferrari. That could have been pretty catastrophic. We'll see. Yes, this is a great view. We'll see from the rear. Oh, look at how close that was. That could have been really bad, but luckily for that Ferrari, everything is good. As we see another replay of it. By the way, going back to the Porsche Cup battle with Milner and Duo, man, that's gorgeous to see that in the night with all the lights and the smoke. It's nice to see. They're on vastly different pit strategies, 7 laps separate their stints. So Milner, the 988 car, the leader in the class, 17 laps on the stint compared to 10 laps for Duo. You gotta think, Duo, they're going to catch up by the end of this stint, but this is dangerous, dangerous right now. I believe we're on board this with the Milner 988 car. No, actually, it's with the Duo by SimRC Cup 2.
You can read the number on the on the windscreen.
Yeah,
they were trying to pick a lap on the BMW GT4. Now they're behind the Porsche Lorient car in their own class.
That Porsche Lorient is everywhere in the action right now, and I'm sure the team wishes that they were not, just because it, I ask this every time we're doing an endurance race, but I always like hearing differing perspectives. Would you prefer to be the slower class or the faster class when coming up to traffic?
When coming up to traffic, if we're talking generally, the faster class car are, the master of their own destiny. They make all of the decisions, am I going to pass this car? Am I going to wait? If you're the slower class car and a faster car catching you decides that they are going to dive bomb down the inside of the corner, there's not a lot you can do about it. But if you're the faster car, all of the decisions rest on you. What you do or don't do is what happens. But more objectively, in this race, GT3, super competitive. I would love to be driving a 991 class car or a GT4 in a race like this. I've got the GT4 Cayman, love the way it drives, drove it to a podium in my split of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours this year, and that was a lot of drive time. I think I raced like 8 or 10 hours or something, quite a lot, and I was quite happy with myself. So I've also driven the 911 GT3 Cup a lot on iRacing and really enjoy how it drives. So for this endurance race, I'd want to be in the 991 class or the GT4 class, but more generally in multi-class racing, so much of the responsibility falls on the faster classes to not make bad decisions and dive bomb.
But then again, it's almost like you can't really put it into your nerves because it's something you can't really control how the faster class will act towards you, and you just kind of have to hold your line, be predictable, and that's all that it comes down to. It's especially difficult when you come to a battle between slower class cars, or you're a slower car and you're having a faster battle approach you. Obviously, that can become more difficult. So for the past hour, we've been talking about the GT3 class. Obviously, the GT3 class is the comprised of the most cars, the most drivers, the most teams. But there are other classes currently in this race. We'll go to the Porsche 911 Cup class, the 991 cars, with Milner and in first and second. We've been talking about them for quite a little bit here. Modina Motorsports Sim Racing Blue. And if we're talking about the speed difference In qualifying, they qualified a full 4 seconds slower than the GT3 class, so they can pretty much keep pace. It's not a GT3 car. It can be modified into a GT3 car, but this is the Porsche Cup car, which obviously can be a little bit... the Cup cars typically are slower, whether we're talking about Lamborghini, I believe it's, what is it, the Super Cup and Trofeo, or is that the Lamborghini Trofeo, or is that Ferrari?
Well, there's all
Challenge?
number of single make championships.
Yes.
There is Porsche Mobile One Super Cup and the various global Carrera Cups. There's Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and there's various regional Ferrari challenges. Ferrari Challenge Asia Pacific, which raced a couple times at the Albert Park F1 GP.
We love that. I'm sure you've gotten there a few times to check it out. I'm right outside Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, the USA, and Austin, Texas, where the Circuit of the Americas is a nice flight away of 3 or so hours. I was fortunate enough to go to the 2016 Grand Prix there, and it was one of the coolest experiences ever. I wish I could have been there for a lot longer than just the race day on Sunday, but it was still fantastic. Going to a race where an international circuit goes to, like Formula One, like some of the worldwide races that happen, whether it's a sports car or a endurance series, it's always a different feeling than just going to, I'd say for you, David, than a supercars race or a NASCAR/IndyCar race in the U.S. It just feels like a different atmosphere. I know I was able to cover the Formula E race in New York City a few years ago, and that felt completely different in terms of the vibe department than a NASCAR or IndyCar race. Very Eurocentric, very unique, and I urge anyone who gets the chance to see one of these international series to do the same.
There you go. It's Dylan Coyle, series salesman. Urging you to try as many different global motorsport categories as you can, and I've certainly been to a handful of different styles of race event with different atmospheres. Talked probably ad nauseum about Bathurst 12 Hour, but that was really interesting with all kinds of GT3 machines and international drivers and international teams, and you could walk in and out of any garage, or walk in every evening and really get amongst it. Still small gap between first and second in 991 class here. We look at second place, really almost still single digit gap between Modina Motorsports, who lead, and Duvo by SimRC Cup, who are in second, but this could be critical later on. Have a little bit more fuel on board at the moment as well. They've gone longer into the stints.
That might be another thing, because we did see the gap at underneath 10 seconds, but it has come back out to around 12, 13 seconds. I wonder if that is because the fuel load. Now, Porsches, I believe they all have the tank near the front of the car. So when it does come out, when fuel does come out, the car drastically, it changes how it moves. So if you're going around a faster corner, you're going to get a lot more oversteer just because of the weight of the car. It's one of the most...
It's one of the most what? It's definitely one of the most. Okay, but
wait,
exactly
did
right.
you not? Did I cut out? I said what?
I thought it was on my end.
Okay. One of the most unique, yes, my mic cut out. One of the most unique brands, one of the most intriguing ones to drive, and I definitely love watching this Cup class, and we're thrilled that we're seeing a battle for the lead in a class that only has 4 total drivers. The next one in third place on the podium that would finish here is Race Union Cup 12H. Many laps, though. 8 laps off the pace of this battle. So they're just fighting for an overall position, which they're 2 laps behind 14th and 6 laps in front of 16th. They're just driving right now, and not much more to say about them, I guess, in this race. It must be so hard to find the motivation to keep driving as hard, as fast as you can when there's pretty much no positions to regain except if there are incidents that happen.
Just got a dream of that checkered flag at the end of this showdown, 2 hours, 48 minutes away. And if the car's okay, you don't want to be the team that, you know, gives up or parks the car when you could get to the end of an endurance race like this. You could show that your team, your lineup, your drivers are strong enough. So, and then for Race Union Cup, at least they're not alone. They got their teammates racing in some other classes as well. So they've got a handful of drivers around, bouncing in and out of the racetrack and the server.
Yeah, and this team in particular only raced in the event at Spa. They had a second place finish, actually finished on the same lap as the leaders the winners, actually, I should say, in that class, the duo by SimRC. I'm sure you're all absolutely shocked, as are we. But yeah, so that's been this has been a race to, I would say, possibly forget, but you still have 2 hours 45 minutes or so left in this one before you can exit the car, and probably a team that has seen way more action than you would have thought, especially in the time that I've been on the mic for the past hour, is the Porsche Lorient Virtual Racing 911 car. That car has seen so much in just the last little bit right now, and they're obviously the last car in this Porsche 911 class.
Let's take a look at another class, because there's a battle shaping up for second in GT4 between the Porsche of Modina Motorsports and the BMW of Tibbet Racing, just 4 seconds apart. This is the outlap for Tibbet Racing. They've just made a pit stop, and with under 3 hours to go, and seeing how long the GT4 cars have gone on fuel, about 90 minutes, about an hour and a half, there's probably, for both Milner and Tibbet, just one stop left in this race. Each of them going to need to make one more pit stop, and they're just 4 seconds apart, and it is Cayman versus M4, Porsche versus BMW, Modina Motorsports Sim Racing Pro versus Tibbet Racing. So this is an exciting one to watch. Christopher Paz, I think, has definitely been one of the quicker drivers in the Tibbet Racing car as well throughout today. So maybe their ringer, their shoe-in, their hot shoe, whatever kind of word you want to throw for... No, that's an entirely different thing. A great thing, but an entirely different thing. And I think the guys from Tibbet Racing are, I'm sure, very happy to have Christopher Paz joining them to, well, the cliche saying is that a rising tide raises all boats. So I think Christopher Paz is rising the tide for Tibbet Racing. And you can see he's brought the gap underneath 4 seconds as well. And this is even with, I'm sure he's struggling with some slightly cold tyres, as the GT4 cars have, with a lack of tyre warmers or anything. They leave pit lane on a new set of tyres. It takes a lap, and then another lap, and maybe a little bit more before you can really, really push. And despite that, he's closing a gap here where there's no difference in strategy between the two cars either.
There's a difference of about 4 laps, which is, it means nothing. It's negligible.
Minuscule when these are the cars that run the longest stints of all the classes.
Yeah, 100%. It's not really a big difference. But if we're talking about the warmth, the heat in the tires, I don't know if there's a huge difference, particularly because if you think about it this way, each lap is a lot slower for these cars. The tires have a little bit more time over the course of one lap to warm up, even if they're not going through the turns at the same rate, a little slower. So I do wonder, though, does the tire warm. Do the warmth in these tires, David, does it affect a GT3 car more than a GT4 car, or what is it, vice versa?
I definitely can tell you that the tires on 4 cars on iRacing here, as is meant to follow the real world, were very, very sketchy for the first couple of minutes out of a pit stop, at least earlier in the year in May when the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours was. Across all the drivers we had in our car in the Cayman, everyone at some point leaving pit lane looped the car at turn 1 of the GP circuit of the Nordschleife, because there's a huge drop of 1 or 2 meters at the apex there. If you take the line at the apex, the car comes around the corner from a tight line leaving pit exit, and the rear just has nothing as you start dropping over the crest, and it'll spin around on you. It will, and it did. So it is one of the BMW most as well, except without the mid-engined design adding further to the instability at sort of low speeds or cold tires.
It is one of the most satisfying turns to get right, though, when you do get back onto the throttle and you don't have any wheel spin. You can just keep going into that arena section there. But that is a pond away from
not in the VLN, but not in the 24-hour. You don't go through the arena
this
section.
Is true. You do cut through that one little path.
You've fallen for a classic ruse.
Oh no! Hey, I know the difference. However, I have fallen for the ruse. I will say. I will say that. You know what is one of the best parts? A lot of people don't necessarily see the difference, and I know not every simulator provides this, but there is a difference in the final chicane if you're talking about a GP circuit or the Formula 1 variant. And I find it very interesting. The Formula 1 variant at the Nürburgring, the GP tracker, GP Strecke, I forget how to pronounce that. Love that. I'm German apparently. But for the Formula 1, the open wheel version, it's a lot tighter. And if we're talking about obviously the normal 24-hour VLN circuit, or just another endurance race there, it's a lot. You can take it a lot quicker, a lot more at speed.
Personally, a big fan of the more open sports car chicane.
Me too. Same
but
here.
I've been not super close following, but keeping an eye on ADAC Formula 4 this year, and they have raced both layouts because they raced as a support series for the real Nürburgring 24, where they raced the sports car chicane and then didn't go onto the Nordschleife and just cut back around onto the GP circuit. So that was interesting. So they ran one race without the arena, but using the sports car chicane and the far hairpin. So the full circuit of the GP circuit without the arena and with the sports car chicane. But they'd also raced earlier in the season as a support category to ADAC GT Masters and German TCR and whatever on the sprint layout with the arena, with the Grand Prix F1 chicane.
Interesting.
So every conceivable part of the Grand Prix circuit has been raced on this year by ADAC F4 because they've used the sprint shortcut, they've used the arena, they've used the bit that's not the arena, they've used both chicanes. So that is very well preparing those young single-seated drivers for whatever layout of the Nürburgring GP circuit might get thrown at them in their future careers.
Is the VLN circuit the one that cuts through the outer or the far end of the GP circuit? Because I know there's one that
Yep.
just... Okay. I just wanted to make sure of that. I've come up with a new configuration in my head, by the way. They could just you know, just fantasy thinking.
Mullenbach-Schleifer already exists. You can't make it up.
What?
Oh, I'm just making a guess. It's the most obscure layout of the GP circuit.
I'm going to look that up. But what I was thinking, instead of going into the last corner of the GP circuit, maybe go, you know, make that left onto the Nordschleife, but instead of continuing left, make a right, which would be the opposite direction that typically, you know, you would go through the Nordschleife, and then make another right to get back onto the GP circuit, which would be the place where you get back on in the normal VLN race. Does that make sense?
But keep the original pit in, which would drastically reduce the delta of a pit stop and make it like a 4-stop strategy in a sprint race, because with such a short pit in, it'd only be like a 5-second time loss to make a pit stop.
Wow. David, we should be the new circuit designers.
Welcome to Coyle and Haynes Engineering.
Yes, with two commentators on opposite sides of the world. That is what we
How equal, by the way, is this between Modina Motorsports, Sim Racing Pro and Tibbet Racing? Because we've gone on the world's most professional tirade, come back, and it's only shifted by about half a second.
Right. It has shifted half a second. I
in the favor of Tibbet Racing, but
3/10. I'd say more like 3/10. Speaking about tenths and talking, you like that? Connery Matt! Does anyone think that's
I
do you
get
love
the
that?
feeling. Hello, everyone, by the way. I get the feeling you two are slowly starting to go insane. Has the endurance racing fever really hit you guys that hard?
Connor, you're very... we've commentated a lot of series together, you know me, so maybe you can have a good read of my mood, but I'm not confident I'm the most adjusted at the best of times.
What time is it in Australia right now? What part of it?
Might be 6:30 a.m.
Oh my goodness, it's 3:25 here in Connery. I presume it's like 9:25, 8:25.
It is 8:25 right now here in the UK.
Yes, you're just UTC time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It makes conversions easier because all of our schedules go out in UTC, so it's just like that's the time of day that I'm going to be here. But,
well, we just had daylight savings time end, so we had to think about like specifically. Now we're now no longer in Eastern. I think daylight time. It's now Eastern Standard Time, and now instead of 4 hours, it's 5 hours difference from UTC. So you have it much easier. But by the way, did you like that transition? Talking about tenths.
That was a bit of a stretch. It's a bit of a segue, wasn't it?
You know, it's a shame that the Tokyo Olympics got delayed, because that was one of the biggest jumps I've ever seen.
I'm pulling a lot of mental gymnastics here.
Look, you're aware of the YouTuber Linus Tech Tips, right?
Yes,
he always does these
I love it.
kind of transitions, these segues into his sponsor spots. Yeah, you're not on his level. Let's just say that. I'm sorry.
Okay, fair. He the most mental gymnastics I've ever seen, heard someone when they're transitioning, but I love it because he's so deliberate with making it that way. And actually, that just was like, that wasn't even like me trying to perform gymnastics until I was like, oh, speaking about talking.
Speaking about talking, that's the best line. You should probably put that in a quote and just put Dylan Coyle on the end, 2020. Basically sums up 2020 with quotes like that. But
speaking about talking, oh man, yeah. What's up, Connery?
I'm doing all right. I just came off a broadcast from another sim that we cannot name. In fact, we might be able to, since we're not on any of our channels. But there we go. Had a pretty dramatic end to that one, and just kind of coming into this one to try and calm myself down after a pretty frantic finish. But yeah, it seems like this race is sort of plodding along well at the moment. I'm sorry to bring the discussion back to the race, guys. I know that's like a faux pas.
I want to talk about chocolate milk.
With me.
chocolate
So
milk.
no, okay. There's a new brand of iced coffee that I've been drinking, right? And they've got espresso and mocha and double espresso and triple espresso. And I was like, oh, there's no way this is triple espresso. Then I read the label and it has the same caffeine content of 3 cans of Red Bull in one little iced coffee. So I've been
triple
drinking that
espresso. It makes you insane.
It goes through you quickly as well.
By the way, that gap between Mjolnir and Tibbet has come down quickly from 3.5 seconds down to 2.5. And it looks like we're going to see a bit of a battle brewing soon. As I say that, it goes up 2/10. This is endurance racing at its most endurance-y, where it's like the silly hours have come. They are still here, and because we're ending it in the nighttime here at Sebring, it's going to be silly when it happens. Actually, I believe it's going to end around just past midnight in some time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's Sebring's always been this sort of race of two halves. One part in the day, one part in the night. So it's great to see that we'll be able to reflect that into this. It looks like there's going to be an estimated, based on the pace of the Duo East by SMRC car at the very front, we're estimated about 76 laps to go, estimated. But of course, that doesn't factor in any of the pit stop times for the moment. So that may come up or down depending on that one. But yeah, with 2.5 hours to go, was there anything dramatic happening early on in this race? Because I unfortunately, due to prior commitments, wasn't able to tune in to the last couple of hours of this race. Has any drama caught your eye?
That would be a question more for David, because I had prior commitments, aka sleep. David, what's been going on earlier?
It's a great thing we've got people like Hugo Lewis and Lorenzo Bonda and myself who aren't concerned about such trivial matters. But it's honestly not been a bad race. We had a very close qualifying between the top couple of cars, and then early goings. Some drivers in GT3 especially were trying to force their way forwards, while others were trying to save fuel to make sure they hit the top of the hour, thinking 12 hours ahead about trying to avoid a splash and dash at the end of this endurance race, which is a lot of forward planning from them. But it's the kind of thing that still might yet pay rewards for this battle between Duvo SimRC GT3, our leader, and Modina Motorsports in second. It's one of the big differences between them because they're so close on pace.
They seem incredibly close, and I gotta say though, to have that gap sitting about 21 seconds between the two of them, if they're on the same cycle, that is still incredibly impressive. With 10 hours of racing, coming up towards 10 hours of racing done. So that's an absolutely fantastic effort between those two teams, because unfortunately, unlike the real world, we don't have any full course yellows or code 60s or anything like that to try and mess up the field somewhat in terms of the strategy, or in terms of trying to cluster everyone together in the case of a full course yellow. So for them to try and be maintaining that gap at about 20 seconds after 9.5 hours, that's got to be commended.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like if we are talking about having any cautions, any full course yellow, every mistake that you make is so important in terms of what's going on by the end of the race. You really have to make all of that time back at just pure pace, which, I guess you could say is pure racing, but at the same time, full course cautions, full course yellows, they let you just, regroup yourselves, and it adds some more strategy to the affair. And we do have actually a great interview coming up, and I know, David, you're going to take that one. A SERIES Esports GT3 driver, the 66. Now, this is the great part. Gustas is going to be joining us, and you're a lot better, David, at pronouncing names. Gustas Grinberges. I'm trying my best.
Yeah,
okay.
Look, I'm not so up to date on Lithuanian pronunciation, but we're gonna bring him in from the SERIES Esports GT3 team, and I'll give it my best as well. So welcome to the commentary box, Gustus, and you know, you guys were so early in this GT3 team in doing the fuel-saving strategy, planning out all of the strategy. Is that going to help you in the last 2.5 hours?
Well, good evening. So I think it should. That's what we've been hoping for pretty much for the whole race, and that's how we're planning out our strategy to pick our fights, to not get into unnecessary battles, because we do expect to jump a lot of people on that final stop where we don't have to splash, and they might need to come down pit road again.
12 hours of non-stop green flag racing really ought to see the field spread out quite far, but between yourselves and Race Union and T3 Esports Beta, it's actually a pretty close little mid-pack. Someone is off the circuit, and maybe Hugo will go side by side on that one. But yeah, I mean, actually really close in the middle of the GT3 class, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're all in the Audi, so I think that puts us a lot closer together. And yeah, this constant green flag running for sure spreads the field out. But the teams that have a similar average pace are only going to be spread out through strategy and luck, really, in traffic. So that's what you have to be hoping for, just luck when the field is this close in such a competitive race.
It's been for Dominic Ang in the number 56 there, clipping a little bit of the grass that it can be hard to see in the dark. And I tell you what, that gives me a great idea. I mean, obviously, first half of this race run in the afternoon, in the light, and when the sun has set on you, it's very dark, not a lot of illumination at Sebring. How's that been from behind the wheel?
Sebring's not too bad, actually. It's a pretty good track to do night racing. Obviously, a very popular track to do night racing on iRacing. Yeah, I think most of us have done enough running in the night to instinctively know every single braking zone, every single turn point. And honestly, for us, nothing has really changed as the light went down. We didn't really keep that too much in mind. We're more looking at the temperatures and how maybe some of the less experienced guys might react to the darkness. But for us, I don't think that changes a lot.
And for yourself in this championship, the virtual 24-hour series, you're maybe a bit of a rising star, maybe a bit of a prodigy in prototype racing. Is GT3 something you fancy more of in the future, or people might see you driving?
I think you never know what you might get into, but that's the beauty of sim racing. You can race anything, anywhere, and it's not gonna cost you millions of dollars if you decide to crash the car at some point. So yeah, trying different cars, it's always fun. Maybe at some point in the future getting into a GT car, but I mean, with the current situation in motorsport and in the world, it's really difficult to predict anything more than 1 month ahead.
Yeah, I'm worried we're not going to see you in Australia again next year, or at least early in the year, unfortunately.
I believe, and don't quote me on this, I believe Australia is closed for Europeans, but the Asian Le Mans Series is moving to the UAE, and hopefully I can find a spot there.
I do think I also heard about that, some plans to sort of run the championship around some of the UAE circuits there. That'd probably be good for Asian Le Mans. But talking more specifically again about this race, 3 drivers in the SERIES Esports GT3, yourself, Scott Brazier, Lewis Goodway. There's some teams with 2 drivers, some teams with 4 drivers. Is 3 the sweet spot for a 12-hour race?
To be honest, we had to have 4 drivers in, but our 4th driver unfortunately had some issues with his connection, and that just put the 3 of us, with Lewis only being able to do the first 2 hours. So since hour 2, so with 10 to go, it's been just me and Scott alternating. That's how we're gonna run till the end. So I'd say not ideal, but we're managing it. You know, Sebring's not let's say the hardest circuit in the world to keep going, and the finish line's pretty close, and I think that really motivates us.
Well, it's bumpy on the small scale, but in the big scale, it's pretty flat, isn't it? There's not a lot of elevation change, just bumps in localized areas.
Yeah, it's pretty good visibility all around. You know, you don't have the ups and downs of a track like Portimao or Spa, where in races like these with such huge differences between the classes, you might have someone rejoining the track, or you might not see someone and have a big accident. So the plains of Sebring, the plains of Florida here, are really helping us in avoiding incidents, and I think that's why we're seeing so much fewer incidents than what we may have seen in the other rounds.
You make it sound like, you know, the plains of Africa, and you might need a pair of binoculars to spot a wild beast, Gustas.
Sometimes it's like that. You know, when someone might rejoin the track without maybe seeing it, without maybe seeing you coming, it's better to have a flat circuit like this to be on the lookout, because you always have to be on the lookout. The differences between the classes, as I said, are pretty massive. So you always have to be on the lookout. Just stay in there, stay in the fight, and if you look at the results, you know, the teams that have just stayed clean, kept their heads down, you know, we're in the top 6, top 7, let's say. That's all the teams that just kept their nose clean and haven't made any major mistakes.
Well, if I look at the race clock with 2 hours, 22 minutes to go, that means it's not going to be long before you're back in the car, and it looks like you're going to take it to the checkered flag then?
Yep, looks like it. I think that's the only way to do it. I don't think anyone can stay in the car for 4 hours. It's still quite tiring. You know, you have to still be focused, 100% focused to not dip a wheel in the grass, and that normally here is just race over if you start making mistakes. So it's better to keep us fresh, keep rotating, and yeah, it looks like it's me to the end.
Well, wish you the best of luck with that, and I might not be around at the end, but if you do get to the end, finish with a top 5, I'll give you some preemptive, maybe congratulations here. Anyone you want to thank on the broadcast while we still got you?
I think to thank, there's only really one person to thank. That's Peter Kleviter from our team manager for SERIES Esports. He's been doing an incredible job for the team, getting us to all of these events, putting everything together. That's the main person I want to thank here.
Awesome. We'll let you go and continue to prepare to get to the end of this race.
Cute.
All right, so very nice to hear from him, hear everything that you know, goes on behind what we normally see in team discussions. Now, I feel like something that's often very overlooked with sim racing is that.
Dylan?
Oh no! Oh no!
Yes.
Oh no!
Modina Motorsports. They are having a technical problem.
No. Jamie Fluke.
Second place in the fastest class here. Yeah, Jamie Fluke is confirmed. No longer part of the server. Ooh.
Yeah, okay, so I need to learn to read, apparently, but yes, so it appears that Jamie Fluke and Modina Motorsports are, I guess, out of the race, at least for now. Wow, okay, so this is going to be interesting if we're talking about championship implications, because there is a weird bump that comes. So T3 Esports Beta is currently in third, which hands 17 points. It looks like Atlantis Racing Team GT3, if they do in fact leap over Modina Motorsports, they will go into 7th place, which is still just a 1 point bump. It'll still be 5-point difference. Here's the interesting thing about the point system. It goes down by 1 point, except from 2nd to 3rd, it's 2 points. And from 5th to 6th, it's also 2 points. And that's what we're really thinking about in this. So it could lead to a little bit of a difference. But as of right now, not really. And, oh man, you just gotta really feel for Fluke right there. Are they going to come back? I don't know, Connery.
Yeah, it's absolute heartbreak for Modina Motorsports. There's still no one able to jump in that car at the moment. I'm just checking to see. Yeah, there was no backup driver. There's no other driver connected to the session. In fact, we saw Kevin Ellis Jr. It looks like they're just going to go for the retirement. They're going to go for the DNF here, Dylan. This is awful, because yes, you do have the basically when it comes to this sort of technical issue when one driver drops to the server, it basically just takes the tow back to pit lane with the car, so then the other driver can potentially jump in. They'll have to do like a whole driver change situation, but you're going to lose a lap at least, maybe two in this sort of situation, and Modina Motorsports decided, well, it's not worth it for them to get back in the race. And wow.
That's a shame. That is an absolute shame. They finished second at Barcelona to William Esports Ben Q, and my goodness, running second here. We no longer have them in the race. This is going to push everybody in the overall standings up a spot once they pass them in the order. But Modina Motorsports, we have lost them. I really wonder what the actual issue in home in Sim might have been, but that's just such a shame. Now we do have another person to talk to, David, and this one is Alexander Djako in the 988 car, which obviously has led to a lot of interesting things with Mjolnir Motorsport Sim Racing Blue. David, I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, Alexander, running second in the 991 class right now. I've been watching you guys go back and forth for the lead. How are you feeling right now with just over 2 hours to go?
Quite a bit tense, to be honest. The thing is, we seem to have a bit more fuel burn than the Duvo guys. So I think their plan is to skip the final splash and dash stop, which we definitely will have to do. So it can get a bit tight on the end, but well, we see where we're going. We're honestly absolutely happy with where we are. We didn't even dream about being that competitive for this race.
What about the tyre life on the GT3 Cup car? Because almost everyone changing tyres every stop, and there's been times your car, some of the other cars in class have really looked like a handful, maybe a bit twitchy at the rear at the end of a stint. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, the twitchy rear end is basically the nature of those Cup cars. They don't have ABS, they don't have traction control, so they're always are always a bit tricky to drive, especially when the tires start to degrade. What we did and what I think Duvo also did for the whole race basically is doing single stint on drivers and tires, and I think we will keep this until the end.
Bigger picture, what about Modina Motorsports in sim racing? I mean, very involved lately, it would seem, as well as maintaining a very healthy presence in some European racing and championships. What do you think Modina Motorsport achieve in a sim racing championship like this?
Well, first of all, we as sim drivers, we are all not professionals, so we're doing this for fun, first and foremost. Of course, we love to compete at such high levels, like in this 24-hour series event. We had some achievements. We did good on some endurance racing this year. That is myself and Michael Finkbohner, who is running on the GT4 car currently we have in this race. We achieved the 6th in our own event, the Modina Motorsport 24 Hours of Spa, powered by H&R. So yeah, we have some achievements. We are really happy with where we are, especially considering that the team in this form only exists since like February or so, and I'm a part since maybe June, July of this year.
It's awesome to have, you know, that kind of involvement between real-world motorsport teams, sim racing teams. That sort of benefits both. That's a big thing about this series. Did you choose yourself to be in the 991 class? Were you told, you know, oh, we want to field a car in that category? Is it a car that you like?
Yeah, I enjoy driving it. I usually do more of the downpour stuff like LMP2, LMP1 or Formula cars, but from time to time I really enjoy driving these cup cars. I do enjoy them more than a regular GT3 car, for that matter, because it's a big challenge driving those cars on the limit for such a long period of time.
Well, definitely looks like at the moment, just 2 drivers between yourself and Kevin Hilgenhövel here. Is 2 drivers mean both of you had to work pretty hard all day?
Yes, of course. 12 hours is quite a long distance for a 2-driver team. It is doable, but I think having 3 drivers, as long as you have 3 drivers that are about on the same level and also like the same things regarding setup and how the car feels, could be an advantage. But of course, having a third person involved always makes it trickier to find the right setup, like I said, and generally how you plan your race. I think with 2 drivers it makes it a bit easier. The big benefit is that we are not really losing time because of single stinting, because like I said, the tires only really last 1 stint, so you get your hour plus a bit of driving, then have your hour plus a bit of break, and so on and so on. So it is doable, especially in this class.
Seeing now, as Duvo by SimRC Cup are on the lane right now, seeing the kind of strategy they've run compared to yours, if you knew that at the start, would you have approached with a different strategy, or is this the fastest way to run 12 hours for your car and your team?
I think for us it is the fastest and also the safest way. Like I said, we didn't even dream about being such competitive in this race and driving for the win. On the Barcelona event, we were running 3rd basically the whole race. Duvo and MSI were checking out from the start, and we just had to defend P3 against Lorient. But we were really caught by surprise, after the first stint or so, that we were such competitive with Duvo. So we didn't really have any plan except just drive, do well, and survive.
Well, if you win the class, how are you going to celebrate? And if you don't win, how are you going to recover?
Well, first of all, P2 is basically like win for us. We didn't really have much practice. We did about 2 hours combined for this event. Basically because we had our own 24-hour race of Spa last weekend, so that was a bit higher in our priority list, to put it that way. If we win, I don't even want to think about it. I just want to focus now on the race. I will have to do the last 90-ish minutes or so of the race, so yeah, that's gonna be a little bit more focus. I think for the last 90 minutes, our only option is to try and not change tires to get at least that bit of advantage. But even if we don't change tires and Duvo can get away with doing just 1 more full fuel stop, I don't think that we can catch them again. But we have to see.
Yeah, plenty of weird things have happened in this race so far. Strange things happen under the cover of darkness as well. So I want to thank you so much for so generously making yourself available to have an in-race interview here. And before I say goodbye, anyone you want to thank?
Well, first of all, the whole team at Modina Motorsports, Dirk Oktas, who's our team leader, first and foremost for organizing all our participation for those great events, and also for organizing the past event we had last weekend, and Modina Motorsport and H&R for all the support in general. They are just amazing. I am really happy to have switched to this team mid of this year, and yeah, couldn't be happier. Thanks to you guys.
Thank you, Alexander Dieko from the 988. They were second when we started talking to him. They're first now with that pit stop from Duvo by SimRC Cup. As he quite rightly outlined to us, guys, they think they're going to need an extra pit stop. It'll either be close or it could be Duvo by SimRC's game, guys.
I mean, they're as close can be right now, so we're going to see in a little bit. And how about we see what happens from a bit of fan immersion? It's been a couple hours since we had one of those. And what are we thinking? Should we have it on board?
Mulner. Let's keep it with Mulner.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. But yeah, so what's the commentary team going to look like? Because I am subtracting myself out of the equation. I know Connery's here, and I think Justin should be returning. I think that's the group. And David, obviously, your favorite Australian down under, is going to be here as well. It's been a blast, though, David. I'm sure you might say the exact opposite, but you know that's how it goes. Okay, so you're just not going to speak?
I thought that was some creative throw to the fan immersion there. You know, we've seen how your throws and how your transitions have been already in this broadcast.
It's a bit of a wild card. Give me some slack, because the last 4 days, there's a little wiggle. The last 4 days in America have been insane. Okay, give me some slack here. I'm on low sleep.
You're definitely not wrong when it comes to that, but yeah.
Fan immersion. Just throw it to fan immersion.
Here we go. Let's do it.
That's the transition.
welcome back to the virtual 24 hours of Sebring here for the 24-hour series esports. We're well in towards part number 2 of this broadcast, well into those final couple of hours. We just crossed over the 2 hours to go mark, to be exact. It's been a bit of a long run since the very start of this race. It feels like an eternity since we saw the drop of the green flag, and a good handful of teams have retired from this race. 32 starters, we have 22 still running in this event. And unfortunately, we'll have to see the departure of David Coyle as well. So, Dylan Coyle. I'm getting my names mixed up already. As we have David Haynes in here, we also have Dylan Coyle has departed from the commentary booth. My name is Connery Medic. I'll be joined by David Haynes for the rest of this broadcast. Maybe we even get to see the appearance of Justin Prince as well for the final couple of moments. But like I said, well into the final 2 hours now, and we actually see our overall leader come down on towards pit lane. Just about on time as far as these GT3 machines are concerned.
Yeah, precisely. And from one of the teams that went sort of early on the fuel saving strategy, that was one of the things, one of the feathers they had in their cap compared to Modina Motorsports before their untimely demise in the last hour or so. They've been one of the GT3 teams following the GT3 strategy of double stint the tyres, change drivers every time you change tyres, and run just about 1 hour stints. So this is right on schedule for them, right on schedule to make a driver change and a tyre change. It looks like Cedric Bolin is about to get a new set of tyres and then take over and drive all the way to the end. Right on cue, the air jacks prop the Audi R8 up into the air so that the ghost, spooky, invisible mechanics can start work on changing all 4 tyres on that car. Trust us, that's what's happening. And then by about 1 minute 9 seconds, vehicle drops back down, pit service will be done, and you can see Cedric Bolin actually just moving around behind the wheel a little bit there, just making sure it's good and ready. When that drops, he's going to go and into a comfortable race lead, Connery.
Yeah, very comfortable, especially considering that the closest competitors over the last couple of hours, Modina Motorsports, have now officially retired from this race due to technical problems. The gap was sitting about 20 seconds between the two of them before Jamie Fluke, unfortunately, dropped from the server, and the team have now decided that they're not going to get back out there. Of course, given iRacing, when the driver disconnects, the car automatically takes a tow back to pit lane. That's going to lose you a lap and a half, maybe even 2 laps, and then you have to get the driver change underway, and that's yet more lost time. So you can understand them not wanting to commit to the final couple of hours of this race. I would have loved to see them at least try and get to the checkered flag, because that is the spirit of endurance racing, David, isn't it? Just to get to the checkered flag, and I don't really have a lot of time for teams that sort of back out early, but even though I can in a way understand it.
Well, it depends on the situations that we don't fully understand. For example, if you early in the race get some damage that takes 1 minute, 2 minutes to fix, you fix it, you get back out there. That's the spirit of the race. But the disconnect, the technical problems is a very big kick in the guts, and we don't know exactly what it was. His PC might have exploded. He might have no power at home. It might be something that he can't fix between now and the end of the race, and with a kick in the guts like that, they've retired the car. So I'm apprehensive to cast judgment on Jamie Fluke and on Modina Motorsports, because there's a few situations you can imagine that would have forced them out of the race, from which it is far more difficult to recover from than car damage.
There absolutely are, and it just means, though, that we are kind of starved of this battle for the overall race lead that we've been sort of eyeing over the past couple of hours. Meanwhile, we're having more GT3 pit stops come through. That seems to be the theme here in this one. They come down basically almost on top of the hour every hour. Some drivers and teams deciding to go a little bit deeper if the fuel allows. So Scott Brazier is going to bring that SERIES Esports GT3 on towards pit lane, and also going to go for a bit of a driver change here behind the wheel of that Audi as well. So Gustas Grimbergus gets behind the wheel, and he is actually one of those drivers that came and talked to us for a little while just about 15 minutes ago at this point, and now he's getting behind the wheel of the car to perhaps pilot that SERIES Esports GT3 all the way to the end at this point. And as far as the driver fair share is concerned, a lot of these teams, with about 2 hours to go, will be getting their final driver changes done.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, Gustav Grenbergus, when I spoke to him, when we all heard him not long ago, about 20-30 minutes ago, was very generous in spilling the beans on their strategy, which was, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, double stint the tyres, etc., etc. So this is right on with what he told us was going to be the plan for the team. And since we spoke to him, they've picked up another spot after, the retirement from Modina Motorsports. So I was worried I might have been putting a jinx on him when I gave some maybe slightly early congratulations on a good result, and then they've gone better than that. So I feel better now.
Absolutely. I mean, given the situation, I think we all feel better now at the moment, but that's about better. But SERIES Esports GT3 off and away. Basically a very full service there. Usually you see the maximum of about 80 seconds stopped stationary, or rather 70 seconds stopped stationary on the pit lane for a GT3 pit stop. So that's 1 minute 10 seconds, and the SERIES Esports were just shy of that one. So full tank of fuel, looking to push pretty deep into that final hour, maybe even coming down with 52 minutes, 51 minutes to go, perhaps. That might be the option for them with a full food tank from that point. And we're still waiting to see if anything happens with regards to this battle in the Cup class as well, the 911 Cup class, with Modina Motorsports Sim Racing and the Duo by CMRC machines. They are separated by about 25 seconds out there on circuit right now, and I think they're a little bit off cycle with respect to each other, so there might be some strategy shenanigans going on between those two coming into the final 2 hours of this race, which might be interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, despite us only having 22 cars still left out there of the 32 that we started with, there's still some storylines to work out here. So to look at here, excuse me. So not all is lost here, David.
No, and you say something might happen between first and second in that 991 class. I tell you, something will happen, because even Modina Motorsports are pretty convinced that they need one more stop compared to their competitors. They've only got 25 seconds in hand at the moment for that. Pit lane transit time is near enough 25 seconds, then plus they've got to add some fuel, and then they'll be going, an extra 20 minutes on a set of tyres. We know even in one fuel stint, the tyres get a little bit sketchy for the Porsche Cup cars, so they'll be behind on fuel, they'll be behind on needing an extra stop, and they'll be behind on tyres. Other than that, it'll be close.
I gotta say though, this has always kind of confused me about the category name. It's the 991, but they use the 911 Cup cars. And of course, if we have the veterans of the endurance racing world like Riddle Lamont that usually commentates these events, of course, John and all the others will know about that. Of course, we're a little bit less up to date in that, unless you can tell me why it's called the 991 class instead of the 911 class.
I think I can.
Okay, cool.
For example, there is a difference sometimes between owning a vehicle and owning the rights to the name of the vehicle. Astute iRacing followers will know that the branding changed on the Audi RS3 LMS, because iRacing have the rights to use the name Audi RS3 LMS from Audi. There is a certain body and homologation whose category and name iRacing don't have the rights to use because it's exclusive to another platform. This often happens even just in the real world, where a race series might run with a particular category of car, particular make of car, and it's 100% legal for the owners of those cars to race them in the championship. But the series might not have or be willing to pay licensing fees on the name of that category.
Right.
I'm not saying, I'm not personally, as David Haynes from Race Spot TV, commentating on this series, there are things to do with all kinds of real-world motorsport I'm not privy to, but in more generic terms, I can tell you there are championships that have cars competing in them, where the championship is allowed to have those cars compete, but doesn't own the rights to the name of those cars.
All right, so it's an interesting situation with trademarks, copyrights, everything like that. So it's a whole legal issue, which is probably a little bit too deep for a broadcast such as this.
Hey,
but I mean, I guess nothing's off limits, right?
as race spot broadcasters, you know, iRacing have the rights in a sim racing context to use the name Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. So I think that's clear.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. You get the idea. Sometimes a class has to have a generic name, or it's for example, sometimes it's a class that a particular race series invented themselves, and they combine different types of machinery, so they have to invent just a name for that class. Like Champ Car Endurance Series just have A class, B class, C class, and D class, and all kinds of different cars fall under the different classes that, you know, might have a different class name or a different name in a different championship.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my pleasure at this point to add the +1 to the commentary booth. Canada's very own Justin Prince, ready and waiting for us. Justin, how have you been?
Been good. Interesting conversation to jump in towards, but...
Oh, you don't want to hear the conversation I jumped in on.
Oh my goodness. But this has been an interesting event when you think about things, but there's still the chances of a lot of craziness to happen here. But the main storyline, I think, still has stayed present to everything, Connery, is the craziness of Duel by SimRC, where they have a chance to get a full sweep of an event here. If things fare out well for them, it's just the one class you mentioned with the fuel strap that could shuffle in still.
Yeah, absolutely. It all rests really on this 991 class. I mean, they lead by a handful of laps in GT4s. You also they lead by a handful of laps in what looks like TCR as well. So, I mean, this is really the only one in question, David. This 991 class, where everything might happen for the class lead coming towards the end of the event on the fuel strategy. There's also this close battle between Race Union and Simsa that we have on screen now. That's also might be a factor, although these guys are quite different in terms of their strategies right now. Race Union are 8.5 laps in their stints. Simsa are 3.5 laps in their stints. Simsa will be able to do the rest of the race on one stop. I don't think Race Union will be able to, though, so this might be a little bit of a quote-unquote fake battle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the fence about Race Union. They last stopped 9 laps ago. Laps for GT3 around here, for approximation's sake, are very close to 2 minutes. So you can then just multiply that by 2 and say that they stopped 18 minutes ago. That was just before the top of the hour. So I definitely say strategy-wise, and when it comes to the fuel drop for the final stop, it's going to be quicker for Simsa as well. But Gustas Grimbergus, he's going to be hoping to speak to me before every stint from now on, because he's just jumped in that car and set the car's fastest lap of the race 10 hours 15 minutes into the race in the dark. He's flying on. He's gone and done it again. He's gone and set another personal best for the SERIES Esports GT3 at a 2 minutes 00.848. So whatever the strategy is for Race Union 12 hours, Gustas Grimbergus doesn't want it to come out to that. He is hatching and catching quickly on the track.
Yeah, we might even get to see an on-track battle here between these two, as long as the pit stops fall in our favour. I won't say their favour, but our favour, to be able to see a battle up on screen. But you can see that the track temp has, well, it's basically going to be the coldest that it's going to be for the rest of this race now. It's basically equalised out compared to the air temperature, and with not a lot of cars running on there, there's not even any influence from just cars running all over the surface and heating it up. So it's basically stone cold out there for the moment, which really does help the tires in terms of these sort of more pronounced double stints in these GT3 machines. It's definitely something that they can do a little bit better now, and they can be a little bit more comfortable about while we're under nighttime conditions like this compared to what they were like in the day, Justin.
Yeah, and most teams, though, set their cars up for this part of the race because it's the critical portion of it where you're going to have to be able to be quick when the track temperatures get to their lowest points of the race. But the main thing to think about, too, is you should be as shocked to see Gustav's in this car put up its fastest lap times. About a week ago, with the event we talked about a little bit before with Modina Motorsports, he was the fastest car on the track when he was in it. His teammates, in turn, ended up losing about 2 seconds of pace compared to him in long run speed. But that's just the real world experience coming into play where, remember, this is a driver who's been in contention for several karting championships in Lithuania, his home country, someone who's raced in the Asian Le Mans series. He's got a lot of experience that's gone in his direction. Oh, don't forget about the Digital Nürburgring Endurance series he also has competed in the past.
Yeah, he's absolutely got a wealth of experience, behind the wheel, and looking to try and leverage that here in this one. 4.3 seconds behind the Race Union car. They'll get themselves having to deal with a TCR machine in just a couple of moments. Kind of caught in the wrong place here on the exit of the hairpin, but around the outside he goes. Absolutely no problems in that instance. There was personal best for Muhla, or however you pronounce that, in the 991 class. Mulna, there we go. Mulna
Yes.
Motorsports Sim Racing Blue. Personal best for them. So the track does seem pretty quick at the moment, David.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we had 2 very quick laps here from the Simsa car we're riding on board with, and then the last lap has dropped off. They've lost a little bit of time to Race Union. It was about 3/10 if I'm reading these numbers correctly. But overall, there's more clean air out on track as we lose cars one by one here and there, and then also the track temperature drops a little bit, and everyone has more practice, more confidence as well. So every now and again, when a team does set a lap that is the personal best for that car, it flashes up on my timing screen. I saw it not long ago for Simsa. I've seen it just now for the 988 Mulna car that are so desperate to keep building a gap between themselves and Duvo by SimRC Cup, because they know that's their only hope of winning. They know they need an extra pit stop. They know on the final stint their tyres are going to be a world of hurt. Even in the cooler conditions, this Porsche Cup car is eating through this compound of rubber. So 30 seconds for a lead looks comfortable, but it's not. They want 40 seconds. They probably want a minute. And then, if we, after the race, if we speak to that driver again, and it was, nope, I've lost track of the name, but they'd have a lot more confidence, a lot less hesitation in the voice when we ask them, how's it going?
Yeah, I think so as well. Flashing lights down towards the inside of turn 1. That piece of traffic that Audi heading its way through on this machine. As just having a look, we're at 1 hour and 40 minutes left to go in this event. Still things very much undecided as far as the 991 class lead is concerned, and there's maybe a bit of a sprinkling of battles inside the middle of the GT3 class as well. But this is shaping up to be a pretty interesting one for 991, at least here, Justin, because Mulna, they know they have to take an extra stop compared to Duo by SimRC. That one is for sure at the moment. It's just that the fact that they need enough of a buffer back to Duo by SimRC to be able to take that stop and still come out ahead. And those are the calculations that's going on behind the scenes right now, perhaps from Modina Motorsports. Are they in a position where they can take that swap and still come out ahead, or are they, are they just going to miss out? And how much of a gap do they have to push for to be able to slot in ahead?
Well, when looking at some of the pit stops from earlier, they've been around, give or take, the 52nd to 1 minute mark, give or take, today for these cars today. So, honestly, at least probably a minute minimum of a comfortable buffer. I don't know if they can get that, though, in the span of an hour and 39 minutes. It's more trouble for one of the Ferraris, it looks like. It's currently your 10th place car in class, who has been having some ups and downs today, DMC by HPSR Blue, who nearly hit somebody and hit the wall as a result.
RSL. That was the RSL GT4 Cayman that they clipped. They weren't expecting to see so slow. Who's currently in the... it's Matthew Riddle's currently in the Team RSL powered by Mofo car. I don't know if they actually hit, but they were trying to go down the inside. The GT4 was well offline and slow, and they weren't expecting that. They were expecting to have to dive bomb to get that track position.
Yeah, they absolutely were. Let's take the above view, and you can just see that the RSL car, tried to pull back onto the circuit just to avoid the grass on the outside there. And like you said, DMC just simply weren't expecting something like that as they were coming around the corner at a rate of knots. And the overcorrection, the over-avoidance there from Philip has sent that Ferrari into the barrier. We'll get to see it once again. Again, slow on the exit of the corner, and, well, DMC... hard into the barriers. Again, that's one of those things in that situation. Maybe in real life racing, you would have had maybe a white flag to show there's a slow car on the circuit in that situation, which would have been some prior warning. But in this situation, even in the night, you just have to be looking so far ahead, and that Ferrari is heavily, heavily, heavily damaged, and well, just puts it in the grass to make sure that no one's gonna be collected by that as he rejoins.
If your left hand is to the right of your right hand, which is to the left, while you're trying to go in a straight line, it's not a good sign for the steering or for the suspension. That wasn't 20 degrees of wheel off center. That their hands were crossed over like a dance move.
Yeah, they were. They absolutely were, and you can see that heavily damaged. Ferrari down on towards pit lane at the moment, so it's going to be a pretty lengthy repair, you would have thought, for that Ferrari. Of course, thankfully, not front engines, so the engines should be fine, but it's more about the radiator on the front, and it's more about the sort of the suspension at the front, which was heavily damaged, that we saw from the onboards with the crabbing across the circuit. So it's, again, regardless, it's going to be a lengthy repair, and we might not even see them come out before the end of this race, but we'll just have to see. Of course, you can take required repairs here, but required repairs doesn't mean your car is 100% totally safe to be getting out there on circuit, Justin, does it?
Yeah, there's a limit of where it's safe to be on the racetrack if you get out there. And the telling sign is you get all the damage repaired the second the car rolls and you have still steering issues, or it ends up, say, by the end of the pit lane, you're turning directly towards a wall. That's kind of a telling sign of that car is cooked regardless of the amount of time. Even then, it's the matter of, do you have the willpower as a group to try and push that car around? They are now the last car in their class. Every other driver in their class is out of the race. There's no other positions they can jump unless there's another driver with trouble in the next few laps. So, in other words, the main push, if they can get back out there, would be for essentially overall positioning on the pylon. And even then, the best they maybe get is 21st, 20th, if they're lucky.
Yeah, it kind of again goes back to my point I made a little bit earlier on. It's the whole sort of spirit of endurance racing, just getting to the checkered flag. But again, it's another situation where I kind of just understand throwing in the towel at this point, especially if you're not going to be able to advance position. So it's unfortunate there for that DMC Ferrari that has to now take a very, very lengthy repair. They already have about 3 minutes on towards pit lane, and I think it's going to be many more before they head their way out. Meanwhile, this battle, well, not quite a battle just yet, but a point of interest out there on circuit between Race Union and SIMSA Esports. Gap stands at 5.5 seconds between these two, and I think this is SIMSA Esports just getting caught up behind a little bit of traffic before Big Bend. So they're just going to have to file their way down the inside into the basically one of the heaviest braking zones on this track in towards the hairpin, and say they get the pass on the lap traffic done. But again, it's just a little bit more lost time there for SIMSA Esports. They perhaps might not need it given their strategy advantage over Race Union, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of racing drivers would prefer to do the battle on circuit rather than in the strategy.
And that's been one of the main things we were talking about a few hours ago. Peter Mackay and I was traffic can be the ebbs and flows of all of this. And that's where I think really SIMSA Esports is getting hurt a lot right now. They have their gold standard driver behind the wheel. But right now, compared that to Race Union is getting reached at the perfect spots for them to not lose time. The SIMSA car loses at least about a few seconds or nearly a few tenths at minimum every time a car has to pass it, or they have to pass an error car rather. They're reaching them at horrific timings to be able to actually try and realistically close up here for this position.
Yeah, it's just those little losses, these little gains here and there with the traffic that really do add up over 12 hours. And, you know, it's just it just lends itself to this discipline of racing. It's not about the single lap times. It's not about who can be fast on 1, 2, maybe even 5 laps. It's who can be fast over multiple hours and having to deal with all the obstacles thrown your way. And, you know, that's what makes the difference in endurance racing sometimes. And of course, you know, at least in the real world, you have a little bit more of an element of luck as well, as far as the as far as things like full course yellows and code 60s are concerned. But I mean, it's also the case here in sim racing, right, as well. Maybe, you know, some of your competitors have technical issues like we saw with Modina Motorsports, and you're able to gain a position that way. Or if you know, other teams have tangles with traffic and they're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, that, you know, there's still an element of luck here in sim racing as well as the real world, even though we don't have things right now like, you know, full course yellows or mechanical failures, you know, just from where.
I mean, a good example of that too would be Tibbet Racing, because think back to around the halfway mark of this race. The driver behind the wheel at the time, for fans who were watching on towards that moment for their respective BMW for their class, had 2 times not only a bit of issues, technically Thomas Pendergrass, that lost him side of the track, but also lost him control of the steering. That team was able to throw an audible and put in their star driver and namesake driver Simon Tippett back behind the wheel. They're still in contention for a good finish in their class as a result of that. They might be able to sneak away with second still. Any other situation where you don't have that preparation or a driver watching along the sidelines, Dave, or Connery rather, you are essentially in big time trouble. The same thing now I think has to be said though in regards to the position battle we've kept an eye on here in SIMSA. The pace just seems to not be there today compared to what the team had for their operation for Spa just last week for a 24-hour event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now you don't have to worry about getting David involved. I'm not running a very strict commentary booth here, so it's absolutely fine. David, you've been quiet. You've been quiet, mate.
I was genuinely reading some other things. I still got my eyes on this, and I'm thinking back to when you called, well, I don't know if you were calling me or him David Coyle, and that's
yeah, that was
cross both our names together.
I had to butcher my intro a little bit. Let's just say that it wouldn't be wouldn't be one of my intros if something didn't go wrong.
But yeah, how great is this though? Because, you know, we're watching this battle, you know, 4th and 5th in GT3, 2nd and 3rd in GT4, 1st and 2nd in the 991 class, where the leader is on the lane. I just noticed it. Justin Prince noticed it a minute before me, and clearly, with 90 minutes to go, this is not going to be the final pit stop for Modina Motorsports Sim Racing Blue. The longest I've seen one of these Cup cars go in this race is about 70 minutes. So what they're probably setting themselves up for now is driver swap, full fuel tank, new tyres, and then they're still with about 20 to 25 minutes to go, going to need more fuel. They said they're probably going to do that splash and dash, no new tyres. And that final stint is going to be rough for them.
Yeah, as you see the car go up on the jacks, so the tyres confirmed. We also see Alexander Diaco getting himself behind the wheel, taking over from Kevin here. So it's very much a full pit stop service for the 988. So, I mean, this could still fall in their favor. It all just depends on kind of what happens to Duo, if they have any problems with traffic or even traffic of their same class, then maybe just possibly that Modena will be able to get back into this. But, you know, they're on the back foot, absolutely, in terms of the strategy at the moment. They spent a whole minute on towards pit lane. Now they're getting back out there and rejoining the race. So at this point for them, it's just focus on the road ahead, run their own race, and whatever happens, happens at this point. They can do nothing to influence Duo at this point.
And the main thing to think about too is that pit delta. We talked about how big of a gap they would need here. They're putting this driver in for a good reason. He's been one of their quickest drivers of the day. I'm still not quite sure if they're going to be able to still build that up even now after on the fresher tires. At minimum, 50 seconds for it to be tight. To be quite comfortable, you'd have to get the full minute. I don't know if you can get the full minute. And especially because of that.
Big error.
Cold tires.
Yeah, cold tires. Big error to happen, and that's going to be basically it for this battle, I think. Going to be losing way too much time as a result of that. And they get back on the circuit, at least safely. But look at this, just snatched the brake, I think, a little bit in towards the braking zone. Let's have a look. On board with Alexander here, looking for the braking point. The car just didn't want to settle at the rear, did it? It just always wanted to turn around. He was waiting for it to stabilize out, but by the time it did, he'd already missed the apex.
This is something I find happens quite often in these endurance races, because you're always leaving pit lane in a racing situation with a cold set of tyres on. And what happens is throughout a stint, the tyres warm up, the fuel burns off the front of the car, you move the brake bias further and further rearwards in these cars. Sometimes you come in for the pit stop, you put the new tyres on, you fill the fuel tank up, you put the new driver in, and maybe you forget to move the brake bias back forwards again, or you underestimate how much of a balance shift the fuel and the cold tyres is. Because we watched on board with that, we saw the hands, we saw the movement. The rear tyres, both of them were locked up, fully locked up so early in the braking zone there. It wasn't, he went to turn in and it didn't quite grip up. Very early in that braking zone, the rear tyres were locked up and it was a problem.
Yeah, and the braking is the hardest part of this car to master. You ask every single World Championship level driver that drives this 911 GT3 Cup car on the highest level in terms of iRacing, and all of them say the brakes are the hardest thing to get right in this car. Because of just how nervous the car is coming into the braking zones, and you know, having your bias set so rearward and not changing that after the stop, you know, just makes that worse. But it's an understandable mistake to make, even if the bias was set correctly there. Just the nature of these cars is it means that you hit that middle pedal and you don't know whether you're going to lock up or not.
Exactly, and keep in mind, this is an organization that this year made the transition from various sims to iRacing, and has been growing its presence, especially the past month and a half to 2 months as well with this action. But you have to be able to be prepared for that situation with the braking, essentially. Because I think, as David will tell you, correct me if I'm wrong, it is a car with 3 pedals, is it not?
Yeah, I was just drawing a technical point about that.
Despite
when
the sequential gearbox.
Well, yeah, Connery-matic, as you said, you know, when you put your foot on the middle pedal, and the GT3 Cup car is a car with 3 pedals, does have a physical clutch pedal there. You only use it coming into the pit box, leaving the pit box, or on a standing race start, or doing a sick flick spin. I'm not here to judge, but yeah, when you're normally in the racing conditions, sequential gearbox with paddles, just up and down the gears without needing the clutch pedal, but it does have one that works like a normal clutch pedal, unlike for example the Audi R8 GT3. No clutch pedal in the footwell, just accelerator, throttle and the brake pedal, and there's either a button or a paddle for the clutch. And I think some of the GT4 cars, at least the BMW, is like that as well. But just to get real technical, proper 3-pedal race car, except it's not a proper 3-pedal race car, but it does have 3 pedals.
What you're saying, David, is that I was technically correct, and that's the best kind of correct, as everyone knows.
Yep.
I guess you're technically correct on that one, to be technically correct. But
he's not even he was correct, and then all of the technicalities backed him up. It wasn't he was only correct on a technicality, which isn't as cool. Which it's, you know, it's technically correct,
come on.
But it's not as cool.
I mean, to be technically bringing this up as well is, keep in mind, it's difficult with the braking we've talked about with this car in general. But you also have to keep in mind, you have to have your preferences together in your respective setup in terms of the actual pedals themselves. Physically, you have at your sim rigged setup. Whether it in those types of pedals can be critical. If you have pedals which end up, say, going straight to the floor if you tap the brakes, or give them improper reading each time, that can cause a lot of problems for this type of car. So in other words, you need to be able to know every single nuance, especially with this type of race car. Oh, by the way, one of their sister cars is in the pits, the 427 pit from the lead, believe, or pit from second round.
From second, yeah, they're going back and forth in a great little battle between themselves and Tibbet Racing. Modina Motorsports have had to pit first after 42 laps, which is a good effort. The BMW probably got closer to 41 laps, and they were quite close between second and third not long ago. You saw pit exit just there was the Modina Motorsports 427 Cayman GT4 Club Sport.
Yeah, so Michael Fink-Botner heading his way out in that 427 car. As I said, involved in that little strategic battle between themselves and Tibbet Racing in that particular class. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top in terms of that one by the time we have the 12 hours of racing that we have on order here is up and has elapsed. But we are an hour and 22 minutes away from that point at the moment, and looking at the Duo by SimRC GT3 car, that's estimated to be around about 40 laps to go in this. So we're on the home straight here at the moment, David. The light is at the end of the tunnel, despite us being near midnight local time, but don't judge.
Yeah, indeed. The strategies are starting to get clearer, starting to unravel, and for TCR and GT4, both of them are within the critical time window where they can stop and get to the end. That was definitely the final stop for Modina Motorsports. Talking about TCR, here's the leader. It's a class that just hasn't had quite the same excitement around the top position, so we haven't spent enough time talking about it. But that is not to take away from the performance of Jürgen Frank and his teammates in the 176. Currently lead class by 4 laps. Such is their domination over the Audi RS3 LMS, and I'll tell you, a lot of the other championships I've seen these drivers and this team race this car in, they know it inside and out. They know the right strategies for the TCR car as well. I believe they came out victorious in the 24-hour series esports 2 weeks ago at Imola, 6 hours at Imola as well. So they're racing both sides of the coin here with 24-hour series and doing very well indeed. But they're coming up to their final pit stop, so when they pit in a couple of laps time, or at the end of this lap, that'll be the final stop for Jürgen Frank and this 176 class leading car comfortably.
I mean, they can make a mistake, take the tow back to pit lane, not once, but probably twice, and still come out with the race lead. So it would require a catastrophic problem for Duo by SimRC TCR to not win this TCR race. And
40 laps
on
They're
time
looking for that pit lane.
There we go. So 1 hour, 20 minutes to go. So there we go, and they head their way down on towards pit lane in that TCR machine. So Jürgen Frank getting himself stopped in his pit box. I was afraid he was going to overshoot then, but he got that in there. They also go for the driver change as well, as we get Strel behind the wheel of the car to bring that Audi all the way to the end of the race on that fuel tanker going into the car right now. So that's the final stop for your TCR race leader. The first of the final stops of the entire fields due to the great fuel tank and fuel economy of these TCR machines. They can go this distance. But at the moment, it's been, like you said, David, it's been a very, very comfortable race for Duo by SimRC. To be able to gain this margin and to have this buffer, you know, it's every driver's dream. You can make all the mistakes that you want and still come out ahead. And but at least for Duo by SimRC, they'll be hoping that it's still no mistakes from this point forwards, and they can take this rather convincingly.
Still excitement on pit lane, because right behind them was Tibbet Racing, second in class in GT4, making their final stop, and they are going to come out so close to Modina Motorsports in that battle for second and third in GT4 as we continue to watch. It's not Jürgen Frank. Update that graphic, please, Mr. Director. It's Marvin Strail, I guarantee you.
Oh, that was a very close moment. With
That's Red Camel Esports.
Yeah, that was second place overall, coming through
it was a real
quite a
code
ring
red.
of dots. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll get to see it up on the replay here with the TCR car coming off of pit lane, although I am seeing the active pit stop battle between Modina Motorsports in the GT4 class and Tibbet Racing. Tibbet Racing is going to come out behind here, but look at this close moment. Yeah, got the heart rate up a little bit there, Justin.
Well, here's one of the difficult parts with Sebring, right, is the racing line and the pit exit line are essentially the exact same. A couple times, just a couple hours ago, there were cases where you had some of the cup cars nearly having cars come across their front bumpers. They were getting so tight off the pit lane and blinky. They're in the lights as a result of that. It's just the nature of the racetrack, and you need to be smart when you come into the lane as well. For some of these cars, I think they're going to have to be smart on how the rest of this plays out, because some of these cars, you can tell with how they like to play with their lights, they really want to get by cars such as theirs quickly, and they cannot afford any major mistakes or contact from behind here that shuffles them out of the way.
Yeah, they really can't. So I'm seeing this battle for this second spot in GT4's taking around about 5 seconds at this point. And both of these teams have come down in and have taken their final spots, right? So this is a representative battle out there on circuit. 5 seconds between Modina Motorsports and Tibbet Racing. Tibbet Racing, the team on the back foot at this point, but there's no reason why they can't make some forward progress inside the final hour and 15 minutes that we have to run and give us a good fight for that second spot.
Yeah, no doubt. Final round, ding, fight for second place in GT4. Both of them just 4 laps apart on the pit stop, so the tyre life's not massively different. Once they get warmed up on that 451, I'm going to hope they can close in. And it's man himself, Simon Tibbet, for the final stint. So win or lose, it all rests on him. And I'm sure third's not going to massively disappoint them either. That is still a podium placing. In a class with more cars than the 991 class or TCR, it has been a little bit more competitive.
It really has. And, well, that gap just stays at 5 seconds right now, but, you know, we can watch it evolve over the course of this final stint for these GT4 machines. In fact, Tibbet Racing losing a little bit more time there to Modina just as we speak, but we kind of expect this gap to fluctuate in and out as the traffic comes and goes. I'm seeing another GT3 on towards pit lane. The Atlantis Racing team have come down in their Ferrari 488. for not their final pit stop service. They won't be able to go an hour and 15 minutes on a tank in that GT3 car, so they're going to have to come down in for a splash and dash inside the final hour. But I think most of everyone else should be okay, apart from the Ferry Monster Esports red car, who is now imminent on towards pit lane. In fact, they are coming in right now, at least on my timing screen. So I think that means that those are the only two cars I think that need to take themselves a splash and dash at the end of this event.
I believe so, based on some of the numbers and strategies, but this is exactly what some of the teams have been calculating for, right, Connery? Because if you don't take that preparation, guess what? You end up being one of the teams having to take an extra stop or losing a ton of time while everyone else gets the bit of the splash. I don't think, though, and I think Dave is going to say this too, that cars in that class are going to go 75 minutes, like some of the other classes today. It's been about an hour or so on the clock, give or take. Estimate it's about, from what I can tell, upwards of 28 laps for some of the drivers in that class today. In other words, it may be as late as 7 to 8, maybe even 10 laps to go for some of these cars compared to your race leader, where they're going to have their top off.
Yeah, it's going to be painful, honestly. If they're leaving pit lane now with 73 minutes to go with Atlantis Racing Team, then they're going to be making their final, splash and dash about 15 minutes to go, 10 minutes to go, which is around about with 2-minute laps, just 5 minutes to go. They're not going to make it to the end and need another pit stop. So some of the teams that planned a little further ahead, it's going to help them out in this final part of the race. But in the early couple hours, couple stints of the race, maybe it wasn't the first thing on your mind. Maybe you were trying to get that track position, trying to find some clean air, rather than stretch out your stint an extra, one lap here, there, and make that all add up to cutting out a stop at the end of a 12-hour race.
Atlantis just dealing with a little bit of traffic right now on this onboards after coming down in for their second to final stop. It has to be said for the Ferrari here. So they took it to full service regardless, so it looks like they're going to try and go the distance here on the fuel and take that splash and dash at the very end. No splitting things 50-50 here for the moment. They'll just continue on. I don't think they're in any active battles kind of around them. I'm just seeing the Ferry Monster Esports car ahead of them is about 7 minutes down the road, and the next car in class for them further behind them is about 6 laps behind. So they're really in a bit of no man's land, it could be said here. There's the Ferry Monster Esports red car, as they are sitting about 5 seconds behind Atlantis Racing Team GT3. That's why I got slightly confused, because there's an Atlantis Racing Team and there's also an Atlantis Racing Team GT3 on the entry list. So
both of which are GT3s.
Yeah, exactly. So thanks, guys, whoever was naming those teams coming into this event. But it's going to be the case though that Atlantis Racing Team GT3 about 5 seconds ahead right now. They only need one more stop. I think. Yes, they will. They'll be fine to pit on the hour, if not later. Coming down towards the pit lane, and Ferry Motorsports will have to come down in again. So this is, I'm just thinking about this. This could be an interesting situation between the two of them, although Ferry Monster Esports Red will have a much shorter stop as their final stop here. So they might be able to do something with that, I would suppose.
Here's the thing, though, Connery. I'm looking at the numbers here, at least for the Atlantis Racing Team GT3. The number 30 car, let's put it specifically.
Yeah.
They pit about 19 laps ago, based on what I can see calculation-wise. If that is correct, they might be able to pit at about 1 hour to go and not be in that splash and go situation like some of these other cars. If that is indeed the case, remains to be seen. It's going to be very razor thin, though, the margins.
I think actually they'll be fine. They'll be fine because I mean, we saw the duo by SIBRC car come down towards the pit lane on the hour, and they had 23 laps on their stint. So it'll be it'll be absolutely fine in the clear. In fact, it might be plus a couple of laps.
That means they won't have the splash and go situation is what I'm talking about.
I'm looking at this, and Atlantis are comfortably going to get past the top of the hour and then need 3/4 of a tank to get home. The situation Ferry are in right now, they're going to need a splash of about 1/4 of a tank to get home from here. Atlantis currently ahead on the road by about 6 seconds. I think, just in pure numbers terms, Ferry Monster have got this.
Yeah, that works out in my head as well, but racing isn't always done on paper, is it? Is it, David? It's done out there on track.
That's why I specified that if you just do the sums and carry the numbers and subtract the remainder, blah blah blah, then that would say Ferry Monster in the best position. I didn't say that means they're going to win this little fight. I didn't mean that's and as we've been calling it, the Ferrari Cup for the best of the Ferrari runners who are now battling over 6th, 7th and 8th. But I'm not a betting man, but the odds are a little better on the number 20 than the number 30.
So what you're saying is the strategy would be the paper, the racing would be the scissors. What would be the rock?
Dwayne Johnson.
I thought you were going to insult one of the teams out there and just say they're a rock trying to hit into everyone, but, you know, you're too polite, David.
No, 2 of their 3 cars have already retired.
Oh, my words. Very Monster Esports. They deal with a little bit of that traffic there. You know, a bit of a sketchy spot, but that traffic just so happened to be the leader of the GT4 class. So there we go. Marcel Fastlander behind the wheel of the duo by SimRC GT4 machine. Going another lap down there, but in this situation, we're coming up towards the hour to go mark, and it's been a very, very long race, hasn't it? It's like I said, you know, about half an hour ago. It's felt like it's been an eternity since the very start of the race, but we're really on the home stretch at this point. We've got final pit stops coming up for GT3s. We got final pit stops coming up for also the 991 class as well. We've already had some final stops for TCR and GT4, so all is looking pretty groovy there. So, I mean, we're really just setting up for this final hour now, and this is the culmination in all of those strategies that have been going on. There are so many cars sort of off cycle at this point. We're not entirely sure how things will shape up in some of these battles, especially the one between Atlantis and Ferry. Go on.
And you just seen right there one of the fan favorites. Yeah, this is Lorient Virtual Racing. Their virtual counterparts, another problem. Ooh. Car hooks straight to the right. So many times tonight, Connery, we've seen from several different teams, their car just completely hooks right in several cases. Whether it's been something with the car, whether it's something technical-wise, it's been a case-to-case basis. That time, they went just straight to the right. That's the second time we've seen someone like that in Le Mans do that in the past 3-4 hours.
Yeah, Jeremy Razumais behind the wheel of that car, and something that David's pointed out to me in the little text chat that we have going on here. He has not done an official iRacing race, so he's still classified under the iRacing system as a rookie with a hidden iRating. But of course, with our software, we can see it's the default iRating of 1,350. So, I mean, I gotta say though, if you're not used to iRacing and jumping straight into that 911 GT3 Cup car, that's probably a trial by fire.
It's a trial by brake lockups. And what else does that car like to do? The pendulum effect of all the mass of the engine being behind the rear axle. Yeah, you know, honestly, I don't think that hard to drive, but the gap between okay and great in that car is many seconds per lap. It's not a steep learning curve, it's just a learning curve that keeps on going, and the average person is a long way away from getting within a second per lap of its best performance. There's a GT3 car with a couple more driving elements, some guts and some good instruction will get you within a couple seconds potentially of some really good speed. At least on the iRacing service, there's a caveat I'll throw out, but with no assists of any kind and a rather unflattering weight distribution, the Porsche Cup car does have a very long road to perfection.
It does. So while we're coming up towards the hour to go mark, we might as well take a bit of an onboard for a couple of minutes with one of those teams still left out there. Of the 21 teams now, I believe, that are left still running. And are there any votes in particular from any of you two?
Sorry, what are we voting on?
Fan Immersion.
Oh, right.
I'd actually like to follow along with the 911 again. I know there was the mistake before there, but he's actually one of the mechanics for that team he's driving for, mind you, right now. So you talk about the learning curve. He knows about the stuff you mentioned there, David, for the real life side of things. The sim side, as you mentioned, can take time, and he's now going 3 wide with other cars.
Yeah, oh, they just about are able to make that one work. That was SERIES Esports GT3 that was the GT3 car involved in that one, and that was the Porsche Lorient Virtual Racing car getting it done over the Modina Motorsports Sim Racing Pro machine. That's the Porsche Cayman GT4 that they put a lap on there. So there we go. We did have the 976 just pit. The 976 is the Duo by SimRC Cup car. Has come down on towards the pit lane, I believe. I'm just... Oh yeah, they had just come down in, so they've completed their pit stop service, and now they are back out there on circuit. Is the Duo car, and they sit about 2 seconds behind the Molnar car. But of course, the Molnar car still has to do their final stop, I believe. So yeah, it all comes down to that lost time from Molnar that they had immediately coming off the pit lane after their previous stop. Has kind of just ruined their battle. We might still get to see a bit of side-by-side action between the two of them, but although you might have some news there.
Well, we spoke on the broadcast with Alexander Dieko, and I'd seen a lot of the drivers, especially towards the end of stint, really struggling with the tyres on this car. I asked him, what's the strategy, changing tyres every stint? They said, absolutely. We're going to need to do an extra 20 minutes on the final stint. That's going to be rough. Well, Duvo by SimRC Cup have just come out of their final pit stop where they took fuel only. They were worried about track position against Molnar. I have to imagine they've cut 25 seconds from their pit stop by not taking tyres, but now they have more than an hour still left to go on a set of tyres that have already done a stint. I thought Molnar were going to be the team on the back foot on tyre strategy, nursing the final 20 minutes on a set of rubber that wanted to give up. Shout out Hand-Cooked Tyres, sponsor of 24 Hour Series. Slightly different to the branding that appears on the side of the tyres on iRacing, but that's irrelevant. Anyway, now it's SimRC who are going to be on the older tyres than Modina Motorsports are right now. They might have panicked at SimRC, Duvo by SimRC, and actually handed the upper hand, is not a way I should phrase that, to Modina Motorsports Sim Racing Blue in this.
I was going to say, because that kind of looked very confusing for me. I wasn't expecting them to be that close coming off the pit lane, so it kind of just spooked me. I was thinking, what's happening here? But yeah, Justin, have Duo by SimRC been too unnecessarily aggressive with this?
Yeah, it's an interesting call. We've seen the tire wear and some of the cars settle down, but for them to make this, I think it had to be for them to make this type of honorable. They feel like they at least have a realistic chance once things settle on in with the strategies to be able to actually stick to the position. The matter of the timing, though, is Will that be enough of a buffer once everything else settles in now for the rest of this run? Because I don't know if these tires are going to fairly last long if they feel like they've been struggling with them. The main thing's going to be how much will they be off on their pace? Because I'm looking towards the times right now for some of these cars. 2:05s right now for the 998. The telling sign's going to be when they come across the stripe, believe this time by the very least, to see what they're going to be up to speed. Because these are going to be older tires. The car's going to be heavier right now with the more fuel. So they're going to struggle with the touch bit. A 2:05.4. Oh, that's about 4/10 a lap in clean space, slower right now.
Yeah, that's well, could be concerning, as it'll just get worse from this point forwards for 12H SEBRING with the grip level behind the wheel of that car. And we might as well take this opportunity to go RaceSpot fan immersion on board with them for a couple of minutes as we've crossed into the final hour here of the virtual 12 hours of Sebring. We'll step away for a couple of moments, but don't go away, because this final stint is shaping up to be pretty interesting indeed. We'll see you in a bit. everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage here on Raceball TV of the virtual 12 hours of Sebring, brought to you by the 24-hour series Esports. We are deep within the final hour now of this 12-hour event. In fact, we have exactly coming up to around about 51 minutes left remaining. So during our little fan immersion segment with our onboards, we did see the final stops come through for the fastest class, for the GT3 class. So the overall race leader can go to the end in this tank of fuel now, so can second place, so can third place as well. But Race Union in fourth place, they can't go to the end at the moment. They're going to have to take themselves a splash and dash to get that car to the checkered flag. And also we see this little intrigue down in the 991 class as well, with Modina Motorsports perhaps, I'm just saying perhaps, shooting, have been given a bit of a chance on a silver platter, because Duo by SimRC might have shot themselves in the foot a little bit when it comes to the strategy. Unfortunately, if you've been following along and trying to see where the RSL guys are at in terms of this race, unfortunately, they're not doing too well, I'm afraid. They are 22nd overall, and that is the last of the runners that are out there at the moment. And it seems like they have had an issue very recently as well in that 462 car, the Team RSL powered by Mofo, with Nick Damon behind the wheel of that one.
Yeah, they actually just went way off the racetrack just moments ago at Tower. A rough race for them, but it's part of the fun, right? Be able to race against their competitors, including some pros, see how you fare, and just try and get to the checkered flag. They're third in class, by the way, technically. So there's that.
No.
Or check that sixth or fifth. I'm bad. I'm looking at this wrong. Fifth in class.
If you're using the JRT timing screen like me, it occasionally decides that the BMW M4 GT4 and the Cayman GT4 aren't in the same class. But if you go to racespot.tv/endurance, the timing there is 100% accurate, and you can follow along with all of your favorite teams, drivers, and if you're Duo by SimRC biting down all of your fingernails, or Modina Motorsports, then you can absolutely keep up with what's going on in a couple of those little battles across the different classes. Once again, that's racespot.tv/endurance.
We should start a RacespotTVStore.com with segues like that, David. That was absolutely impressive. But
I'll take my 10% cut.
No commission. No commission. What would we sell? I mean, we already sell some T-shirts. Is the Racespot TV store actually still like a thing, Hugo? I'm asking our director at the moment because he's also the co-CEO of the company. Yes, the store is still open, so you can actually go and buy some of our T-shirts with some famous quotes from mostly from the one, the only Will Vincent. We haven't updated that store in a very long time. I don't think we've had very many memeable comments, apart from If You're Suno, probably, in that situation. But yeah, absolutely. That store still exists, apparently. I haven't even gotten anything from it. So, that just shows my commitment to Racespot. But at the moment, ignoring all of that and getting back onto the racing, there's the battle for the 991 lead, the 991 category with these 911 Cup cars. Modina Motorsports Sim Racing Blue continuing to extend the gap over Duo by SimRC Cup, and that is because Duo by SimRC Cup decided to take fuel only in that previous stop, and they are on very old tires indeed. And if there's one thing where this car doesn't deal at all well with, it's old tires, and it's going to be a struggle keeping that car on the circuit in the final moments of this race.
I agree with that. It's a real struggle. You can see since their pit stop about 20 minutes ago, even less than that, the gap has gone from 3 seconds, 4 seconds out to 15 seconds. Now, there's still a pit stop to go, just a splash of fuel for the Modina Motorsports car. So I had a calculator in front of me. I tried to do the numbers and I ran out of mental acuity, but I think they want somewhere between 30 to 40 seconds.
Yeah, that would be absolutely ideal, and they might not be too far off it, because at least on that last lap, Duo by SimRC lost on the order of about 3.5 seconds on that last lap alone. So it's going to be a big struggle here for Rene Osterkamp to be able to do anything about this gap extending. And
do you want to
Modina
hear the number
Motorsports-
I put into my got out of my calculator just then?
Go on.
So a full fuel tank is 35 seconds of fuel. Now, Modina Motorsports are going to need 1/3 of a fuel tank to get home with 20 minutes to go based on when they made their last pit stop. So that is 11 to 12 seconds of fuel. They'll probably play it safe, 15 seconds of fuel, plus the pit lane transit time, which we've established at 25 seconds. They are going to want, maybe not when they pit, or maybe before they pit, they're going to want 40 seconds in front of Duo by SimRC.
Okay, so that's the margin that they're looking at coming in towards their final stop of the race. It's not too long until that point now. We've only got 45 minutes left to go in the entirety of the race, so things can happen rather quickly here in this one. And what's happening rather quickly right now is that gap extending. So it's another they've taken another 1.5 to 2 seconds out of Duo by SimRC there. So that gap continues to get a little out of hand for Duo. And of course, once Modina Motorsports come down in, they'll still be on the fresher tyres. They'll still be on pretty old tyres, don't get me wrong, but they'll still be on fresher tyres than Duo are on at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. There's no point in this strategy where the tyre life flips the other way and suddenly you can see SimRC starting to catch again. They've made their bed an hour and 5 minutes out from the end of the race, and now they kind of have to lay in it here. I just really feel like there was an hour still to go in the race, and they panicked. They tried to get too clever with it, when really, on race pace, on fresh tyres, they've been the fastest car all race long almost, or there and thereabouts, trading it with Modina, and they've been tricked, potentially bamboozled, into thinking that they needed to save the time on the pit lane, when really, they had the upper hand strategy-wise, and they gave it away.
Yeah, I would definitely call it like that, Justin.
I almost feel like it's a little too early to say that, because the counter argument you can make is, well, the only thing I can really think of in part here is they probably feel more comfortable being more so maybe on the defensive than being on the offensive, right? Because if they feel like they need to just play defense, hope the lap traffic is enough of a buffer for them not to get there, that might be the one thing that may have factored in here. But the concern again is to what you discussed, David, with what they said before. Now, what could have changed in the couple hours since then? Remains to be seen, because they do have a lot of drivers in that grouping for that organization. So you have to think they have at least punched some of the numbers. That gap, though, was, what was it, 3 seconds before when they came out of the pits? It's already up to 17 seconds.
Did you watch that turn one just there? The apex was in a different county of Florida to Rene Osterkamp. He was on the brakes trying to make the car turn, then he got off the brakes, he got back on them. He was at the track out point of the corner, and the brake lights were still on, trying to make that poor thing, get through the corner. That is a world of hurt right now for Duvo by SimRC.
And moves like that too are going to hurt them right there, where every time there's traffic, somebody's going to just dive it right up and in, and that loses them even more so time. So even then, I'm taking a look at this. They might not even get the buffer now. I'm starting to lean towards what you're saying now, David. Just looking at this now.
Thanks, I'm glad I'm persuading someone. YouTube chat's a little quiet on 24-hour series YouTube, but earlier in the race they were in very good song, letting us know their opinions.
Wait, is that something I missed?
No, I'm just saying.
Or am I just taking that the wrong way?
I think it's way. In there, they've been lovely and passionate about the racing and the teams they want to support. and I just hope I'm convincing them as well as I appear to have turned Justin Prince to my thinking about Porsche strategy.
I'll write the book on it. That's all I say. But 20 seconds between the two of them is the gap between your race-leading Porsche 911 Cup car and second place in the 991 class. René Osterkamp, you know, like I said before, though, this problem for him is going to continue to get worse and worse and worse, and he has to struggle with this for another 41 minutes. You know, because he's losing on the order of about, well, his cav gone up to about just over 2 seconds, a loss on that lap right now. So, you know, like I said, it's going to keep getting worse, and he's going to make more dramatic mistakes, perhaps, coming into the final moments of this race. It's just going to lose him, you know, time hand over fist if he goes off, has a spin, you know, has an excursion out into the grass. You know, there are so many more opportunities to lose big chunks of time when your tires are on so much of an edge.
I mean, that 988 has spun at least twice in about 6 hours. Did so in the first in about hours 6 through 8. Did it again with the cold tires we've seen a little bit before, I believe it was them. So it is possible. But you can't just exactly bank on them stepping on their own feet and making more mistakes. You have to at least put on your end of things and run your strategy to its fullest extent. You can't just hope that they end up snapping the car again.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's sometimes difficult in that sort of situation to really focus on your own race instead of wishing ill on other cars around you to make mistakes. You got to really make your own luck sometimes in these sorts of races. And you know, if you do have some fortunate events go your way, well, take them by the horns by any means. But you just can't rely on them and you know, hope on them for your place in the race, so to speak. Like, I've kind of stabilized out a little bit at 20 seconds on this lap, so maybe not as big of a loss on this one for Duo by SimRC. But as we're looking at this one, I'm just kind of looking throughout the rest of the field, because I want to see how this GT4 battle between Tibet and Modina Racing is going at the moment. That gap is at about 12 seconds now, so that one has really extended out, and it doesn't seem like Mr. Tibet himself is able to keep up the pace.
Yeah, 23 career victories per his personal website in terms of victories in his racing career, but the one thing that the darkness is kind of hiding is that car is taking a lot of beatings today. And so the aerodynamics of that car are not as straightforward as they were before, to put it very lightly, especially on the hood of that race car. And I think part of that's just some of the hurt, but also there's the difference in the manufacturers. It was talked about a lot. Peter and I discussed this, where the Porsche is better in the corners and on the long run. The BMW is better down the straights and the short run. Eventually, that ends up going the opposite direction, where, yes, the BMW is good in the first 30 minutes of a run, Connor, in a lot of tracks, but eventually all that time goes completely the other direction and then some. It happened at Spa. It's happened here at Sebring.
Yep, you raise a very good point, and I'm just kind of chuckling at what David's put in our little text chat here. Which county do you end up in if you run wide at turn 1, David?
Well, we're in Sebring in Highlands County, Florida, but seeing as the pit straight runs west to east, if you missed turn 1 and kept going, you'd actually end up in Okeechobee County, Florida. But if you halfway made turn 1 and then ran wide at the exit, you'd end up on the northern side in Polk County, Florida. Unlike Silverstone, for example, which in the UK exists across the boundary between two shires or counties or whatever it is, I believe we're entirely within Highlands County here.
What's your exact measurement system for all that to even make sense?
Looking at a map and trying to find straight lines?
Because actually what's very helpful with this is that the original runway layout of the base prior to becoming Sebring International Raceway had runways that were pure north-south and east-west. So the runway that became the pit straight and the pit facilities, and also the Ullman Straight, is pure east-west. Hence why Sunset Bend, you come down the straight and you're facing right into the sunset. You're facing perfectly due west right before you turn into Sunset Bend. I wrapped it back around to something that actually sounds like you care about it at Sebring.
Yeah, and of course those two counties, I believe Silverstone is going to be Northamptonshire and Oxfordshire, I think it was.
No, it's Buckinghamshire and Northamptonshire.
Buckinghamshire. Yeah, I was going to say it's
Go back to
the same part of the country.
school.
Same part of the country. I mean, I should know my own country a little bit better than an Australian. But
You're getting educated by someone who's never been there. Whereas you could probably walk and be there by dinner time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I knew it was like that part of the country, so there we go. Yeah, because Oxford is still that same general area, so there we go. I count that as a half win, but at this point, at least with the racing that we have going on, Tibet Racing still unable to do anything about Modina Motorsports sim racing at the moment for P2 in GT4 land. So at this point, this battle pretty much done. At this point, I think we can call it, unless there are some outside influences in terms of that one. So continuing on, I think the main event here for the final potential splash and dashes and such here is that battle for the class lead in 991. But it's going to be interesting because yes, Duo and Spicy LRC are losing a lot of time, but Modena also need to do their bit in this one as well, like you've already mentioned, David.
Yeah, what will be most interesting is the number I came out with there, 40 seconds, was the amount that Modena 991 class had to pull out of SimRC between the pit stop and the end of the race. The previous pit stop for Duvo actually is 40 seconds, so it's possible that Modena make their splash and dash, come out just behind Duvo by SimRC, still have fresher tyres on, catch and pass them before the checkered flag. That one could still be very close, depending on, do Modena save that final splash till as late in the race as possible, or do they try and get it done and out of the way, which they could do any time between now and the fuel emptying light.
Yeah, so they have a little bit of leeway to decide when and where they want to take that final splash and dash. I mean, they might have team members looking at the track map, the live track map as well, to try and find maybe a decent gap that they won't be having to deal with much traffic. Oh, Audi off ahead of Tibet. And I think that was Viper Niza E-Racing, I believe it was, as I'm seeing them drop down the order, and they're still stranded on the inside of Sunset Bends. Careful with the rejoin! Oh, no!
That's his leader.
It is Modena Motorsport. They've nosed it into a spun Audi. And now this changes to the complexion of the 991 battle.
I mean, disbelief at that.
They're going to be 11. Wow. That team has struggled with both their cars today, but what a time to make that sort of mistake. Lay tons of racing experience in his career. We talked a little bit about him in that respective grouping, but just another mistake from the grouping. But the part that really boggles my mind is you're in a blind corner, there's already cluster cars going, and he just reverses it into the middle of the track. He nearly got hit by another 2 or 3 cars trying to find a gap here. And for the 998, they had no idea what was happening until it was too late.
Yeah, they were expecting that car to stay on the inside, tried to go around the outside. Audi rolled back directly into the path of your 991 class leader. So drama inside the final 35 minutes of this race then. Modena Motorsports have heavy front end damage to that Porsche. Again, thankfully, rear engine, so the engine's fine, but the air, what's the aero like? What's the suspension like? What's the wheel alignment like on the front of that Porsche? Did they go square in, which would probably be the best case scenario, or did they hit an angle, which would be the worst case scenario in terms of the wheel and suspension damage? We just don't know at the moment. We have to keep an eye on the lap times.
This is unbelievable. Like, just when you think things settle down, we've seen it with every single battle. A twist like that has come into play just about every single time. Nearly like clockwork.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Let's have a look at this, because they've already lost 6 seconds to Duo by SimRC. So, you know, just by having that incident, they've lost that much time. And now what's the decision right now? Because we know they have to come down on towards pit lane. They're coming right now. Of course they haven't, because they've just missed the pit lane. But at this point, it's they're really hamstrung by the damage, and it's just such a weird situation now, isn't it? Duo might be able to come back at this. They've been gifted an opportunity, haven't they, David?
I mean, it was looking good for them all in the car, and it's blown it wide open again. The question's still going to be, what's the damage like on the car? Is it affecting them in a straight line? Is it affecting them in the corners? Is it both? Are they going to come to their pit stop and have to add extra time on it to fix something to get this car to the end? Is there going to be some kind of required repairs? So just got to keep our eyes on their lap times for the next 2 or 3 laps, because sometimes you have a hit like that on the Porsche, you get away with it. You lose 3 kilometers an hour, but the car still handles fine, and you know, you work around it. But sometimes that was a big hit. It was square on. It was a big hit. You can see it's knocked the panel off. It's bent the front of the car around both front wheel arches. Ow. Just got to wait and see the extent of the damage.
It's almost looking like in a couple of these corners that it is starting to tug more so when it has to turn towards the left, more so corner exit. But yeah, I think you'll see it right here more so towards the exit of Le Mans here, because notice it a little bit before coming out of the hairpin. Yeah, that car's tugging a little bit. And as we talked about a little bit earlier on when with one of the GT3 classes around the halfway mark, Peter Mackay and I did, usually you want to take as little curb as you can there for the iRacing version of this track. That was a lot of curbing there. So I think at the very least that car is tugging a touch bit on corner exit. And there they are.
They're in. They're coming down in. At this point, you know, they've come down in for their splash and dash. 28.5 minutes left remaining. Do they dare even going for a bit of damage repair just to try and sort something out? I'm not entirely sure, but down into the pit box they come then. And it's the final stop for the 988 car of the Modina Motorsports Sim Racing Blue machine, getting its final pit stop service. Duo by SimRC will re-inherit the race lead in the 991 class, and they might have just been gifted an easier time. 20 seconds, well, 20 and a half seconds is the stop for Modina Motorsports, so definitely not any optional repairs being taken there as they look to try and rejoin the racing circuit. They'll find a gap here perhaps, and be able to rejoin the race in comfortable fashion. There we go, they found the gap, so they won't be having to deal with traffic on pit exit. But now it's going to be the case of, is there any pace left in that Monaco? I don't think so. It's a 27-second gap now.
What a quick rescue there, Connery. At the very least, they found enough time optionally to get a new crushed hood on the car.
Ooh,
so there's that. But the thing is, the time they recorded the lap before they went to the lane was a 2:06. Keep in mind, the times recorded on the old tires for the 976 are still in the 2:05s. In other words, they're going to need to hope that whatever they could even get fixed there in that top off is enough to be still quicker now, because they're going to have to close in a much more bigger gap than I think they were expecting before that collision. They were on a perfect collision course for victory. Now, they're going to need to be picture perfect on their marks to have a shot. They're already looking a bit better off the corners now too after that. After the pit stop, rather.
I think the only collision course they were on was directly into the side of an Audi R8, but...
Well, that wasn't planned.
Yeah, definitely not. But it's, you know, I tried not to curse this race in terms of the commentary, but it seems like I have at this point. But Modina Motorsports by Sim Racing Blue. Right, what do you have in you now? Alexander Diaco, 27 seconds is the gap to Duo by Sim RC. 27 seconds in 26 minutes. It's a very tall order, let me tell you that. But again, it comes back to the situation, David, that you hate, in that you're relying kind of on Duo's own mistakes now, if you're Molnar.
Right, you're absolutely also relying on this final 25 minutes, seeing their double-stinted tyres absolutely fall apart. Is that going to happen? I'm not sure, but still it's the tyre advantage to Molnar, even if what was a very pristine-looking car for a long time is now dented and battered on all sides from the front.
Yeah, we can still see the gap just still hovering around 20 seconds as both cars are involved in a little bit of traffic at the moment, which is probably going to affect Duo more than Molnar at this point, given the TCR car ahead of them and the GT3 car they're trying to pass at the moment, believe it or not. But there we go. They're going to have to get by in that instance. That's the Viper Niza iRacing 63 Audi that just let the Duo 911 by. And there we go, that whole procedure gets itself sorted out. But look at that, the gap still 27.5 seconds. I don't think Molnar Molnar can do this on their own merit now. That's for sure.
No, I have to agree with that. The hand of fate's been, you know, twisted against them on this particular one. Quite a bit of damage, and then we saw a handful of very, very critical seconds just lost in that one incident as well, where they, you know, had to, you know, come to a stop and then try to avoid and then try to get back going. That amount of time on its own, you know, 5 or 10 seconds, was the balance of fate between these two. You know, who was on the better strategy? You know, 10 seconds one way, 10 seconds the other was going to change the winner. And in one moment, I think that's where it kind of looked like it fell away from them, and then every lap since, it's been salt in that wound.
Yeah, the gap's starting to creep down now, but it's going to be too little too late, as far as I'm concerned, for Modina Motorsports and Racing Blue. We had a little bit of a panic as far as their situation is concerned, and it seems like that panic is justified after that incident. Of course, Duo, we were kind of scared for them at points during this as well, with René Osterkamp trying to nurse that car all the way to the end of the race. But again, it probably or likely won't end up mattering a whole lot in the final. Was going to be about 12.5 laps for these guys at this point. Yeah, I mean, we saw the number 70 having problems. The DMC by HPSR Blue went out into the grass. I think that was outside of Le Mans corner.
Yes, and they went down in the grass the whole entire straightaway, in front of your overall race leader as well, mind you. So, yeah, you can see that is your leader right in the backdrop, trying to run away, and everybody else is saying, what are you doing, in the best way they can using their lights.
Yeah, that was quite a, frantic amount of flashing, I'll probably say, in that instance. And you can see with the replay, this is on board with DMC by HPSR Blue. This is the car that's gone off into the grass there, just caught the car, and you know how the grass is here in iRacing sometimes. It is very, very slippy, and well, he's done a good job in keeping that car pointed in the right direction, I will say that, but I don't think any of the guys behind appreciate that.
I thought he was going to loop it into the track. We've seen it a couple of times, but the car control has actually been solid with cars in the grass in some cases there. We've seen drivers kind of think there would be a runoff area after the rumble strips there before, do a quick flick of the wrist, still keep the car straight. Surprised there that that car, once again, didn't snap right, with there being zero traction that entire time down the straightaway. Good heads up as well to my other cars, though, to not just keep on going full throttle, because they wanted to make sure that car had enough space to keep on rolling.
Yeah, you just have to have that sort of awareness in races like this, especially coming into, you know, the final 20 minutes of the event where the fatigue is really hitting you, especially if you've done a handful of stints inside of these cars. Sometimes you get that bit of tunnel vision and you're not exactly aware of what's going on around you. Happens in real racing, happens in sim racing as well. We've seen that so many times with the iRacing special events that we do, especially the full 24-hour events. We see some silly mistakes sometimes, and you know, that's with the whole concept of silly hour, both in real endurance racing and in sim racing endurance racing. So there we go. That's the sort of situation that we have. The number 16 is back out on track. Oh yeah, Modina, they're back.
Benny Simonson said, you know what? I'm seeing all this craziness. I'm going to take a chance to get maybe some more laps on the track. Why not? And again, may as well bring this car to the finish. They might have a shot at least to get a couple official positions.
No, I don't think they were going to lose any. I don't think they were going to gain any. They just want to see. They just want to say goodbye, Barney.
They might. The keyword "might" is going to be tight to T3 Esports Alpha, who are now out of the race.
Though.
Yeah, not in class. I'm talking the official.
Oh yeah, overall position. Yeah. So I mean, it's very small victory to go for, I suppose. But Benny Simpson back out there for Modina Motorsports, and of course they have a very clean car, because the reason why they initially, or at least what looked like, retired from the race. That's a big moment there for Benny Simpson, but still, the reason why they were down on towards pit lane so long was because of that technical problem for Jamie Fluke, which dropped him out the server, and then we thought initially the team was completely and utterly done with things. And imagine what could have happened here is Benny Simpson joined the server expecting the car to still be in the race, and he's gone, wait, hang on, why are we just still on pit road? And he's just taken the car anyway. That's kind of the humorous situation in my head right now, even though it's an unlikely one.
And here's the tweet that came out just less than an hour ago on this. Just got the clarification finally on this. It was not only an overheating issue with the steering wheel for Benny here, it was the internet that did come in for Jamie Fluke that confirmed things as well. So you had not one but two drivers having issues with their equipment in various different ways, where it just ended up being a recipe for disaster in the end, for what could have been a interesting finish towards the end. Because give credit as due, they were a very strong car much of this race. But Cedric Bolin, I think around that 5-hour-ish mark, where he somehow managed to run a second quicker than this car before Jamie Fluke jumped back into the machine, and in turn controlled the pace of the race for parts of that since then, kind of just changed the momentum of this event today.
Yeah, it really did. And, well, it's kind of, for Modena at least, it's kind of disappointing to see them in this situation. And so Benny making a mistake coming through the exit of the hairpin there, just skipping across the grass. So that will be a slowdown penalty for him. So again, it's not exactly ideal, but then again, he's not got anything to lose here, really, has he, David?
No, we've elaborated that. Absolutely nothing to lose, and also little to gain as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to say though, for Dumo by Sim RC, even though there's been a lot of luck here and there, it's an accomplishment to, at this moment, be in position to get a full sweep of a round as an organization for the top steps of podiums. Cedric Bolin, keep in mind, was a big part of their 24-hour Le Mans team. For that event, remember, they drove the Ferrari back then and won the GTE class. He was one of their drivers throughout some of the night steads in part of that organization. The car is quick. The drivers are quick. And for this competitor, who is, mind you, a multiple-time VW Fun Cup champion, it's gone exactly how the team, I think, has been wanting him to go, to say the very least. But several drivers are coming in for scheduled pit stops here. They're the splash and goes.
Yes, they are. So we'll see the Ferry Monster Esports red car come down on towards pit lane. They've been involved in a little scrap, I suppose, between themselves and Atlantis Racing Team. And Atlantis Racing Team GT3, that is, not the standard Atlantis Racing Team. Again, they've named the cars basically the same thing. But so you can see Ferry Motorsports, Monster Esports ahead, coming off the pit lane just before Atlantis Racing Team GT3 even gets on towards the front straight. So that's a whole bunch of advantages going Ferry Monster Esports' way there. I mean, we tried with the side-by-side, but unfortunately it didn't end up happening between those two, as Ferry Monster Esports comfortably ahead by the gap that you see on screen. In fact, is 17 seconds all the way back to Atlantis.
Here's the thing, though. Keep in mind, there is points for this series. That for Atlantis, it's been kind of a up and down day. Here's the thing, though. They only had a 3-point difference to T3 Esports Beta in the GT3 class. Right now, the position difference is about 4 or 5 spots on the racetrack. Now, how it all shuffles out remains to be seen, but there's a chance they lose the points lead for the class by the end of this.
Yeah, that could be a possibility. We'll have to try and break the calculators out as far as that is concerned. But yeah, I mean, it could have other effects on the season for them, and it's just how these races go sometimes. But yeah, David, it's interesting to see how these things sort of develop over the course of what is a very short season, yes, but still, it's more of a storyline throughout from race to race.
Yeah, and a point structure that has very much favoured consistency and, you know, making sure you at least get to the finish line of every race. For example, I think that Modina Motorsports, if they get to the checkered flag, are actually just still going to be eligible for points in this one. Potentially, we'll see, but definitely, it's 3 rounds means that every single one of them has to count. You can't have a 0 on any of the races if you're going to be well placed when the points are all calculated and totaled and tallied.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you know, it's the sort of situation that we see in the GT3 class, which is kind of more of the question mark here. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of, at least as far as the other 3 classes, Duo, you know, they basically have the championships on lockdown in each and every class at this point. So it's not really much of a story down there. But in terms of GT3s, maybe things can shake up just a little bit more. Of course, Atlantis Racing Team not doing as well, but then again, Duo by SimRC GT3, they're not very far up the order at all, are they? So it's in fact they are. It's their first entry into this race, in fact. So it's 0 points Spa, 0 points Barcelona. So it's yeah, still calculators needed, but we'll see what happens in terms of those points orders for GT3s, which is by far the biggest class.
Yeah, and this is something where you can see already with some of the lines just right now there too. Some of the fatigue still settling in for these drivers, but in our words, the thing Atlantis I think really needed here was to get to 6.
Yeah.
Because based on the point structure, if I understand correctly, they are definitely in the position where T3 Esports Beta unofficially would jump on. Every other division you mentioned is under lockdown with the SimRC affiliated cars. So they're going to need a lot of luck here.
Yeah.
And a lot of it fast.
Yeah, because T3 Esports Beta well, they're in a little bit of no man's land right now as well. Jens Hohmann behind the wheel of the car, of the number 71. That's currently leading the championship, currently not leading the championship, excuse me, but if the race finishes as it is right now, unofficially, they will be the champions of the GT3 class at the end of this race here today. So they'll be hoping to keep it on the grey stuff as well. You know, there's got to be some element of nerves now coming in towards the final 11.5 minutes. Someone got disqualified.
I think that was the 21 car. One of the drivers from the 21 car ejected. Their car's been in the garage for 10 minutes and 30 seconds from that crash before. Believe one of their drivers, though, not allowed to try and jump back in it for obvious reasons.
Wasn't that the Audi that had that terrible rejoin?
Yeah. Yes, it would be, and that would, if I understand correctly, David, I think you should jump in on this, would mean they're done for the race in general.
Yeah, the automated message says particular driver removed from the server, but I think that's that could be a disqualification of the entire car.
And that's the thing, that car you have to think is significantly damaged.
If we were going to see it again.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it could have been a possibility, but yeah, I mean, I think that's the right call. That was absolutely reckless what they did, and it shouldn't matter which car they hit in that situation, but it's the case that
they're trying to get it on the racetrack. They're trying to get it on the racetrack right now in the 21. They're actually pulling out of the pit lane right now.
Really?
Yes. I think it's the one driver that found his way out for whatever reason. They're actually pulling it out of the racetrack still somehow.
Hang on. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, I'm seeing that right now. Up on screen, they're out on circuit. I don't think they're allowed to be out on circuit, surely. If you're going to disqualify someone, you're going to have to disqualify the whole car. I wouldn't see why you just disqualify a certain driver. That seems pretty strange to me. Interesting. So we have further drama, ladies and gentlemen, inside the final 10 minutes of this race. A car that's out there that perhaps shouldn't be out there. We had
sounds like a wrestling script.
It does. And here he comes with the steel chair. You know, that sort of situation. But
my goodness, that's Audi's music.
Yeah. Well, 9 minutes left to go in this race. 9 minutes.
I don't know if their organization's going to be laughing, though. Keep in mind that's one of the top organizations from the Asian region, which has drivers who've raced in the Asian Le Mans series.
Yeah, I've seen no action right now from the race administrators. You would have thought, with us even talking about this, because I know the race admins do also watch the live broadcast, so they would have caught up on the delay by now. So interesting, very, very interesting. But heading back towards the racing, though, or at least any potential racing that's sort of still left out there. Again, there's nothing happening in terms of 991 class because that's kind of got ruined by that incident involving the Audi rejoining the circuit right ahead of Modina Motorsports. So that gap is kind of sort of stabilized out towards 30 seconds between the two cars now. And everywhere else it seems like all the battles have sort of fizzled out here, unfortunately, for the end of the race. So unless any of you guys can see anything else that's pretty close out there on circuit, I think it's going to be, fingers crossed, pretty plain sailing here until the checkered flag.
The closest thing out there is Red Camel Esports trying to stay on the lead lap against 12H by SimRC GT3. And I think they look like they're able to do that with their speed at the moment, and there's no reason why Cedric Bolin would need to put Jorn Zedekau down a lap. But, I mean, they're this close to putting the entire field, their entire class, down a lap.
Yeah, what a dominant performance there for duo by SimRC GT3. The SimRC car's absolute dominance in this field here today. Looks like they're gonna win every single class. 4 classes 4 wins for Duo by SimRC. That's what it looks like right now with the 6 minutes and 50 seconds that we have to go. The 21 is now parked, so they've brought that car down towards pit lane, and as it turns out, you disqualified an entire car, not just a single driver.
Yes, they have asked, this is from confirmation, from race control, from the racing stewards. That car is parked for the final 5 estimated laps in the final 7 minutes or so of this event. So, a rocky one, but here's the thing. For Cedric Bowen, it's been a heck of a drive for him tonight. Him and Hayden Burns have worked really well together. But for Bowen, that's where I think this real raw pace of the car is coming to play tonight, because that's where the gaps have been built up. That's where he outran Jamie Fluke much of the time he was in the car before his technical problems came into play. So Bowen, he is a big part of why this car had such a big gap at this moment.
Yeah, and it's been a formidable drive for all those drivers involved with the Duo by SimRC GT3 car. Like you said, it mentions Hayden Burns and Cedric Bowen. These are the 2 drivers that have appeared for that car. Of course, they had Christoph Weitz sort of on standby, so to speak, on that car, but he hasn't made an appearance in this race despite being registered as one of those drivers. But at this point, with 5 minutes left to go, we're looking at for Duo by SimRC coming up to 3 laps to go of the virtual 12 Hours of Sebring in the 24-hour SERIES Esports event. And I gotta say, looking back at T3 Esports as well, what a great championship they have had, because they're going to come home last step of the podium in GT3s at the moment. And it's just been these sorts of consistent finishes throughout the season that have netted them perhaps the championship win. Of course, officially we all have to say that, but they hadn't won an event, but yet they potentially could be coming home as the champions.
Yeah, top 5, a top 5, and a top 5. That's how you do it in a very densely packed class like the GT3 category, where we've got 18 cars that took the start here. Some of the other races earlier had 20 or more. In a field like that, where some cars miss races, some cars have good races, and then bad races, to just finish top 5 in all 3 is apparently what it takes.
Yeah, it is, and it's just the coast to the end now. Maybe you can just back off just a little bit, not too much, because going too far out of your rhythm does mean that mistakes settle in. But at this point, you can just enjoy the ride, I suppose, to the end of this event, with the 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go that we have here today. It's been a pretty interesting race. It's been a very long race. I mean, it is a long race. It's a 12-hour event, but at some points we started to go a little bit insane. But thankfully, things picked up a little bit by the time the drop of the checkered flag happens here today. We had our drama inside the final hour. We had that strategy intrigue with the 991 class, and then that turned into drama as a GT3 Audi pulled out in front, one of your front runners in terms of that class. But at least as far as GT4s, they've also had their interesting battles as well. We saw a potential close run thing between Modina Motorsports and Tibet Racing at the very end there. That unfortunately has fizzled out a bit. It looks like Modina has been able to grab that second spot in the strategy as far as that GT4 class is concerned. And in TCRs, it has been Duo by SimRC TCR all day long. They have they have an almost 9-minute advantage over Ferry Monster Esports Grey at the moment in second place in TCRs. And it's car in the Ferrari in the wall, number 70.
Yeah, that's DMC once again by HPSR Blue. It's been a rough day, and especially a rough final stint for this driver, and yet again, journeying into the grass. This time, it's not a good one.
Yeah, that is a heavy, heavy impact there. And we'll get to see it once again. Is it the grass? Yeah. Oh, he was such high speed onto the grass there. I'm not entirely sure what the thought process was in that one from that Ferrari, but there we go. We see Red Camel Esports on towards the pit lane there on the replay. And they're going to come out. It's just fine. Still in P2, so no dramas for them.
They topped
at the
off,
moment.
though.
Yeah, they had to top off with fuel, but they don't lose position at all. So at the end of the day, it's not a significant happening.
It's kind of ironic because there was 2 laps to go. They pitted to take a bit of fuel. That dropped them off the lead lap, which then meant they had 1 less lap they needed to do. So really, they pitted to take 1 lap of fuel potentially.
Yeah, potentially. As we will continue to have a look at the duo by SimRC GT3 has 1 lap over the entire field here today, with Red Camel Esports coming down towards the pit lane. They weren't able to hold on to that leading lap, so duo by SimRC GT3 will be on a lap all on their own in the finishing order here today. 45 seconds left remaining as they head out of Sunset Bend. Don't celebrate just yet. You have 1 more lap to go here, Cedric, as it's the clock expiring and then the checkered flag comes out, as is the rule set here.
Just what a final past couple hours, say at the very least, and what a day for Dual by SimRC today. They put on a clinic of the TCRs. They had some wild moments in the Cup cars, but in turn held on up there. Had a bit of luck coming their way for some of the other cars, but in the end, a full sweep is something the whole team should be proud of. The whole effort put in for this racetrack should be something they should all be proud of after today.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you in that one. Duo by SimRC, they're taking this final lap as a bit of a celebration lap as well. They might as well be, considering they're a lap ahead of everyone else. So it's very much well deserved, and they're very much justified in the flashing of the lights on this final lap as they are coming up through the right then and coming towards the final sector of the lap. What an event it has been for both Cedric Bolton and Hayden Burns, both the pilots of that duo by SimRC GT3 car. Unfortunately, they won't win the entire season. This is the only race that they have entered as far as this season is concerned, but it's not too bad going 100% success rate here in this series. They're continuing to flash the lights. They're getting some congratulations from the other duo by SimRC car, the GT4 machine that's also going to win in its class right behind it. So what an event it has been for duo by SimRC, not only in their GT3, but in their GT4 and their TCR, in their Cup car as well, as Cedric Bolton heads his way across the line to win overall for duo by SimRC GT3s as he lights it up. In terms of the flashing lights on the pit straight, there's the GT4 sister car heading their way through to take their race win and their championship win as well. Fantastic to have those 2 cars come across the line together. We are still waiting for the 991 class, and we are still waiting for the TCRs to head their way through on the final lap as the fireworks start here in Sebring. And that sky gets lit up with those absolutely fantastic colors. Still waiting for duo by SimRC Cup and duo by SimRC TCR to head their way through. Absolutely fantastic that we get to see this display at the very end of the race, but soon we'll perhaps see the GT4s and the TCR cars actually head their way through very close together at the moment. But here comes T3 by Esports Beta, because they have won the GT3 championship here at Sebring. It's a podium finish as well for them as Jens Harman celebrates behind the wheel of that number 71 Audi. Fantastic stuff across the season for T3 Esports Beta. And here come the 2 duo by SimRC cars in Cup and in TCR, both championship winners of each respective class, and Duo by SEB Cup complete the clean sweep here at Sebring.
What a race. What a past 12 hours. They nailed the strategy to a T organization-wide today to get the sweep. And for them to win 3 of the 4 championships is an accomplishment in and of itself.
It really is. Fantastic scenes here at the end of the 12 hours of Sebring, the virtual 12 hours of Sebring, of course. And thanks very much to 24-hour Esports for putting on this event. Of course, you know, it's not the ideal world situation at the moment with everything going on, but be able to put on these events to get sim racing to the forefront as the 76, look at that. Look at the sportsmanship. The 76 is out of fuel. They're getting pushed to the line by, I can't quite tell what that car is right there. Yeah, it is one of their teammates heading their way through. Number 76 car by SEB GT3. I mean, they've already completed the race and they've already done their parade lap, but they're going to be perhaps pushed all the way back to the pits at this point. And you absolutely love to see that.
Or is this just to save enough to be able to do some burnouts?
Well, they did have,
I live in hope.
They had one of the longest stints in the race in general for a GT3, so it's a possibility.
Here we go. Will he burn it down? Does he have enough fuel left in the tank? We'd love to see a couple of burnouts, a couple of donuts here. Make sure you turn off the traction control in the GT3 cars, otherwise you're just having a bit of an embarrassing launch off the line, but it looks like they'll just park it before the start-finish line then. What an event for Duo by SimRC, taking the clean sweep in all the classes here today, taking 3 of the 4 championships as well. You can't ask for much better than that, that's for certain. And congratulations to T3 Esports Beta as well for taking the GT3 championship at the end of the day. I'll continue on my thanks, of course, like I said, to the 24-hour Esports crew for allowing us to put on this event. Us here at RaceSport have absolutely enjoyed every single moment that we get to have broadcasting these sorts of events. Thank you very much to RSL Radio Show Limited for bringing coverage of some of the previous events as well. There's the photo opportunity with the Duo by SimRC cars 4 abreast before the start-finish line. That's amazing.
Someone on pit lane is going to burn it down from 6th place there, but it is all about the class winners. A clean sweep from Duo by SimRC. GT3, 991, GT4, TCR, and flash their headlights into the night at Sebring. 12 hours of manic racing, handled, managed and well performed by all of their drivers across every class, and it must be said, not without some strong competition as well, particularly for the 991 class winner, particularly for the GT3 winner. They were on the back foot the whole first half of the race in GT3. They kept their head down, didn't panic, ran a good strategy, and, well, it is 0-1 on the number board for all 4 cars you see before you.
Yeah, shout-outs to our producer, the one, the only, Hugo Luis, co-CEO of RaceSport TV as well. Fantastic pictures that we're seeing here at the end of the 12 hours of Sebring, the virtual 12 hours of Sebring for the virtual 24-hour series. It's been an absolutely fantastic event indeed. Here are your final race results then. Here's your GT3 class, Duo by SEBRC GT3, Red Camel Esports in P2, T3 Esports as your championship winner. Come home in P3 in the race here today. Race Union 12 hours P4, Simsa Esports GT3 P5, Ferry Monster Esports in P6, Atlantis Racing Team GT3 in P7, the Atlantis Racing Team, the 27 car is in P8, TMC by HPS are blue in P9, and Viper E-Racing in that 10th spot. And then you see the bottom of the order as far as GT3s are concerned. Modina Motorsports unfortunately having that technical retirement, but they do get behind the wheel of the car again for the final couple of laps, and Benny Simpson's able to bring it home in P11. Viper Niza E-Racing 56 and Viper Niza E-Racing 65 will finish in 12th and 13th respectively. Leicester Racing Team P14, VRS Satellite Racing P15, RSR by Abruzzi 55 in 16th place, Modena Motorsports number 2 in 17th, and Fun Motorsports with Simsa Esports in P18 at the back of the GT3 field. Here's the 991, only 4 cars in this one, but they all managed to complete the race, I believe. Duo by Sim RC Cup in, well, 1 lap ahead of the Modena Motorsports by Sim Racing Blue. That isn't exactly accurate because we saw them about 30 seconds between them at the very end there. Race Union Cup, 12 hours in 3rd place. Porsche Laurent Virtual Racing in the 4th spot. In GT4s, it looks like this with the 6-car field. Duo by Sim Racing GT4 take their championship. Modena Motorsports Sim Racing Pro in P2. Tibet Racing P3. Leaperts Esports Black P4. Team RSL powered by Mofo finishes in P5 here today. And Simsa Esports GT4 have retired and classified in 6th. And in TCRs, 4-car field once again. Duo by Sim RC TCR, once again championship winner in that class as well. Ferry Monster Esports Grey P2, T3 Esports Alpha in P3, and AC Sim Motorsports as a retiree in that class. They're classified in 4th. So there we go then. That's the end of the finishing results here for the virtual 12 hours of Sebring. And, well, we've already got a couple of drivers waiting to get themselves an interview. So we perhaps should just go straight into it then, as we'll have... Let's see, who do we go with first here, David?
Well, we've got some race winners on hand, but we've also got a championship winner on hand. I think we start with a championship winner.
Yeah, I think so as well. As we will bring Jens Horman into the commentary booth for the T3 Esports Beta car, the number 71 that came 3rd place in class here today, but by our points calculations and unofficially at the moment, you are the GT3 class champions here for the 24 Hours SERIES Esports. Jens, how does it feel?
It's awesome. I don't have many words for that. Such a great victory for us at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. You come home with basically the championship, but with no race win at the end of the day. But you did exactly what you needed to do, though. You had those consistent top finishes, which is exactly what you want when you think about a whole season perspective. Were there any strengths in each of these races that you've had that you're able to rely on to get those consistent finishes, or were you just finding yourself in the right places at the right time?
Yeah, last one, I think. We did the best out of the 3 races. We were a bit lucky, I think, but yeah. 2 times on the podium, 1 time P4, and that's it. I'm happy.
Yeah, just take it all in here, and of course, at least for T3 Esports and for yourself as well, is there any other events on the horizon that you're looking to get yourself involved with in sim racing, or are you gonna perhaps keep us in the dark as far as that is concerned?
Yeah, we are looking to season final in VVLN. Yeah. Some races on Nords are two more races are in the season left. We think we can look to the podium there as well, but not in the championship. And another championship on Nords starts Winter Wheeler, and there we want to take podiums as well.
Absolutely, and with the sorts of performances that you have put up in this series in particular, you seem like to me to have a decent chance at getting what you want. So best of luck in terms of those future races and those future championships. But is there anything you want to say before we move on? I'll take that as a no. I was giving you the opportunity to talk about your sponsors.
Sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, thanks for our main sponsor, T3 Motorsports, Mile as well, and all the mates where we racing with, and especially Bastian, with my mate, this evening, this night. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for giving us some enjoyment out there on circuit, and we'll see you guys in what you do next. So there we go. That was Jens Homan from the T3 Esports beta team, and fantastic championship win for them. Like I said, not able to get a race win, but that doesn't matter when you're as consistent as they are, David. And I believe you're going to be standing by with Cedric Boland next as the winner in the GT3 class here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Do have race winner Cedric Boland from 12H SEBRING GT3. Hey, in the end, you guys win this race by over a lap, putting everyone else in class a lap down. But for the first half of the race, it certainly didn't look that comfortable for you guys in GT3.
Yes and not. At the beginning of the race, the car for Modena with Jimmy Felice and Dennis Manson was very quicker than us, I think. And unfortunately, they got some real problems and disconnection. And then after, we just need to bring the car home. So it was a good race.
What about strategy with the fuel? Some of the other teams needed an extra pit stop, but you guys must have saved a bit with the Audi.
Yeah, we keep an eye on the Ford prescription all the ways, and Aiden make some echo the fuel to bring the splash going.
And first half of the race in the day, second half in the night, you raced a lot of the laps for this car in both conditions. What did you think?
I didn't practice for the night, but Kit and I feel better on the night than on the day. Maybe it's due to the difference of track temperature. And my teammate Aiden just got awesome pace on the day and on the night too. And
photo finish at the end there for all of the SimRC cars. A teamwork across the different cars to help get you to that checkered flag on the cool down lap for a photo.
Yeah, right. We need 4 liters to make 1 lap, and I crossed the finish line with 2 liters, so I didn't had enough to go to the finish line after the last lap.
Well, 1 win from 1 race start in the 12H SEBRING GT3. Congratulations. Who are you going to thank?
Thank you. I'm gonna thank the whole team, principally Aiden, my teammate, that make me improve a lot during the training, and the whole SimRC that are awesome guys. They're doing sim racing, and I think a lot of real teams should be inspired by their work.
Thank you, Cedric.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much, Cedric, for that interview. We have a couple more to get through at this point. We have a choice of getting Jürgen Franken and Marcel Fassbender. And I think in this sort of situation, we kind of have to prioritize the faster class. So it's going to be Marcel Fassbender getting himself up into the commentary booth as the winner of the GT4 class, both race and championship, standing by with Justin.
Yes, indeed. And it was an interesting race for you guys as well today, because there were some strategy mixes here and there. But overall, you guys came away with the checker flag by a decent margin. How are you guys feeling after this one?
Hi, first of all, yeah, we're feeling really good right now. Just kept the car clean all race. Unfortunately, Matthias had some issue with his wheel early in the race, but we got luckily away from that. Not too much damage to the car, so we could hang on to first place.
That leads to a good question here, where in those types of situations, knowing what was on stake at the time, not just potentially the fight for the lead at the time, but as well the fact that good finish clinches that championship for the respective division. What was kind of like the reaction to everything going on with that time to make sure everyone was in sync, to make sure no one panicked and everyone was ready to go, to make sure you minimized any potential damages?
I mean, when the issue happened, we stayed pretty much calm, I would say. Simon was all ready to jump in the car. I think I just got here because I only had time to do the second half of the race. And yeah, we were pretty much ready to jump in if the problem wasn't solvable on the track. But luckily Matthias was able to restart his base and keep going. So we didn't need to take an extra tow. So that was really good to save that time there.
Overall, a strong finish to the season for your program, especially on the GT4 side, as one of those championship competitors. How would you describe how this campaign went, where it's 3 races, so not a lot of time to make sure, okay, if I have a mistake, there's a chance the title's gone. What was it like, in your opinion, trying to make sure you and your group were on point from start to finish in this title?
I mean, from that point, the main focus was always to get the car through the race cleanly, without contacts, and pace was only like second thought. The main goal was to get the car through the race. 12 hours are very long, and a lot can happen, like we saw in the Cup class today. And yeah, that was the main goal for us.
Anyone you want to thank for your team's victory today and the championship run?
Yeah, of course, the entire SimRC team, Duvo, for letting us represent them in this series. And yeah, basically all involved sponsors for SimRC and Duvo for being working with us, and yeah, you guys for broadcasting this entire series. And yeah,
congratulations on the victory today and the championship run.
Thanks a lot.
There we go. Thank you very much, Justin, for that interview. And well, we'll get the final one in now, as the champion and race winner of the TCR class here today. It's the representative from the 176 duo by SimRC TCR. It's Jürgen Frank joining us here in the commentary booth. Jürgen, it seemed so easy for you guys out there today.
Hello everyone. Yeah, it was not that easy how it looked. It was quite hard to dodge all the cars there, because some were all over the place and unpredictable. Yeah, but at the end it was a real historic result with class wins, or wins in every class. I think we didn't have that yet. I cannot remember that. And yeah, the start was also very tricky. I even fell back to the last place, which was the 3rd place, but anyways, yeah, the start was pretty hard, and the rest of the race was just keep the car clean.
Yeah, which is sometimes easier said than done, I think, as far as this race goes. But you know, with you pointed out quite rightfully, Duvo by SERIES taking all 3 class wins here today. You take also 3 of the 4 championships here today as well. Does that represent anything to you, at least as far as the depth of talent and the diversity of talent that you have as part of the team? Is that definitely one of your strengths going forward?
Yeah, of course. The 3 titles, or especially the 4 wins today, was a big team effort, and it wasn't really easy. So we are really happy about that. And also I want to thank Ben Wagner, the team principal of Duvo, who made that possible for us.
Yeah, and of course with this little, what I would say, mini series over, of course, you know, being SimRC, you get your fingers into every single pie possible, to use a turn of phrase. But you know, what's on the horizon for you guys? What are you guys going to be focusing on next?
Yeah, I mean, the next race is very soon, the Sports Car Open at the Nürburgring. And for 2 of our drivers, for Felix and me, there is the VCO Pro Sim Series with Felix drives with Raúl Hyman, and I will drive with Rubens Barrichello. And also there is the 24-hour SERIES Esports, which started 2 weeks ago in Imola with a win for our TCR car. So yeah, we have much to do in the winter. And also there is the DNLS Winter Series.
Yep, of course. So lots of things to try and focus on, and we wish you the best of luck in everything that you do.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Jürgen, and congratulations on the racing championship win.
Thank you, and thanks to you for the broadcast.
Well, it's been our pleasure. Thank you very much. As that was Jürgen Frank, the winner, well, part of the team that won in the TCR class here today, Duvo by SimRC, as they are 1/4 of the clean sweep that they were able to manage here today, David. It's been, you know, a great season. It's been quite an intriguing season at times as well, because we have this weird mishmash of the sim racing drivers with the sim racing teams, but you also had a complement of real life racing drivers and real life racing teams all together on the same circuit and having to try and figure out how to race around each other. And in some instances, in a lot of instances actually, you know, this sort of little experiment has been successful.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been some very interesting racing all throughout this race, and then as we heard from Jürgen Frank, he's going to be a part of the VCO Pro Sim series, which again, another series that's going to mix and pair up, you know, real world drivers with sim racers. He said he's going to be driving with Rubens Barrichello. How interesting. What a great pair up, for exciting time for him. And in a way, a series like this and a race like this has paved the way for that as well, and shown what great racing can be had on these sim racing platforms, and how we can create an entertaining product, engaging race, and also, you know, something for many of these real world involved teams and drivers to do when they're not at the real track.
Sim racing and racing esports in general goes from strength to strength as far as I'm concerned here, Justin. It's continuing to be this rapidly growing esport, maybe behind some other esports in some aspects that already have, you know, cable television in the US, for example, and you know, filling up sports arenas up and down, you know, both in the US and of course across the world. But here in sim racing, we are still, you know, a growing area, and it continues to get better and better, and I can't wait to see what the next couple of years hold for series like this one.
Absolutely. Discussed this a little bit earlier on tonight, where the future of esports when in regards to racing is looking bright, because this year I think is where it turned the corner. Of course, 2020 was 2020, but here's the thing. It opened up a lot of people's eyes. It opened up the possibilities for people to experience the sim in person and to race competitively in the sim, to experience what the sim racers experience when outside that situation. And guess what? The investments have stayed. And in turn, we're seeing it with some of the teams who took part in this. We've seen it across the service in the past couple months, especially in iRacing. The growth is coming, and it's growing quickly. I wouldn't be surprised to see series such as this be one of the main staples 5-10 years from now, honestly. There's a lot of potential and growth for next year, to say the very least. Where it goes, it's all but up.
We don't know, but we're certainly looking forward to it. And on that note, I think it's probably time to end here for the virtual 12 hours of Sebring in association with the 24-hour series esports. Thank you guys so much for joining us throughout the season. I have so many people to thank. Everyone at 24-hour series, for allowing this and putting their name on this, allowing this to happen. The race administrators behind the scenes, all the race stewards and staff on that side of things. Thank you to RSL as well, Radio Show Limited, for bringing the coverage of the first 2 rounds of the season. And of course, the rest of the crew here at RaceSpot TV as well. You can see some of the names up on screen for you now. Myself, Corey Maddock, Justin Prince, David Haynes. Of course, we had a couple of other commentators a little bit earlier on. Of course, Pierre Mackay, and of course, we probably had a couple of others that people are going to remind me of in the chat in just a couple of moments' time. We also have Hugo Luis behind the camera with the awesome camera angles that you get to see over the course of these events. So thank you very much to Istvan Barlow, TrackCams22.com, for providing us our TV camera pack as well, and for getting Dylan Coyle and Lorenzo Bonza in terms of the commentary in the first part of the race. Thank you very much to them, and thank you very much to you as well for keeping with us on our coverage of the virtual 24-hour series. But that's not all we do here at RaceSpot. We do so much more, and we hope that you tune into one of our broadcasts soon. Goodbye.